Be careful! A deafening roar came from the group of June family virtuosos. The roar contained the might of the great path, and it seemed to be an attempt to break apart the music-rhythm attack. The formless sound waves could shatter spiritual souls. They caused the entire space to morph into lethal ripples of rhythmic sorcery, which were a huge threat to any practitioner below the high-level Renhuang stage. In fact, the ripples were so powerful that they could instantly kill anyone who was below the high-level Renhuang stage. Oin! A level 8 practitioner strode towards Yi Futian with a hum. The practitioner exuded a terrifying pressure, and ripples of sound waves crashed towards Yi Futian and impacted his spiritual soul. He stared at Yi Futian and noticed that runes wound around Yi Futian's body as though he were a Buddha. A huge halo of a Buddha also appeared in the skies above him. A few moments ago, Yi Futian absorbed the power from the cliff face and inherited the wisp of will of the great path that was left on the cliff face. Specifically, the cliff face contained the tyrannical will of the great path of the Vajra demon-slaying rhythm. This will of the great path integrated straight into the attacks that he comprehended, so his attacks could now directly threaten any level 7 practitioner and even affect level 8 virtuosos. The practitioner lifted his palm out in front of him and grasped the empty space in front of him. In the skies appeared a huge hand that covered the sky and the sun. It grasped at Yi Futian across the space. A loud sound echoed out, making the attack seem indomitable. However, right at this moment, Beigong Ao, who was dispirited for a moment just now, strode out. He unleashed a deadly blade of thunder in front of him. With a loud crack, the broadsword will of the thunder slashed across the sky, and the large palm was cut in half. "I'll hold him back," the virtuoso who attacked coldly announced. Stepping in empty space, the sound of unleashing the great path echoed out. He lifted both palms in front of him, and instantly the space became a great path domain with himself at the center of the domain. Beigong Ao was trapped in this space. The great path domain was comprised of bright, ancient mountains. They circled Beigong Ao's body and sealed the space around. It was as though they were not on the eastern deity island, but were in an isolated mountain range. The practitioner did not seal Yi Futian with Beigong Ao because he was afraid that he could not deal with the two of them alone. On Yi Futian's side, there was only one level 8 virtuoso, and that was Beigong Ao. On their opponent's side, however, there were 3 virtuosos at the same level. As long as they could keep Beigong Ao engaged, the other virtuosos could easily kill Yi Futian. Among the other 2 level 8 virtuosos, one was protecting Jun Chuyen, while the other stepped forward and stood on the air above Yi Futian. In the vicinity were also various other Renhuangs positioned throughout the space. The Renhuangs were mostly at the 7th and 6th levels. They emitted monstrous will might, and their auras were terrifying. Anyone who was below the 6th level did not dare get close to Yi Futian. This was because the Vajra demon-slaying rhythm posed a threat to any level 6 Renhuang, and could even kill them. The level 8 virtuoso walked out and came to the space above Yi Futian's head. He emitted a monstrous aura while his body glittered golden. In the skies above, a golden glow filled the heavens, as though he were going to create an incomparably exquisite golden painting. A loud sound permeated the space. Giant, endlessly long golden stone pillars appeared in the skies. Horrifying drawings were carved into each golden stone pillar. The pillars covered the entire sky. Boom! The air shook violently for a moment, and the huge golden pillars hammered down from the skies and planted themselves into the 8 cardinal points. With a deafening sound, the golden stone pillars around Yi Futian sealed the area around him. The golden light emitted by the stone pillars fused into one body and created a barrier that isolated the region. Under Yi Futian's feet, the golden light morphed into a golden drawing. The level 8 virtuoso formed hand seals in the air, and the drawing continuously changed its form. Eventually, it morphed into a giant golden dragon. The dragon twisted its way up. In front of the massive size of the dragon, Yi Futian seemed to be especially minuscule. "Kill him," the level 8 virtuoso coldly ordered. The giant dragon flew towards Yi Futian with the full intent to kill him. It dived towards Yi Futian, extending its sharp golden claws that seemed to be able to tear apart even the space of the great path. Its dominating might was indeed terrifying. A master of matrix methods. Yi Futian raised his head upwards to look at the virtuoso in the air. This was a golden matrix of the great path, and the giant dragon was born from within this matrix. In the distance, Shangguan Chuya naturally knew the identity of the virtuoso who attacked. This practitioner had a very high status in the Jun family. He was an extremely powerful alchemist who could carve grand metal elemental matrices. He had immense strength and was held in high regard by the Jun family. He was also respectfully known as Master Yen. How could Yi Futian even hope to defend himself against the attacks from such a powerful figure? Furthermore, in the face of such a high level of alchemy, even Yi Futian's rhythmic sorcery attacks were useless. It was because of this reason that his opponent sent Master Yen to deal with Yi Futian. Yi Futian's body emitted a bone-chilling whistling of sword blades. The will of the sword surrounded his body, and his entire body seemed to morph into an infinitely sharp sword. Oin! The glare of sword blades suddenly shone with a hum, and Yi Futian's body shot like an arrow through the space. When the dragon's sharp claws were about to clamp down on him, his body ducked to the side and continued speeding away, disappearing in an instant. "You can't escape," Master Yin coldly shouted. The golden stone pillars that stood between the heavens and the earth emitted a light that morphed into a light barrier, sealing all possible paths to the air above. It seemed like Yi Futian was going to be trapped behind this barrier. After all, not even the great path's spatial powers could break through the barrier. A divine sword appeared in Yi Futian's hands and shot out towards the light barrier. When the sword tip impacted the light barrier, a terrifying ripple rolled outwards. The light barrier seemed to solidify, and on its surface, lines of runes appeared. They sealed the entire space, seemingly wishing to trap and kill Yi Futian within this golden domain. Simultaneously, on Yi Futian's body appeared a streak of incomparably powerful will of the sword. This will of the sword flowed into the divine sword. A column of divine light appeared, and it pierced into the skies, scattering the clouds. Crack the crisp sound echoed out. Long cracks appeared on the light barrier, and then, like a spider web, it broke up into pieces bit by bit. Master Yen narrowed his eyes at the scene that unfolded before him. At the moment the light barrier shattered, accompanying the loud sound that echoes out, a deadly beam of light shot through the clouds and came flying straight towards him. Dong! A sound akin to the voice of the Buddha reverberated out and attacked his divine soul. Master Yen felt his divine soul trembling violently for a moment. A metallic golden Buddha appeared in his mind, and in front of him, Yi Futian also seemed to morph into a Buddha. Of course, he knew that this was not reality. Rather, when the will of the great path was strong enough, an illusion could be formed. What he saw was indeed formed from the great path. He felt a tinge of fear. His palms slammed downwards simultaneously. In that instant, the exquisite golden drawing shone and pressed down towards Yi Futian. In the airspace below, 1,000 sword silhouettes appeared. The moment that they reached him, they merged into one sword. Boom! A loud sound echoed out. The divine sword actually shattered the drawing. A terrifying sword glow instantly swallowed up the sky and expanded outwards. Even though a golden light barrier shrouded Master Yen's body, cracks appeared in the light barrier under Yi Futian's will of the sword's persistent attacks. Master Yen exploited the force of the impact to retreat up into the skies swiftly. How strong is he? The people around were shocked. The attack that he unleashed was so devastating that it could force a level 8 virtuoso to retreat in fear. He possesses the sword will from the sword peak, and he also infused the will of the great path inherited from the cliff face into his attacks. Seeing Yi Futian's attacks, Helian Yu instantly understood the source of his strength. It seemed like Yi Futian had gained a lot from the 2 opportunities of the great path that he encountered, and his gains were very clearly shown in this fight. In the instant that his sword strike landed, Yi Futian's body disappeared. In the skies, an elegant trail appeared, and behind that emerged streaks of sword silhouettes. Some distance away, several Renhuang's expressions turned to shock. They all felt a terrifying ripple of rhythmic sorcery coursing towards them, attacking their divine souls directly. Right after that, they saw a glaring sword glow. "Be careful!" Master Yin shouted in an attempt to shake them awake from their shock paralysis. Alas, the sword sliced across, and the sound of blades cutting into flesh echoed out. It seemed like several Renhuangs were simultaneously slain, even though they were separated physically. There did not even seem to be a time delay between their deaths. The explosion of the fusion of 2 types of attacks was utterly devastating. Anyone who was not a high-level Renhuang would not be able to withstand even a single strike. Master Yin stepped outwards in an attempt to track and kill Yi Futian. However, he saw Yi Futian's body turn into an afterimage. His body appeared in front of a level 7 divine will high-level Renhuang. The high-level Renhuang glanced at Yi Futian, and he too saw a metallic golden Buddha. A terrifying rhythmic attack struck him, and it was as though a ceaseless stream of Buddhist symbols entered his mind. The low, reverberating voice of Buddha echoed around in his mind, causing his divine soul to tremble. "Don't be affected by the sound," Master Yin shouted again. The expression on the level 8 virtuoso, standing beside Junqian, also changed slightly. He did not expect Yi Futian's Vajra demon-slaying rhythm to be so strong that it could directly affect a high-level Renhuang. He inherited the will of the great path from the cliff face, which is the reason behind the unnaturally terrifying power behind his Vajra demon-slaying rhythm. The level 8 virtuoso told Junqian, who was standing behind him. Just as he finished speaking, he saw another sword strike. The divine wheel of the level 7 virtuoso surged in power. It was a humongous, ancient bell. With an angry roar, he charged forward. The giant ancient bell emitted a shocking pressure that permeated the space around it. Yi Futian's flight left an elegant, endless arc. He was moving so fast that it was difficult to spot his true physical body. The sword silhouettes seemed to be elongated. The divine wheel of the great path seemed to be frozen in midair. The crowd saw a ray of sword glare cut through the great path's power and shot straight for Yi Futian's opponent. Splush, the way of the sword is boundless. As though he disregarded all physical distances, Yi Futian's silhouette appeared behind his opponent with his back facing the level 7 virtuoso. In the next instant, the level 7 virtuoso was reduced to nothing more than powder and faded away under sword chi's strength. The level 7 high-level Renhuang was slain with a single strike. In the vast space, all the Renhuangs could not help but feel an intense tremble deep in their hearts. Their fear of a low-level Renhuang actually paralyzed them. While it might seem like a horrible joke, it was in fact happening right at that moment. A low-level Renhuang was committing an unbridled massacre of middle-level Renhuang and high-level Renhuang. Shang Guanxue looked at Yi Futian's silhouette and did not know what to think. It was no wonder that the bastard thumbed his nose at her. Not even in her wildest dreams would she have expected him to have inherited the will of the great path after the cliff face shattered. His true combat strength was also far more terrifying than anything she had expected. Many virtuosos gathered from a distant area. They were all drawn in by the battle that was taking place, and they were all observing the fight. Thereafter, They saw Yi Futian facing an entire group of renhuangs alone. Who is this white-haired renhuang? Some people contemplated silently. They were surprised by how strong he was. The person Yi Futian was facing appeared to be virtuosos from the Jun family of the Penglai continent. They all seemed to be shaken by this one person. At this point, Yunji's face also let out a puzzled expression. This fight seemed to be very similar to the one that happened in the Penglai deity region, where not only did Yi Futian stay alive, but he even managed to counterattack and kill several virtuosos. It was happening once again at this moment at this place. Even a level 8 virtuoso could not beat him. Furthermore, Yi Futian's strength caused the level 8 virtuoso guarding Jun Chuyen to be extremely wary. He was worried that Jun Chuyen would be killed with a piercing strike from Yi Futian. After all, considering the ability that Yi Futian had shown, this possibility was very real. Thus, the guard did not dare to be careless. The other level 8 virtuoso was still engaged in a tough fight with Beigong Ao. Furthermore, it seemed that Beigong Ao was dominating the fight. This practitioner from an insignificant, unknown continent could actually pressurize an elder from the Jun family. However, they also sensed that a thunder treasure had merged into Beigong Ao's body. This caused him to be more familiar with the great way of thunder and thus more terrifying. The great path's chaotic flow ran amok between heaven and earth, but no one tried to interfere with the fight. They were all rather wary of Yi Futian. It was just moments ago that several renhuangs, including a level 7 high-level renhuang, died at Yi Futian's hands. This caused them to be very wary of Yi Futian. While no one from the onlookers did anything, Yi Futian did not stop. He turned around in the air, emitting a seemingly holy light of the Buddha. With the deep hum of the Buddha's voice resonating outwards, Yi Futian seemed like a real-life golden Buddha in the eyes of the onlookers. At the same time, Yi Futian swung the divine sword in his hand. The strand of sword Will inherited from the Sword Mountain, which was infused into the sword, was fully unleashed. At that moment, the blade of light pierced through the clouds. If you are still alive after the strike, you can leave. As Yi Futian finished speaking, a Buddhist voice of the great path resonated between heaven and earth, as though it were the roar of a golden Buddha. The formless rhythmic ripples cascaded throughout the boundless space, causing everyone to feel an aggressive attack on their divine souls. In the next moment, Yi Futian's body disappeared from where he stood. The onlookers only saw numerous silhouettes appearing in place of his original body. Every silhouette was in the shape of Yi Futian's true body. These silhouettes flew in different directions. At first, they moved slowly, but in a short period of time, the number of silhouettes increased, and the will of the sword became stronger, too. There seemed to be tens of thousands of sword clones scattered all through the heavens and earth in the blink of an eye, covering every possible position. "Defend!" roared the level 8 renhuang beside Jun Chuyen. His comrades seemed to be put into a trance by the Buddhist voice of the Great Path, and he wanted to shock them awake. They were still under the attack of rhythmic sorcery. With the addition of the lethal sword technique, how could any normal renhuang hope to stand against the simultaneous attacks? Yi Futian's shadow clones gradually moved faster, giving off a very mysterious feeling. In a short while, each silhouette morphed into a beam of light, and it was as though they had merged into the blade of light. Many people saw an elegant blade of light cutting an arc through the air in front of them, and streaks of blood-red light emitted right after. All the virtuosos were scrambling to gather the Great Path's powers to counter the incoming attack. However, when the blade of light sliced across, it cut directly through space. The blade of light sliced without resistance through the space of the Great Path, and the sound of blades cutting through flesh continuously echoed out. Thereafter, the tens of thousands of sword shadows merged into one, and Yi Futian's silhouette once again appeared where he last stood, as though he had never moved away from that spot. The vast space turned calm once again. A Ren Huang was standing among the crowd. His pupils were dilated. He was glaring at Yi Futian. Between his brows appeared a line of blood. "No!" he roared once, and in the next instant his body was pulverized by the will of the sword. At the same time, the sound of popping and puffing continued to echo. The silhouettes of numerous Renhuangs seemed to be crushed into powder. They were all killed. At that moment, there were not many Renhuangs who remained standing in midair. One of them stood in his original position. He was shrouded by a golden bell, which was some implement. Fissures appeared along the surface of the ancient bell. Then it exploded into dust. The Ren Huang stood in midair, his arms slightly shaking. His eyes were filled with terror as he looked at Yi Futian. Was this really a low-level Ren Huang? He killed nearly all the Renhuangs with merely a thought. Yi Futian stretched out his palm and raised the sword in his hand, pointing with the tip of the divine sword. The Renhuangs who were still alive remembered Yi Futian's words. If they could survive his strike, they were allowed to leave. Yi Futian gave them a chance to live. A level 6 middle-level Renhuang retreated. So quickly his body became a smudge. He turned around and left without looking at Yi Futian. Neither did he glance at Jun Chuyen. He was not a member of the Jun family. He was merely hired to follow Jun Chuyen onto the Eastern Deity Island to obtain any relics of the Great Path. Unexpectedly, such a strong formation had been decimated to such a sorry state by Yi Futian. He was very fortunate to have managed to survive. Anyone who was below a high-level Renhuang stage could not survive under Yi Futian's attacks. If he didn't leave now, he would only be waiting for his death. "Forgive this old man for his incompetence," a level 7 high-level Renhuang spoke in the direction of Jun Chuyen, and then retreated, no longer wanting to be part of this. The death of the high-level Renhuang previously had taught him a lesson. He also saw that Beigong Ao had managed to dominate his opponent completely. Even these 3 level 8 practitioners may not be able to deal with Beigong Ao and Yi Futian. Cultivating was not easy. If he could not obtain any opportunities to further his cultivation on the Great Path, there was no need to die here either. Very soon, most of the virtuosos left. In this space, there were only a small number of people remaining. They were Jun Chuyen, the 3 level 8 virtuosos, 2 level 7 virtuosos, and Yi Futian and Beigong Ao. The 2 level 7 virtuosos were the direct descendants of the Jun family, so naturally they couldn't leave. Among the 3 level 8 virtuosos, 2 were members of the Jun family, while Master Yen was a guest of the Jun family who had been invited to accompany Jun Chuyen. Yi Futian's glance swept towards Master Yan's direction and said, "You are a level 8 matrix master, and yet you still take orders from Jun Chuyen." Master Yen looked at him and heard Shangguan Chuya say from afar, "His name is Master Yen. He isn't actually a member of the Jun family. Rather, he is their guest. He is a master of alchemy matrices." As she finished speaking, she said to Master Yen, "Master Yen, Jun Chuyen is an extremely stubborn and arrogant man. He doesn't care about his own cultivation, yet he keeps trying to kill Renhuang Yi. Everything that happened here is because of his personal vengeance against Yi Futian. It is not worth it for you to follow or defend him. How about you join our Shangguan family as a guest?" Yi Futian glanced at Shangguan Chuya. This woman was shrewd enough to exploit this chance to poach people. "We don't have any grudges between us, so if you are willing to let go right now, I can pretend that nothing had happened. Otherwise, even if you are at the 8th level, you might still not be able to leave the Eastern Deity Island alive," Yi Futian said. His tone was extremely arrogant. He asserted that Master Yen, who was at the 8th level of cultivation, may not leave the Eastern Deity Island alive. This was incomparably haughty. Of course, he definitely had the right to be this conceited. In the short exchange between them, just moments ago, Master Yen knew that Yi Futian could use the will of the great path that was left on the cliff face. With this inherited will of the great path, Yi Futian could already stand against a level 8 virtuoso. Furthermore, apart from the Vajra demon sling rhythmic will of the great path, he also inherited a terrifying wisp of will of the sword. As long as he failed to kill Yi Futian could join hands with Beigong Ao to slay them in return. Master Yen furrowed his brows, glanced at Yi Futian, and said, "Even if your talent is unrivaled, to be this arrogant, don't you think you're taking this old man a little too lightly?" "Master Yen, this entire incident is caused by Jun Chuyen. He already wanted to kill Yi Futian, and still wants him to be polite?" Shangguan Chuya said. "Under such a contrast, shouldn't it be easy for you to see what kind of a person Jun Chuyen is?" "Shut up!" Jun Chuyen rebuked from afar. His expression was quite gloomy. Indeed, he had utterly failed this time. "Jun Chuyen, you implicated so many virtuosos and caused the deaths of so many renhuangs. If you aren't a coward, then stop hiding behind others. Step out and fight Yi Futian yourself, and take some responsibility," Shangguan Chuya sarcastically said. How could Jun Chuyen possibly come out? Yi Futian could slay him with a single stroke of his sword. Master Yin quietly watched everything. Normally, Jun Chuyen was very respectful to him. He also put in the effort to cultivate, and he didn't lack talent either. However, it was impossible to clearly see a person for who he is without any contrast. Master Yin was more or less aware of the conflict between Jun Chuyen and Yi Futian. He knew that it started with the trade at the Penglai Deity Lake. About this incident, Jun Chuyen was way too incapable compared to Yi Futian. In fact, it could be said that Jun Chuyen couldn't even be compared to Yi Futian. "I was entrusted this job, so naturally I can't betray their trust," Master Yin said to Yi Futian. "If you can defeat this old man, I will back off." "What a job you have taken!" Yi Futian sarcastically replied. His divine sword was in the air, glowing with divinity brightly. "Being entrusted this job, if you defeat me, you will take my life. But if I defeat you, you still want to live." Master Yan's expression became heavy. "You are a level 8 virtuoso, and you want to challenge a level 3 Renhuang." Yi Futian continued. How dare Master Yan even seriously expect him to accept such a deal? Yi Futian looked at the battlefield that Beigong Ao was on, his divine sword emitting an infinitely bright, divine glow. Even though he had inherited a will of the great path, it was still tough to deal with a level 8 practitioner. However, it would also be difficult for his opponent to kill him. In that case, he could only cooperate with Beigong Ao and kill them all one by one. "Master Yen, Renhuang Yi did not speak wrongly. You accepted Jun Chuyen's request to kill Yi Futian. If you aren't willing to let it go, one of you must die. How can you even hope to settle this peacefully?" Shangguan Chuya continued. "If Master Yen refuses to let this go, then the Shangguan family can only interfere with this fight." Master Yen narrowed his eyes and glanced at Shangguan Chuya. Shangguan Chuya raised her head and met his gaze with a cold expression. She did not even try to conceal her threat in her words. If he did not agree to let go of this, the Shangguan family would join in the fight against his side. At that rate, they would have no chance of victory. If he lost, he would lose his life as well. "Shangguan Chuya, are you trying to stir up conflict between our two families?" Jun Chuyen spoke in an icy tone. This Shangguan Chuya was too scheming. Under such circumstances, Master Yen was trapped in a catch-22. However, he was more likely to retreat. If he did so, he would be severing all ties with the Jun family, weakening the Jun family's power. In addition to that, Yi Futian was still at odds with Jun Chuyen and his followers. She wanted the Jun family to be completely wiped off the face of the Eastern Deity Island. Shangguan Chuya glanced at Jun Chuyen. Their two families already held pretty deep grudges against one another. Previously, Jun Chuyen also did not hold back when he was attacking them. In that case, since such a wonderful opportunity presented itself, she was surely going to use it. She would not kill anyone from the Jun family herself, let alone even touch Jun Chuyen. However, even if she didn't act, Yi Futian would act in her stead. At this point, all she needed to do was to separate Master Yen from the Jun family. As long as he could comprehend how challenging it would be to continue fighting against Yi Futian and thus retreat, Yi Futian and Beigong Ao could deal with the remaining virtuosos. Yunjia, who wasn't standing too far away from Shengguanxia, also stared at her and blandly said, "Shengguan, it isn't too appropriate for you to interfere, don't you think so?" "So what you are saying is you also want to interfere in this and target Ren Huangyi." Shengguan Choye rebuked. Yunjia narrowed his eyes slightly. He could also see how powerful Yi Futian was. If the Yun family also acted, perhaps they could stop Yi Futian. However, Shengguan Choye was also a variable. If she also decided to participate in the fight, the battle might be difficult to predict. His silhouette stood in space, observing the virtuosos in front of him. His eyes showed that he was contemplating what he should do. Given the circumstances in front of him, he hesitated. Should he act? The Jun family now could be said to be utterly defeated. If he acted against Yi Futian, the lives of the Yun family would be all at stake. For now, he would observe the choice that Master Yen made. Even though he had a pretty decent relationship with Jun Chuyen, it was ultimately a relationship based on individual profits and gains. When it came to his own interests, especially his life, it was natural to distance himself from this conflict and not help Jun Chuyen. Previously, he had completely underestimated Yi Futian, causing the virtuosos from the Jun family to pay an excruciating price. Jun Chuyen's eyes revealed an icy expression. He glanced at Shengguan Choye and then looked at Master Yen and said, "Master Yen, I am sure you know how well the Jun family has treated you all along. The Shengguan family and Jun family are both cultivating on the Penglai continent. If the Shengguan family interfered in today's conflict, the Jun family will definitely declare war on the Shengguan family at all costs. Do you think you are still eligible to represent the Jun family?" Shengguan Choye sarcastically asked, "Even if you can safely walk out of the Eastern Deity Island, just based on your performance this time, I doubt you'll have much say left in the Jun family." Jun Chuyen's face turned stony. He felt a chill in his heart. He understood very clearly that whatever Shengguan Choye said was the truth. This trip that he made to the Eastern Deity Island had cost the Jun family too many virtuosos. The entire family had spent a decent amount of resources on this trip and made him the leader of this trip and had even dispatched 3 level 8 practitioners to aid him. This time, apart from a chance for him to further his cultivation, was also the family's way of testing him. For this purpose, the family had high hopes for him. However, it was obvious that even the word disappointment couldn't begin to describe his performance this time. He had allowed the annihilation of nearly all the virtuosos who were from the Jun family or otherwise hired. He failed to obtain an opportunity of the Great Path, and now even his life was at stake. Under these circumstances, even if he managed to slay Yi Futian and walk out alive, his status in the family would drastically fall. He would be laughed at by his peers and would no longer have the same level of authority as he did before. Perhaps among the many virtuosos of the Jun family who had stepped onto the Eastern Deity Island in the past, he had by far the worst performance. "So have you made your decision?" Yi Futian, who was floating in the air and bathed in a divine halo, asked Master Yen. Jun Chuyen definitely had to be taken down. However, Master Yen was not a member of the Jun family, so there was no absolute need to deal with him. If he was willing to give up the fight, then Yi Futian could pretend that nothing had happened before. With one less level 8 virtuoso as his opponent, Yi Futian could focus more on his other opponents. "All right." Master Yen sighed deeply, looked at Yi Futian and said, "With your talent, if you don't die, You will certainly become a powerful figure in the future. I doubt even the June family will be your match, let alone myself. This time I have agreed to follow the June family onto this eastern deity island. Since a conflict has broken out between both sides, I have to stand on the side of the June family. I will now unleash an attack at my full power. If you are unable to take it, I will still kill you. If you manage to survive the attack, I will leave immediately, and I won't complain if you wish to seek revenge on me in the future. Futian glanced at his opponent and understood Master Yan's intentions. He had no issues with this arrangement. When Master Yan finished speaking, a golden sky glow appeared above, stretching into the horizon and shrouding the entire space. A golden pattern glimmered into existence above Master Yan's head. That was his divine wheel of the Great Path, and it looked like a matrix blueprint. As the sky glow stretched into the horizon, the golden pattern covered the space. Around Futian, the golden stone pillars appeared once again, sealing the entire area. Master Yan's body flashed once. He appeared near the golden pattern in the skies above. Standing in the air, he glanced down at the Futian floating below him. Boom! A terrifying light radiated outward. The endless golden sky glow enveloped the entire area. Each ray of golden light seemed to morph into a golden spear. From the skies above, an uncountable number of spears rained down, the entire cascade emitting a sharp, bone-chilling, all-destroying will. Master Yin glanced downward. With a press of his finger, the countless golden rays of light flew toward Futian, burying the entire space. Where Futian was, the golden light emitted by the matrix was also attacking him in a frenzy. Master Yen achieved resonance between his finger and the great path of heaven and earth. The spears whistled madly, and the golden matrix roared in an uncontrollable rage. Futian emerged from the eye of the destructive storm. He emitted a terrifying, cold aura, and it was as though a full moon had emerged. The will of the great path radiated outward from his body, completely covering the entire area. When the terrifying murderous attack that could bury even space itself flew toward him, it became weaker as it closed in on his body. Not only did the spears become slower, but also they seemed to be coated in snow and ice. Everyone saw the glaring golden light rays targeting Futian, and he was about to be swallowed up by the devastating attack when a flurry of snow and ice swept outward, overpowering the layer of golden light. Many people let out a shocked expression. What power was this? Master Yi continued to point his finger downward. On the tip of his finger, wisps of terrifyingly strong divine light swirled around, resonating with the great path of the heavens. He inched his fingertip downward, but his lethal attack still could not even touch Futian. Even though he had fully activated his divine matrix, he could feel that an absolute domain had formed around Futian. Within that domain, no matter what power infiltrated, it would always be sealed by ice and destroyed by the will of the sword. The onlookers looked at the center of the divine matrix. An apocalyptic, destructive stream of power swept downward and completely buried Futian. Is he dead? Many people had this thought at the same time. Jun Cheyen, too, stared intently at the spot. Such an attack had buried Futian. Surely the powers of the great path of a level 8 virtuoso were sufficient to wipe out Futian. Oin! Right then, Master Yen retracted his finger. Instantly, the terrifying golden divine glow cloaking his body faded away. Many people were perplexed by this. What did he mean by this? Master Yen turned around to leave. This old man isn't capable enough. As he finished speaking, the divine matrix vanished, leaving behind a white-haired silhouette. A terrifying will of the sword surrounded the silhouette. An icy cold aura also emanated from the same silhouette. Impressively, Futian was still there. He lifted his head slightly. His eyes were, as always, sharp and bright. Seeing this, Jun Chuyen's heart fell. A strand of despair emanated from his dark eyes. Yi Futian could still survive even with an attack like this. How could an all-out attack from a level 8 virtuoso fail to slay a low-level Renhuang? Boom! At this moment, a terrifying, deafening rumble echoed in the skies. Victory was decided on the other battlefield. Beigong Ao unleashed a murderous streak of lightning that pierced his opponent, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. He vomited blood unceasingly, his face a ghostly white. He lost. In this battle between level 8 virtuosos, not only did he fail to trap Beigong Ao, but also he was injured by Beigong Ao's counterattack. His domain of the Great Path collapsed into dust. Among the 3 level 8 virtuosos, one remained, while the other was defeated and sustained severe injuries. Only the level 8 virtuoso who was standing guard in front of Jun Chuyen remained unscathed. However, the tables have been turned completely. The other 2 level 7 virtuosos had absolutely no chance of winning against either Yi Futian or Beigong Ao. In fact, it could even be said that they would die for sure. Even if they joined the fight, they couldn't even stop either Beigong Ao or Yi Futian. The robe on Yi Futian fluttered, and the snow covering his body instantly disappeared. He strode forward in Jun Chuyen's direction. The level 8 virtuoso was standing guard in front, while the other 2 level 7 high-level Renhuangs took the flanks. Despite having achieved an extremely high level of cultivation, the 3 people felt that a powerful enemy was right in front of them when they faced Yi Futian. The 2 level 7 virtuosos in particular had an intense wariness in their eyes. While it might be difficult for Yi Futian to deal with a level 8 virtuoso, it would be straightforward for him to kill any level 7 Renhuang. In Jun Chuyen's eyes, apart from a malicious glint, there was also a tinge of fear when he looked at Yi Futian. Even in his wildest dreams, he would not have expected that a practitioner from the outer continents whom he met in the Penglai deity region and thought to be insignificant could now threaten his life and possibly cause them all to die in the eastern deity island. Yi Futian stopped midair and looked at Jun Chuyen and said, "Apart from that time in the Penglai deity region, from the start till now, you have never faced me by yourself. How pathetic." Hearing Yi Futian's words, Jun Chuyen felt a strong wave of humiliation. Even then, he still hid behind the level 8 virtuoso and did not dare come out, causing him to look even more pathetic. This entire scene was extremely ironic. An entourage of over 100 Renhuangs had been reduced to such a sorry state. Do you want to come out yourself, or do I need to do it myself? Yi Futian continued. He did not intend to kill Jun Chuyen. There was still some use in keeping him alive. Jun Qian stared at Yi Futian without answering. The level 8 high-level Renhuang in front of him looked at Yi Futian and said, "Our little disagreement this time didn't really cause you much harm, and if we continue fighting, we will both only stand to lose. Even if you are an unrivaled prodigy, if you really continue to fight against us, you will not make it out of the Penglai continent. So how about we stop right here, and we agree to never interfere with each other's matters in the future?" Yi Futian looked at his opponent. His eyes carried a wisp of irony in them. Only now did they suggest to stop fighting and leave each other alone. How was that possible? In this fight, he had already killed so many of their Renhuangs. The grudge between them had already become too deep to let go just like that. Even if they could let him go, he was not willing to let Jun Chuyen off. Like what they said originally, it was no big deal, but since they wanted to kill him and his friends, then naturally he had to return the favor. Don't worry, I still have some say in matters in the Jun family. You can ask the practitioners in the Penglai continent and you will know. Since I have promised you, I definitely will make good on my word and not interfere with you in the future. The level 8 practitioner continued. He was worried that Yi Futian would still be worried that the Jun family would seek revenge when they left the eastern deity island. Yi Futian, still calm, looked at this opponent and said, "If I were worried about vengeance, I could take Jun Qian hostage. Why would there be a need for me to go through all this trouble? You are right. This isn't such a big deal anyway. Now, I am giving you the same chance. You can leave. I just want Jun Qian. The level 8 virtuoso furrowed his eyebrows and said, That is not possible. Even if you capture him, do you think you can walk out of Penglai continent? You need not worry. As Yi Futian finished speaking, his body emanated the will of the great path, and a terrifying aura shrouded the boundless space. The voice of the Buddha resounded out, the golden light of Buddha wrapped around his body. A terrifying rhythm rippled outwards and cascaded towards his opponent's divine soul. The level 8 virtuoso did not expect Yi Futian to lash out like this. He sealed his 6 senses, and the light of the great path shielded both him and Jun Qian. He turned his gaze to Yi Futian, but saw him disappear in a flash. However, Yi Futian did not attack them, but rather flew in another direction. The level 8 virtuoso furrowed his brow and looked toward the direction in which Yi Futian flew. There, he saw Beigong Ao had once again started to pummel his opponent with an explosion of attacks. The light of lighting pierced straight through the defensive power of the great path. The tens of thousands of streaks of lightning morphed into blades of heavenly punishment and flew towards his opponent. Be careful, he warned his comrade loudly. However, in the next moment, he heard a fearsome ripple rolling outwards in the skies. Beigong Ao and his opponent had already collided. The lightning of the great path instantly swallowed up the silhouette of Beigong Ao's opponent, and the endless lightning and thunder coiled around the region. The level 8 virtuoso resisted the attack with all his might, and at that moment a terrifying voice of Buddha reverberated, its sound waves entering his ears and attacking his divine soul. His face turned pale, and his mouth opened in a silent scream. Zoom, zoom. A sharp sound was emitted. A divine sword appeared in the air, and behind him, the thousands of sword silhouettes created by Yi Futian descended and merged into one sword that shot straight at him. He turned around and raised his hand to counterattack. The sword struck with the boundless path of the sword technique, and cracks appeared in his giant palm halo. The will of the sword dashed straight into his body. Execute. Beigong Ao once again attacked. His blade of thunder cut through the air towards his opponent's body, emitting a blinding glare. His opponent, who was already heavily injured, could not possibly defend himself against the combined attacks of the two people. His body shuddered violently, and his eyes carried an expression of despair. He looked in the direction of Jun Qian and saw that right then the level 8 virtuoso who was protecting Jun Qian actually turned and retreated. That man stepped straight into the space above, not caring about whether his comrade lived or died, and left straight away. A level 8 virtuoso gave up fighting and decided to flee. Oin! Back on the battlefield, the level 8 virtuoso, who was still fighting, was being torn apart by the unceasing cascade of lightning and thunder. The divine sword appeared again and pierced straight through his body, killing him. A level 8 high-level Renhuang virtuoso was executed right where he stood and lost his life on the spot. Let's go, Yi Futian said quickly, right after killing his opponent. His divine sword returned to him. He morphed into a flying sword and flew towards the horizon in pursuit of his last opponent. How could he let him go just like that? Boom! Thunder rolled like a drum, and lightning flashed all around. Beigong Ao's body morphed into a streak of lightning, and in an instant he overtook Yi Futian with his superior speed. After all, he was a true level 8 divine will high-level Renhuang. Furthermore, he was well versed in the great path of thunder. Cultivating the great path of thunder not only increased the destructiveness of one's attacks, but it could also greatly enhance one's speed. The speed of lightning was terrifyingly high. After mastering this great path, one could morph into lightning and cross great distances in an instant. Yi Futian's body didn't move. Rather, he sent his will of the sword ahead, whistling towards the distance. It was as fast as lightning, following closely behind the streak of lightning in front. Let's go take a look. Many people wanted to follow them to witness the end of this conflict. However, anyone who was below the level of a high-level Renhuang could not possibly catch up to them. After they left, there were still 2 level 7 high-level Renhuang from the Jun family remaining. Despite their high levels of cultivation as high-level Renhuangs, at that moment they were completely ignored by everyone and only stood there awkwardly. They turned around and took a glance, sighing in their hearts. He had already run away. What else could they do? They could only leave. In a flash, they were gone. The 2 of them also retreated, but in the opposite direction, worried that Yi Futian would seek revenge on them. Shang Guanxue noticed the retreating silhouettes, but did not move. Yi Futian had asked her to take care of his friends before leaving, so naturally, she would not act rashly. Shang Guanxue was certainly willing to be friends, or at least acquaintances, with a practitioner of such great potential. Although she had subtly made use of Yi Futian to deal with the Jun family, she was also pushing the tide of events along. Yi Futian already had intentions to deal with Jun Chuyan, and she believed that he didn't mind either. This time, Jun Chuyan was finished. Beigong Ao was indeed very strong, and he did not in any way pale in comparison to his opponent. The thunder of the Great Path, if anything, bestowed great speed to its user. If his opponent had been alone, he might have been able to escape. However, with the burden that he was tugging along, it was a completely different matter. After all, he had to constantly be wary of anything that could threaten Jun Chuyan's life. Furthermore, there was still Yi Futian. Just like what he had guessed, Beigong Ao was inhumanly fast. Before his body even arrived, lightning and thunder had already descended on the area. The skies were covered in dark, ominous clouds, and lightning and thunder unceasingly struck in the direction of the level 8 virtuoso. Even though the power of the attacks could not threaten him, he had to take care of Jun Chuyan. This is an illusory sky domain. Where do you think you can go? Beigong Ao spoke loudly as lightning blinded the skies. In the surroundings, many onlookers stared at them. Then again, they were all quite used to scenes like this. On the eastern deity island, this was pretty common, and there was nothing unusual about it. The level 8 virtuoso carried Jun Chuyan along and shot straight through the storm-filled region. He said to Jun Chuyan, "Chuyan, what's happened today started with you, and so only you can bear the responsibility." "Uncle." Jun Chuyan's face froze. He looked up at the level 8 virtuoso guarding him, and his heart chilled. "Their strength is not below mine. If I bring you along, none of us can make it out of the illusory sky domain." The level 8 virtuoso continued. "After I leave, I will inform the Jun family virtuosos standing guard outside the eastern deity island. Don't worry, they wouldn't dare touch you." At that moment, Jun Chuyan knew that he was about to be abandoned. The edges of his eyes twitched, and his heart felt like it had been stabbed. How could some low-level Renhuang from an outer continent force him into such a pathetic state where he was abandoned and handed over just like that? "If anything happened to you, the family will certainly kill them and annihilate their entire clan. The family will seek vengeance for you," the level 8 virtuoso continued. Jun Chuyan knew that since he had already said it like this, it meant that there was no possibility of turning the tables this time. Nothing could be changed. "All right," Jun Chuyan nodded. He did not struggle because he already knew that was no point doing that. "Just endure it and live on," the man continued. Jun Chuyan nodded silently. Right after that, his uncle morphed into a streak of light and continued forward, while he was not brought along and was left behind. With a flash of lightning and a clap of thunder, Beigong Ao caught up and saw his opponent leaving a dazed Jun Chuyan behind. Soon he understood that Jun Chuyan was abandoned. His opponent knew that he would not be able to escape if he brought Jun Chuyan along, so he eventually decided to desert Jun Chuyan and retreat alone. Beigong Ao did not continue pursuing his opponent. After all, he was also a level 8 practitioner, so Beigong Ao was not certain that he could trap his opponent. Anyway, only Jun Qian was Yi Futian's target. It should be sufficient to capture just him. He stopped in midair and glanced at Jun Qian. Back when he was at the Penglai deity lake, he might have had some respect and even reverence for the Jun family of the Penglai continent. When he once again looked at his opponent now, he only felt indifference and irony. This change in attitude seemed to correspond to a change in the difference in their strength. Without him knowing, Beigong Ao had also changed. He no longer saw Jun Qian as a threat, but merely found him to be rather pathetic. Yi Futian arrived quickly and saw Jun Qian quietly standing there. He let out an expression of puzzlement, but his confusion lasted for only a moment. When he looked at Jun Qian, his eyes carried a tinge of sympathy. "Pathetic," Yi Futian said. As he finished, his will of the sword started whirling again, twirling around his body, pointing forward. "When you leave the Eastern Deity Island, the virtuosos of the Jun family will be waiting there," Jun Qian said. Before he even finished speaking, the will of the sword had already descended upon him, and a streak of sword qi pierced through his body. Jun Qian let out a muffled groan. He lifted his head toward Yi Futian with a mixture of rage and hopelessness. How could Yi Futian dare to harm him without hesitation? Swords whistled through the air, piercing through Jun Qian's body continuously, wreaking havoc inside him. With a splish, Jun Qian vomited blood, his aura becoming gradually weaker. He glared at Yi Futian with hatred. He could barely stand without wobbling. "The Jun family will vanquish your entire family!" Jun Qian spat viciously at Yi Futian as he glared at him. How dare Yi Futian destroy his cultivation? Yi Futian raised his hand, and instantly a powerful pulling force descended. Jun Qian's body flew straight toward Yi Futian. Branches and leaves tangled around his body, binding him. Yi Futian then turned around and left with Jun Qian in tow. The onlookers looked toward that direction. Seeing Yi Futian, they let out a puzzled expression. Someone exclaimed in shock, "That is the young master of the Jun family of the Penglai continent, Jun Qian, one of the candidates for the heir of the Jun family." Many people felt a deep tremble in their hearts. The young master of the Penglai continent was crippled by someone. Furthermore, he was treated in such a manner. This caused many people to wonder who was that youth in white. It seemed like Jun Qian had offended a rather hard character and was thus cruelly crippled. In this Eastern Deity Island, there were indeed powerful practitioners, even among the ones whom few had heard of before. Countless people looked at Jun Qian, and many voices incessantly entered his ears. His face was ashen. This pain that he was suffering was worse than death. Perhaps Jun Qian was the most humiliated direct descendant of a top-tier faction in the history of the Penglai continent. Chapter 1925. Toward Core Island. Yi Futian arrived back at their original battlefield, with Jun Qian restrained. Many people were still waiting there. Upon their arrival, the expressions on many virtuosos changed slightly. They were very shocked. Jun Qian had been crippled, and his cultivation was completely destroyed. In the crowd, several people knew the origin of their grudge, and there were even some who witnessed the beginning of their dispute at the Penglai deity lake. It could be said that the conflict between the two of them was due to Jun Qian's arrogance. However, at that time, everyone felt that it was nothing, as though Jun Qian's arrogance was the norm and should be accepted. After that, news of Bai Mu stepping in to stop the fight between them spread, and they all thought that in the Eastern Deity Island, Yi Futian would die for sure. Many of the virtuosos did not pay close attention to something that was bound to happen, and thus nearly forgot about the entire event. No one expected that on the Eastern Deity Island, it would be Yi Futian who completely dominated Jun Qian. At this point, Jun Chuyen was like a dog who had lost its home. He looked extremely pathetic, his aura was fragile, and it looked like there was no life in him, and he could die at any moment. It was as though he were a zombie. Setting aside the question of whether he was humiliated, Jun Chuyen's life had practically ended prematurely. To a practitioner of his status, tortured with his cultivation stripped, there was not much meaning in living. There was no more value to his life. Perhaps apart from his closest family, no one would care if he lived or died. Jun Chuyen was utterly finished. Even though Shang Guanche had vaguely guessed the outcome, upon seeing just how pathetic Jun Chuyen had become, she could not help but feel a ripple in her heart. Jun Chuyen was someone who was equal in status to her. Among the next generation in the Penglai continent, he was also a powerful figure. Not only was he a disciple of a renowned family, but he also had exceptional talent, and everyone had heard of his name. No one would have expected that his fate would be this tragic. She then turned her gaze to the white-haired youth who was dragging Jun Chuyen. Apart from admiring Yi Futian's talent, Shang Guanche was also a little wary of him. This guy was a little too callous. In fact, one could even say he was a little insane. Just how many virtuosos did he kill today? It seemed like the Jun family of the Penglai continent would forever be at odds with him and certainly have him killed. As one of the top-tier factions in the Penglai continent, there was no way the Jun family would tolerate the massacre and humiliation of their members. The moment Yi Futian left the eastern deity island, there would likely be a devastating battle. Standing a distance away, Yunja's face seemed to have a cold expression. He felt extremely uncomfortable with Jun Chuyen's fate. After glancing at Yi Futian and Shang Guanche, he took his people and retreated from the area in a flash. Yi Futian did not attempt to stop him. His grudge was mainly with Jun Chuyen, and since he had already offended the Jun family of the Penglai continent, he did not want to make more enemies. He took a step forward toward Shang Guanche and looked at Xia Qingyuan and the rest standing behind Shang Guanche. Yi Futian spoke to Shang Guanche. "Thank you very much." "No need for thanks. I didn't do much," Shang Guanche replied. No one tried to attack her, so of course she did not do anything. As she finished speaking, she telepathically told Yi Futian, "Having abused Jun Chuyen like that, you'll probably encounter much trouble when you leave the eastern deity island." "That's why I'm keeping him alive for now," Yi Futian replied. Shang Guanche took a glance at the crippled Jun Chuyen and spoke again. "A crippled Jun Chuyen will have little value to the Jun family. Apart from his parents, likely no one else in the Jun family will be concerned about his life. It is more likely that they will care if you are dead." Yi Futian understood what she meant. The Jun family would likely have him killed. "I understand," Yi Futian replied. He only left Jun Chuyen alive to avoid Dongyuan Pavilion from being implicated. Of course, this was not a perfect plan, and so he needed to prepare in case the Jun family was determined to kill him at all costs. Miss Shangguan can also be considered to have stood against the Jun family and threatened their people. Likely, the Jun family will not forget. Furthermore, the Yunjia who left earlier was staring at you in a predatory manner. "Shall we join hands when we leave Eastern Deity Island?" Yi Futian conveyed his thoughts. Shang Guanche let out a puzzled expression. Previously, she had intended to make use of Yi Futian, and he seemed to have not minded. Now that it had come to this, it seemed like the two of them were alike after all. Yi Futian similarly wanted to make use of her to deal with the Jun family. The two of them were making the same calculations. Even back then, Yi Futian was already considering what to do after leaving Eastern Deity Island. Her gorgeous eyes turned to look intently at Yi Futian for a moment. This white-haired youth before her made her feel a tinge of fear. He had an unparalleled talent, and while his cultivation level was not high, his strength was extraordinary. Moreover, he was extremely callous and was quite scheming too. It would be extremely troublesome if such a person became her enemy. Jun Chuyen was a perfect example. Previously in the Penglai deity region, Jun Chuyen probably did not expect Yi Futian to have such great strength. It was because he underestimated Yi Futian that his men were cruelly massacred and his cultivation stripped, thereby becoming crippled. I didn't actually lay a finger on Jun Chuyen or any of the Jun family members, so it doesn't count, right? Shangguan Chuye replied. Her tone had a touch of displeasure. She did not want to be exploited by Yi Futian. Regardless of whether or not you really participated, your stance is already clear. Moreover, Miss Shangguan also said that you would help me deal with the level 8 practitioner. The Jun family will certainly know about it. Even if you don't act, do you think the Jun family will let the Shangguan family off? Yi Futian continued. Since there will be a battle sooner or later, why don't you act first? Furthermore, I am not that weak either, so certainly I can help you in some way. Shangguan Chuye should be clear on the relationship between the two families. With Jun Chuyen crippled, a new conflict was bound to be born between the two families. Indeed, a war among the renowned families of the Penglai continent was looming on the horizon already, and it was certainly inevitable. Even if the Shangguan family wanted to avoid it, they could not. Moreover, Yi Futian has already explained the situation clearly. If they allied with him, their strength would increase to a certain extent. Otherwise, the Jun family could eradicate Yi Futian and his group and then come back to deal with the Shangguan family. If she thought along these lines, her choice was quite simple and straightforward. I am not in a position to make this choice, Shangguan Chuye replied a little unhappily. No worries. Miss Shangguan can take your time to consider carefully, Yi Futian replied. He then left with Jun Chuyen. The relic on the cliff face had already been destroyed, and this place has thus ceased to be a cultivation spot. There was no point in staying any longer. He radiated his divine consciousness outwards, and it covered the vast region. He noticed that many people were directing their divine consciousness toward him. It seemed that what happened before had captured the attention of several people. However, Yi Futian was not bothered by it. The level 8 virtuoso from the Jun family managed to escape, so naturally news of what happened here could not be kept under wraps. Many practitioners had witnessed him breed enmity with the Jun family. What he should be considering then would be how he could further raise his strength on this eastern deity island. First, Jun Chuyen was already his hostage. However, Jun Chuyen was not as valuable as he was, and if the Jun family virtuosos were a little more cold-blooded, they could completely neglect his life. The next point of consideration was his alliance with the Shangguan family. However, it was still a question whether the Shangguan family was willing to side with him. Even if they became allies, how much effort were they willing to put in? Thus, he could not place too much hope on the Shangguan family. This was the eastern deity island. If he wanted to deal with the Penglai continent's top-tier faction, the Jun family, then the best method was to borrow the strength of the factions on the eastern deity island. The only problem was that it might be a little difficult to do that. As of now, he had yet to truly step onto the core island of the eastern deity island. Is the entrance to the core island in that direction? Yi Futian sent his divine consciousness toward a certain direction. He noticed that the virtuosos in the illusory sky domain were flocking towards a certain direction. In that area, many had extraordinary auras. Beigong Ao followed Yi Futian's gaze. There's a rather strange land over there. It is the path that anyone must take if he wishes to reach the core island of the eastern deity island. It is only through traversing that route that one can arrive at the core island of the eastern deity island. However, from what I know, only an exceedingly small number of practitioners can enter the core island historically, and it is the case for every generation. It is said that anyone who enters the core island will be gifted pills of the great path. These are not common elixirs, but rather rare, precious ones. Furthermore, the eastern deity island will actively try to have you join their ranks. Naturally, it is the same this time. Yi Futian lightly nodded his head. The Eastern Deity Island setup to gift cultivation opportunities might appear to be a selfless act, but Yi Futian did not believe so. The Eastern Deity Island was not a scared land of cultivation, so there was no need for them to spend large amounts of manpower to invite practitioners from various continents to seek cultivation on the island. Nor was there any need for them to gift cultivation opportunities like that. Moreover, they even gave pills of the Great Path, which was obviously impossible. Thus, there must naturally be a motive behind Eastern Deity Island's actions. According to what Baigong Ao said, the Eastern Deity Island would try to win over those who performed exceedingly well. Did this mean that the Eastern Deity Island was plotting something? For countless years, the Eastern Deity Island had been isolating itself from the rest of the world, focused only on cultivation, avoiding all conflict in the rest of the world. They didn't even interfere in any matters in the Penglai continent. Was it really because they were weak? Yi Futian thought that the Eastern Deity Island was merely hiding its true strength. However, its true motive was still a mystery. "Let's go," Yi Futian said aloud. There were quite a few Great Path opportunities on the Eastern Deity Island, but he had already obtained 2 of them. If he continued to spoil the other areas, he would become a public enemy. Anyway, any more would be icing on the cake and not much meaning to him. Vajra, demon-slaying rhythm, and the boundless sword were 2 extraordinarily powerful assault techniques, and these were sufficient for him. Thus, he headed in that direction towards the core island of the Eastern Deity Island. Shangguan Chuye's eyes flashed when she noticed Yi Futian's silhouette. It seemed like this guy intended to take on the challenge of entering the core island. It wasn't easy to enter the core island, but it was certainly possible for Yi Futian to enter the realm of the core of the Eastern Deity Island. She suddenly had a thought. If Yi Futian succeeded, then the people of the Eastern Deity Island would probably not allow the Jun family virtuosos to deal with Yi Futian. If conflict also broke out between the Eastern Deity Island and the Jun family, then it would certainly be a great opportunity. Chapter 1926, Chess Game. A large gate connected to the core area of Eastern Deity Island lay inside the illusory sky domain. The gate was called the Eastern Deity Gate. At that moment, multiple powerful cultivators had gathered in front of Eastern Deity Gate. The Eastern Deity Gate was a gate for deities. It extended high into the sky. Clouds hung around it, creating an ethereal atmosphere. In front of the Eastern Deity Gate was a magnificent building that stood upright like a wall. Many people stood on the wall. They were looking at a giant matrix in front of the Eastern Deity Gate. The matrix was a large chessboard, and there were 36 spots on the chessboard. At that moment, 36 practitioners stood on the board, and all around each of them were many Great Path chess pieces hovering around. Among the 36 cultivators on the board, there were elderly, middle-aged, as well as some young ones. There were men and women alike. Even though the cultivators were at different playing levels, they all stood upon the same chessboard. When Yi Futian and his group arrived, they saw many cultivators from all sides standing on the wall-like building. Everyone gazed at the chessboard in front of them. At that moment, an intense battle had just begun on the chessboard. However, the battle was not between humans. It was a clash between chess pieces. Apart from that, on the left and right of the chessboard were 9 platforms. Several people were already seated on these platforms. Each of them had an unusual sense of class and elegance. They were all remarkable and extraordinary characters. "So this is the Great Path chess," Yi Futian mumbled. He already knew what it was by the time he had arrived. A Great Path chessboard was in front of the Eastern Deity Gate. Every game required 36 participants. Every participant would get 36 Great Path chess pieces. The participants could pour their Great Path energies into every chess piece. The 36 cultivators would then battle it out in a battle royale on the Great Path chessboard. The winner would move on to the platform. There were 9 platforms. So, when 9 victors emerged, another battle royale would ensue. The winner of this 9-way battle would obtain the right to step through the Eastern Deity Gate. The Eastern Deity Island also promised that every person who passed through the gate would receive a pill of the Great Path as a reward. As such, many strong personalities would come and test their strength. As long as they could win, they would be able to get their hands on an extremely valuable pill of the Great Path. It was without a doubt not a common item. This was the reputation of the Eastern Deity Island. Moreover, the winner could also reap other benefits. Yi Futian's group landed on top of the building. Gazing forward, they saw that many people also stood on top of the building like them. Also, many were subsequently arriving behind them. Many people would first try their luck in encountering a great path opportunity in the illusory sky domain before arriving here to challenge the chess game. After all, while a pill was valuable, the benefits of those great path opportunities were also incredibly helpful in increasing a practitioner's strength. So, it was natural that they would not miss it. Jun Chuyen, being brought along as a captive by Yi Futian, also attracted the gazes of several practitioners from the Penglai continent. The faces of people who recognized Jun Chuyen distorted after they saw the scene. They glanced at Yi Futian, then at the person standing beside him, and noticed that it was actually the lady of the Shangguan clan, Shangguan Chuye. Could it be that the Shangguan clan had joined hands with outsiders to fight against the Jun family? It looked like the peace on the Penglai continent was coming to an end. Did their conflict begin while they were within the territory of the Eastern Deity Island? Shangguan Chuye caught up to Yi Futian from behind. She also wanted to see what Yi Futian would do here. She thought with his talent, unless he encounters an extremely powerful opponent, he should be able to get through the Eastern Deity Gate easily. The chessboard is also a matrix. The moment the 36 participants step on it, 36 Great Path chess pieces will appear. You can inject your power of the Great Path into the pieces and battle against the others. Here, the gap between one's plane level is ignored. The strength and durability of every chess piece are the same. The key is the strength of the path. Of course, a person whose plane level is higher would have a more profound understanding of the Great Path. Thus, even if the chess piece would reduce the gap between plane levels, a person of a higher plane level still has some advantages, Shangguan Chuye explained to Yi Futian. Then she continued, after defeating everyone else on the chessboard, and if the victor still has remaining chess pieces, he or she will be able to move to one of the 9 platforms on the sides and watch the remaining battles. Once the 9 platforms are filled, the next battle will take place and decide who among the 9 would go through the East Deity Gate. To you, this shouldn't be too hard. At least the first round will be no problem. Clearly, Shangguan Chuye was very confident with Yi Futian's strength. She had seen his strength before, and naturally, Yi Futian's path was very powerful. His battle strength was the manifestation of his power of the Great Path. Yi Futian scanned and looked at the 9 platforms. Only 2 were not yet filled. This meant that after 2 more rounds of battle, one person would obtain the right to enter the Eastern Deity Gate. At that moment, an extremely intense battle began on the chessboard. It was a chaotic battle between multiple sides. Everyone joined, and after a moment, a cultivator achieved victory and walked onto the platform. However, he did not seem all that happy. On the contrary, he seemed very solemn. His gaze moved towards a particular location, and in his eyes was fear. On the platform, a young man sat with his legs crossed. His eyes were closed as he cultivated. He seemed a class different from others, and Yi Futian also discovered that many others were also looking at him. Yi Futian looked at the man and noticed that he had seen the young man before. When he entered Eastern Deity Island, this was the young man who made the flowering tree react. Based on the guesses of many, this person most probably had an extraordinary background. "Next round," said a deity standing in front of the wall-like building. She was a deity of Eastern Deity Island, and she was the host of the battles of the Great Path over there. However, after she spoke, no one seemed willing to enter the chessboard. Since there's no hope anyway, might as well give it a try, said a practitioner light-heartedly with a smile. Then he went straight onto the chessboard. After that, many others followed suit with a similar mindset and entered the round. After hearing the discussions of the people around him, Futian understood why no strong or powerful character took part in this round. They are wary of someone. Shangguanchuya also realized it. After winning this battle, the winner would still have to battle the other 9 on the platform. So if an overwhelming character were already on the platform, the others would start to hesitate. That's right. I am afraid that everyone who joined this time is just here to take part. There are no strong characters, said an old man who was beside them. Could the elder help explain? Shangguanchuya asked the old man. Look at him. The old man pointed at the young man who made the flowering tree behave peculiarly and said, This person entered the chessboard and completely dominated the other cultivators with 9 chess pieces. In the 36-way battle, he used 9 pieces, and yet no one could defeat him. In the end, he managed to get on the platform with a perfect battle record of losing only 1 piece. How could someone compete with that? Using only 9 chess pieces? Shangguanchuya mumbled lightly. The old man nodded. 36 chess pieces, and he only used 9 pieces. He did not even touch the remaining pieces. He only lost 1 piece, which means that he will have 35 pieces remaining in the subsequent battle. And up until now, all the remaining chess pieces of the other 7 on the platforms totals to 41 pieces. This means that even if they include the last guy, the 8th guy, they would still not have that many chess pieces. Do you understand now? Shangguanchuya raised her head slightly and said, Thank you very much. Naturally, she understood. The winner preserved his chess pieces for the subsequent 9-way battle. In the first round, the frightening thing was that he was able to sweep his opponents away with just 9 chess pieces. Moreover, he only lost 1 piece. The result was extremely daunting. Who would dare go up? No wonder many people were talking about it earlier. Taking part in the battles meant that they joined to participate. They did not bear any hopes of entering the Eastern Deity Gate. Avoiding strong cultivators was a technique. After all, many wanted to pass the Eastern Deity Gate. Naturally, no one would want to encounter such a strong opponent who would affect one's ability to get through that Eastern Deity Gate. 1 out of 36. After that, 1 out of 9. This meant that only 1 out of 324 people would enter through the Eastern Deity Gate. This was also with the least number of battles. If a person achieved victory but lost all his or her chess pieces, another group of 36 would have to hash it out again. From this, one could only imagine just how difficult it was. This time, practitioners from continents from everywhere had come to the Eastern Deity Island. No one knew the real strength of others, so it was natural to observe and learn. Futian looked toward the battle on the chessboard. It was as expected. The battle was not very exciting. It was even inferior to the previous battle. After some time, the winner was finally decided. The winner stepped onto the platform, and now 9 people stood on the platform. The Eastern Deity Island host deity looked at them and said, Please enter the chessboard. The 9 of them walked down and landed on the chessboard. The young man, who was the prime focus of many cultivators, also opened his eyes. He got up slowly and began walking toward. Then he landed on the chessboard. 9 people, all stood in 9 different locations. Great path chess pieces appeared subsequently and hovered around their bodies. The number of chess pieces surrounding most participants was in the single digit. Only that young man had 35 great path chess pieces hovering around him, radiating bright and pretty lights. Moreover, each of his chess pieces illuminated brighter than others. The other 8 cultivators fixed their gaze on him. They seemed to have reached an agreement as they became in sync and wanted to deal with the young man first. Otherwise, they would have no chance. Do it, said a person. The moment he finished speaking, the 8 of them initiated their attacks. Chess pieces after pieces flew around looking for blood. Every single chess piece contained a strong and forceful great path of attack. The young man watched everything calmly. He moved his palms lightly, and suddenly, bright divine light flashed in front of them. The 27 chess pieces shone simultaneously and flew all around him, creating a light screen. The blinding and beautiful divine light shot out of the light screen like a matrix of the great path. Crack, crack, crack one after another, the great path chess pieces were crushed and fell on the ground. The cultivators' expressions changed. They learned that the young person had actually preserved his strength and did not go all out. After all, one is disqualified if they run out of chess pieces. So, it was natural for anyone to feel a little greed. "Cheeky bastard," roared an elder, "to actually preserve one's strength, even in a situation like this." Vong! The light screen made from chess pieces surrounding the young man became larger. A vague yet frightening illusory shadow then began to loom in. Chapter 1927. Joining in. The 27 chess pieces seemed like they had merged into one. Golden divine light radiated from the chess pieces, and an unparalleled illusion emerged. The chess pieces moved forward, and it felt as if a huge pagoda had arrived, crushing the enemy. Bang, bang. The other chess pieces used to attack the young man were crushed into nothingness. The young man waved his finger, and the 27 chess pieces flew and dashed all over the place in a frenzy. Sounds of chess pieces cracking and breaking filled the air. All the great path chess pieces of the other 8 cultivators had been turned into dust. The unparalleled illusion towered over everyone with a tinge of condescension. This competition of the great paths ended without a hint of suspense. The young man achieved an overwhelming victory and crushed his opponents. Furthermore, of the 27 chess pieces he used for the attack, none were destroyed. Among the 36 chess pieces, 35 remained. Congratulations! After the battle, the Eastern Deity Island host deity congratulated the young man. She then continued, "You can wait on the side, and we will enter the Eastern Deity gate later together." "Okay." The young man nodded. With a flash, his body disappeared. He moved swiftly to the side of the Eastern Deity gate. There was an empty penthouse over there, so the young man went there. After that, he crossed his legs and sat down before continuing with his cultivation. Invincible, thought many practitioners standing in front of the chessboard. No one could even threaten the young man. The result was splendid. He only lost 1 chess piece. They wondered if someone else had been able to do this before. At that time, the Eastern Deity Island's deity host spoke again. "Who else?" As soon as she finished asking, someone immediately strode forward towards the chessboard. He landed one of the 6 locations on the chessboard. The next moment, 36 great path chess pieces appeared and hovered around his body. "It is the young city lord of Wushang City," said someone with a surprised expression. Wushang City was one of the main cities on the Penglai continent. Wushang City's city lord was powerful. This young city lord's cultivation level was already at a frightening level. He was at least on the 6th plane, his combat ability was remarkable, and his talent was extraordinary. He chose to be the first to enter the stage, probably because he wanted to silence and stun the others, to make other powerful cultivators avoid him, to not compete with him. The young city lord of one of the strongest factions on the Penglai continent, Wushang City's young city, Lord Lu Qing, Shengguanchuya explained to Yi Futian. She continued, "It is very well known all across the Penglai continent. He is a lot more exceptional compared to Junchuyan. Of course, the same goes for me. He is the heir of Wushang City. There is no doubt about it. The reason why Lu Qing chose to be the first one to enter is to pronounce that the 2nd seat belonged to him. That means that you would also lose if you went up there," asked Yi Futian. "That's the most likely case," replied Shangguanchuya. "If you're not in a hurry, avoiding him is a good option. While you are probably stronger than him, I am afraid that there may be other powerful characters in the later round. Once you expose your strength, you may become the target of the larger group and be surrounded. There might be some pressure. From Shang Guanchue's point of view, the overwhelming power that Yi Futian displayed was sufficient to defeat even Lu Qing. However, Lu Qing was still a strong opponent who might be able to pressure Yi Futian. It looks like the young city lord of Wushang City has sealed the victory of this first round of battle, said someone. For a time, no one actually got on the board. The young city lord of Wushang City. An elegant-looking young man flashed and appeared on the large chessboard. The man had a very handsome face and pure white skin. He was refined and elegant like a woman, rare, pretty boy. Beiyuan continent. Baigu, said the young man gently with a feminine yet dreary voice, sending chills down several people's spines. Named continents were never weak. Beiyuan continent was a continent of similar strength compared to Penglai continent. However, most people had never been to a place so far away before, so in comparison, the name of Beiyuan continent was unfamiliar to most. However, some of those in major and powerful factions knew what the by-family name of Beiyuan continent meant. The by-family name of Beiyuan continent conquered the entire Beiyuan continent. Unlike the Penglai continent, they were the absolute conqueror. Even Lu Qing stopped to look at Baigu. He looked at Baigu with a rather solemn expression. However, he did not seem too bothered by it. If he did not encounter him here, he would still have to face him in a later battle. It did not matter that much to him. I knew that practitioners who came to cultivate and train in Eastern Deity Island this time would be strong. Wushang City dominates part of the Penglai continent, while the royal by family conquers the Beiyuan continent. This old man is nameless, but I would like to join in the fun. Another man stepped up. He was elderly, but his aura was domineering. He was a high order in Huang. This elder defeated many people who competed against him elsewhere when encountering a great path opportunity. He is mighty. The expressions on some were solemn, and most were at least a little shocked. From the conversations and comments, they began to understand Baigu's weight. It was only the first battle. Were all the powerful cultivators rushing into the chess battle? Since that is the case, I will also join in the fun, said another voice. This time it was a woman, Ren Huang. She wore a long red robe and had an air of elegance and glamour, as if she were a queen whom one should never offend. Blood Empress, Shang Guanchuye said softly. Every practitioner from Penglai continent seemed to tremble after seeing her. What was going on? One after another, powerful characters had entered the stage. Were they rushing in to prove themselves in the chess battle? Could they not wait until the next round? Each of these practitioners who joined in was a powerful cultivator. They were proud. The mysterious young man from before was too powerful and caused many to avoid him intentionally. That in and of itself had already violated their principles. Now, the mysterious young man had already won. He would no longer take part in the battle. Would they avoid the battle again? Moreover, in this battle to pass through the gate, thousands of practitioners from various continents remained. It was truly a situation where powerful cultivators were as common as clouds in the sky. Who knew what kinds of opponents would appear in the next round? Every battle would have someone powerful, particularly after the battle where the 9 victors had to battle again. So it was inevitable. They did not want to keep waiting to continue avoiding others. As such, the current situation was created. Since many powerful characters were already like that, there was nothing for the others to avoid. One after another, people began to step onto the chessboard. Not many could step into the core area of Eastern Deity Island in the first place. Most people knew their limits. They were only there for the experience. Since that was the case, why be picky? There was nothing to be afraid of. Moreover, if they were there to train, the higher the number of powerful characters, the better. Seeing the scene before them, Many knew that this round of battle belonged to the few strong people. The rest were just there to participate. A few of them are very strong. Let's avoid this, Shangguan Chuya said. However, just as she ended her sentence, Yi Futian strode forward and said, "Help me keep an eye on him." Leaving Jun Chuyan behind, Yi Futian walked forward and moved onto the chessboard, leaving Shangguan Chuya with a wide-eyed stare. This guy. However, she knew just how powerful Yi Futian was. In a 1-versus-1 situation, whether it was Lu Qing or Bai Gu, none of those on the board would defeat Yi Futian. However, she worried that if Yi Futian showed his true strength, he would be targeted, and in that situation, who knew what could happen? This guy also went up there. Many Penglai continents, Ren Huang, also noticed Yi Futian. He was ringing Jun Chuyan all over the place, so it was natural that people paid attention to him. In addition to that, practitioners at the Cliff Face relic earlier had amused expressions on their faces. So he is moving, they thought. Earlier, several extraordinary characters entered the stage, and most people thought that the winner would be one of them. However, when Yi Futian emerged, they knew that the ultimate victor would be Yi Futian. Among them, one person said with confidence, "It looks like the victor of this battle is decided." The victor is decided? Lu Qing, the Blood Empress, Bai Chu, these are all powerful people. I would assume it is still very much up in the air now. Someone replied. "They will not win," answered the guy who spoke earlier. He glanced at the other person with a profound smile. Huh. The person seemed perplexed and asked, "Then who do you think will be the victor?" Him. The guy pointed at Yi Futian, which led to a lot of people looking at him. Yi Futian, with his white hair, wore a white outfit. His aura and demeanor were definitely extraordinary. Devilishly handsome, Yi Futian's face could be regarded as handsome as Bai Gu, if not even more so. For a short time, he definitely attracted the gazes of many people. However, to claim that he could defeat all the strong characters on the board, it was still a questionable remark, to say the least. Of course, since someone did make that claim, it meant that he was definitely quite exceptional in some areas. So who was this person? On the chessboard, Yi Futian landed in a location. Instantly, 36 chess pieces appeared and hovered around his body. It was as if they were created from a spell of the Matrix. It was quite incredible. Yi Futian injected his divine consciousness and power of the Great Path into the chess pieces. Then, the next moment, the chess pieces began buzzing and emitting whooshing noises. The will of the Great Path began to emanate from the chess pieces. It seemed very natural. Then Yi Futian frowned. He felt as if someone had fixed their eyes on him. He raised his head. On the chessboard, someone on his side decided to start his attack. 9 chess pieces rushed over towards. The chess pieces contained an extreme power of the thunder. They transformed into the 9 beams of the light of thunder and flew straight toward Yi Futian. The 9 beams of light of the Great Path of thunder shot at Yi Futian. Yi Futian raised and waved his arms. Immediately after, a chess piece flew out and drew a perfect and beautiful curve that transformed into a sword will. The sword will directly pierce through the opponent's 9 chess pieces, destroying every single one in an instant. The 9 chess pieces fell. The practitioner looked at Yi Futian. In front of Yi Futian, the only thing left was the frightening aura flowing from that chess piece. He only used 1 piece to defeat his 9 pieces. On the chessboard, several others turned their eyes toward Yi Futian. This guy also seemed very strong. Chapter 1928. All of you together. The key to winning in the chess battle was the strength of one's great path and their law power. The level of the power of the great path contained within every chess piece was the same. The person lost 9 chess pieces to Yi Futian's chess with the great path of the sword. Clearly, his power of the Great Path of Thunder was far inferior to Yi Futian's power of the Great Path of Attack. The expression on the face of the person who attacked Yi Futian changed slightly. Then Yi Futian pointed his finger toward the sky. The next moment, 9 chess pieces appeared at the same time. Each of the 9 chess pieces contained an incredibly powerful sword will. Moreover, every sword will seem to be slightly different. Amidst the chess battle, they shook intensely while making crisp, whooshing sounds. Go! Yi Futian waved his palm. In an instant, the 9 chess pieces flew toward the Ren Huang who attacked him before. Feeling the sword aura hidden with the chess pieces, the practitioner's expression changed. His remaining 27 chess pieces flew over and transformed into a giant roaring thunder beast. Surrounded by the chess pieces, the illusion of a daunting thunder beast emerged. It devoured the sky and charged straight towards Yi Futian's chess pieces. Bzzz, bzzz. Sharp, deafening sounds filled the air. The 9 great paths of the sword chess pieces were devoured directly, and they vanished before everyone's eyes. However, in just an instant, the sword will pierce through the giant thunder beast and headed straight toward the practitioner. Seeing the incoming sword will whistle over, the practitioner quickly raised his arms in an attempt to block. Vong! The chess pieces drew another beautiful curve and turned around. The power of thunder on the chessboard disappeared, and the aura from the 27 chess pieces disappeared as well. Apart from that, the practitioner also used his own powers. The destruction of one's chess pieces or the utilization of one's own power in the match meant one's elimination. Then, looking at Yi Futian's side, his 9 chess pieces were still buzzing and hovering in front of him. They were still in perfect condition. Complete victory. All the cultivators present were slightly shocked when they saw the scene unfold before them. While a victory was common, Yi Futian eliminated his opponent in the first battle of this round without losing anything. That strength was definitely uncommon, and it made even more people pay attention to him. Earlier, someone made the bold claim that there would be no suspense to this battle. Yi Futian would be the winner. Many thought that it was simply due to boasting. Now, it looked like this white-haired Renhuang's strength was indeed quite overwhelming. Perhaps he really was worthy of being considered a winner of this battle. At that time, multiple chess pieces began to move and flew all over the gigantic chessboard. The other cultivators had also started to move. The chess pieces of Lu Qing, the young city lord of Wushang City, danced in front of him. It was not one by one, or perhaps in a group of 9. Instead, all 36 of his chess pieces flew out at the same time. They converged and created a giant axe. It was also filled with the violent power of the great path of thunder. It was also accompanied by a frightening dark gold airflow, which caused crackling sounds that filled the sky. 36 chess pieces flew into the sky before slashing down at a person in front of him. The person's expression changed after sensing the power of the attack. 36 chess pieces danced and converged into an unbreakable spear before clashing against the descending chess pieces coming from the sky. Clang, the thunder battle axe slashed downward, splitting the opponent's spear into 2 and the accompanying chess pieces into smithereens. Such a potent attack! The hearts of many cultivators trembled. Moreover, Lu Qing used all 36 of his chess pieces in his attack. He did not leave any space for himself at all. If his attack had failed to defeat his opponent and his chess pieces were restrained, it would be game over for him. Or, if someone else had used the opportunity to sneak an attack on him and forced him to use his own strength to block it, he would also be eliminated. It was incredible confidence. Very few use all 36 of their chess pieces to initiate an attack. Bai Gu, the Blood Empress, and the powerful cultivators also started making their moves one after another. The chess pieces in front of Bai Gu danced, twisted, and turned while a chilly and frightening aura sealed the sky around him, creating a great path of ice seal domain. Everything came from those chess pieces. Even when other chess pieces tried to attack him, it was difficult to get through this ice-sealed Great Path domain. At the same time, the twisting and turning chess pieces also converged and created a formidable giant ice dragon. Bearing its claws and teeth, it breathed at a person in front of it. Its breath turned the air cold. The opponent wanted to initiate an attack. He poured his power of the Great Path into his chess pieces, but the chess pieces were sealed with ice in front of the dragon's breath, turning into ice. The chess pieces no longer seemed to have any strength. "What incredible frost, Will!" Someone watching the battle outside the chessboard exclaimed after seeing the power of the ice seal. He then said, "Everyone battling on the chessboard is on the same level. It is easier to determine the strength of one's Great Path. This chessboard matrix is truly an idea from a genius. Anyone who emerges as the victor must be the one with the strongest potential." In another location, the Blood Empress attack turned into a crimson red light. Crimson roses seemed to appear everywhere her chess pieces passed through. Under the beautiful outer appearances laid frightening crimson lightning that destroyed everything. Apart from them, several others also displayed formidable strength. However, Yi Futian, the young city lord of Wushang City, Lu Qing, Baigu, and the Blood Empress were able to defeat their opponents without losing any of their chess pieces. It was as if the competition between them had already begun. None wanted to fall behind, and one was stronger than another. "Let's work together." The other participants transmitted their voices to each other. Lu Qing, Baigu, and the Blood Empress were all very powerful. There was no way they could win. Moreover, the white-haired Renhuang's Great Path chess pieces were also incredible and were a great threat. If they fought alone, they would have no chance. Close to Yi Futian, several Renhuang initiated their attacks at the same time. Chess pieces flew towards Yi Futian from 3 directions. From the front, beams of golden light of the Great Path flashed. The chess pieces each converged into a tiny golden cauldron. 36 tiny cauldrons surrounded an area and charged towards him. From another direction, strands of sharp sword auras flew towards Yi Futian. From the last direction, Great Path chess pieces turned into a golden light that flew across the sky and shot straight at Yi Futian. The intention was to bypass Yi Futian's chess pieces and directly attack his person, to force him into making a move. Vong! The chess pieces around Yi Futian's body started dancing at the same time. They hovered and circled his body. Multiple powerful sword wills flowed around the area and created a great path of the sword domain that spread outward. All 36 tiny cauldrons descended at the same time. When they entered the sword domain, crisp cracking sounds could be heard. In a single moment, the cauldrons transformed from chess pieces were crushed into pieces. At the same time, the other attacks also arrived. However, the conclusion was the same. The moment their chess pieces entered the sword domain created by Yi Futian's chess pieces, they would be directly destroyed. Their attacks looked like suicide attacks. Many became speechless after witnessing this. Was the gap between their great paths so great? Moreover, even if they were using the same great path of the sword, their strengths were on completely different levels. The other battles were similar. Lu Qing and Baigu were also clearly on another level. However, at that time, Lu Qing encountered a very powerful opponent. It was the elderly man who had entered the chessboard just a little bit after him. In that battle, the old man got rid of 9 of Lu Qing's chess pieces, so he was left with only 27 pieces. The Blood Empress lost 3 chess pieces in her battles. Only Baigu was like Yi Futian and did not lose a single chess piece. They were undamaged. However, this could be due to the opponents they faced. As the battle raged on, the number of people left decreased substantially. As predicted by the crowd, only 4 people remained on top of the chessboard: Yi Futian, Lu Qing, Baigu, and the Blood Empress. Coincidentally, they stood in 4 different locations. Yi Futian stood near Baigu, while the Blood Empress was closer to Lu Qing. The 4 of them fell silent for a moment as they examined each other. Lu Qing had the least amount of chess pieces left. It was still 27 pieces. The elder from earlier took down 9 chess pieces in his violent attack, formed by 36 chess pieces. It was incredibly difficult. However, in subsequent battles, he did not lose even one. So, among the 4 who would go next, "You go down." At that time, a voice emerged. It was Baigu's voice. He was rather similar to Yi Futian in a way. They were both very handsome. Their handsomeness was more feminine due to their cultivation styles. Yi Futian was affected by the power of Yin, which caused him to carry a more feminine and somber air around him. Baigu also similarly cultivated in the power of ice. Perhaps it was due to their similarity, Baigu noticed Yi Futian first and decided to eliminate him. Yi Futian's eyes lit up. He glanced at Baigu. Baigu's eyes were cold. A gaze would have been enough to make one feel cold. "The 3 of you should fight first and decide a victor," replied Yi Futian. He did not continue looking at Baigu. Hidden within his plain and calm tone was a sense of arrogance. This made the pupils of the others shrink as their faces distorted. Did he mean that he wanted the 3 of them to fight first and decide a victor before fighting him? It was as if the 3 of them were not worth his attention. Baigu also looked perplexed. He and Yi Futian had all of their chess pieces. That was why he chose to eliminate Yi Futian first. However, unexpectedly, the guy was even more outrageous than him. An air of blood-like beauty and charm surrounded her, dissuading people from touching her. The young city, lord of Wushang City, also looked at Yi Futian. He had the least chess pieces left, so the situation was disadvantageous for him. There was also no way he would let another person reap the benefits of a battle he was involved in. At that moment, Yi Futian seemed to have angered everyone. After seeing that all 3 of them had shifted their gaze to look at him, Yi Futian remained calm and casually said, "Well, if that's the case, all of you together." Chapter 1929. Not too shabby yourself. 3 people together. Everyone gazed at Yi Futian in silence. Even though someone had earlier predicted that Yi Futian would be the ultimate winner and had rated him highly, which among the other 3 was not a genius with monster-like strength. Wushang City's young city, Lord Lu Qing, Baigu from Beiyuan continents by clan, and the Blood Empress. 3 extremely powerful cultivators. Even though Lu Qing lost 9 chess pieces, that was because his opponent was too strong. As for Baigu, he was like Yi Futian and, up until that point, had kept all 36 of his chess pieces. The 3 of them did not seem any weaker than Yi Futian. However, at that moment, Yi Futian actually asked the 3 of them to team up and face him together. Just what kind of arrogance was that? The 3 of them were also stunned briefly after hearing Yi Futian's statement. They looked perplexed. Earlier, Yi Futian said something crazy, which was to decide a victor among themselves first. That was understandable. However, later, Yi Futian asked the 3 of them to team up and fight him. It was no longer just crazy. It was extreme hubris and arrogance. You know you're going to be eliminated. That's why you want it to seem more heroic, is that right? Baigu asked gently. The 3 of them had come to some agreement, which was to eliminate Yi Futian first. So they wondered if it was because Yi Futian knew that he would lose that he intentionally said this. It looked like this was certainly a possibility. After all, they had already decided that they would get rid of Yi Futian first. Moreover, on the chessboard matrix, the worst outcome was to be eliminated. Even if one were excessively arrogant, there were no other more severe consequences. Yi Futian glanced at Baigu. He raised his hand. Then, in an instant, chess pieces began hovering in front of him. There were a total of 9 chess pieces. Every chess piece contained a buzzing sword will. Apart from the sword will, a frightening aura also oozed out of the chess pieces, seemingly freezing the air around them. If you say that is the case, then so be it. Just as Futian finished speaking, the 9 chess pieces flew away and transformed into 9 sword wills that shot toward Baigu's location at the same time. Looks of surprise hung on the faces of many onlookers. Futian only released 9 chess pieces against Baigu. Baigu looked at Futian. All 36 chess pieces around him started to move. The frost will engulf the area around him. The 9 sword wills arrived in an instant, as if a frightening bolt of lightning infiltrating. The sword wills pierced through his frost domain. After entering his domain, the sword wills charged straight towards Baigu's body. The frost will strengthened, and the chess pieces in front of Baigu spun and danced while a divine giant frost dragon released an icy breath filled with an enormous amount of frost that targeted Futian's chess pieces. As that occurred, the sword will of the 9 chess pieces turned into a straight blade of light that emitted an even colder aura. The aura caused the surrounding frost will to freeze. The breath of the giant frost dragon was also frozen in place. Even the giant frozen dragon's movement began to slow. Many people looked surprised. However, before they could regain their bearings, the blade of light shot through and caused the body of the giant frost dragon to disintegrate bit by bit as it turned into nothingness. The 36 chess pieces were also destroyed. Vong. The chess pieces which had transformed into a sharp sword hovered in front of Baigu. It had stopped attacking. Baigu's gaze remained fixed. A powerful frost will emanated from his body as he stared at the floating chess pieces. At that moment, all his previously displayed confidence had vanished. 9 chess pieces had transformed into a sword that instantly destroyed all 36 of his chess pieces. It was a complete and instantaneous defeat. His earlier words still rang in his ears. Now, it seemed a little painful to hear them. Futian was feigning arrogance so that he could lose more heroically. No, the truth was that Baigu, could not even take one hit. All the other practitioners also focused their attention on him. Baigu, the Bai clan genius from the Baiyuan continent, had utterly lost in this battle. The proud and insufferably arrogant attitude Baigu had been defeated in an instant when faced against the white-haired Renhuang, who was just as handsome as he was. The white-haired Renhuang did not lose a single chess piece. No wonder he dared to make a statement as bold as asking the 3 of them to attack together. With the strength that he had displayed, he certainly had the right to do so. He was able to take care of Baigu with just 9 chess pieces. So, what about the young city lord of Wushang City, Lu Qing, as well as the Blood Empress? Was it going to be the same? Were 9 chess pieces sufficient? Weird expressions hung on the faces of many when that thought crossed their mind. They looked toward Lu Qing and the Blood Empress. They could see the 2 of them staring straight at Futian. It was clear that they were also stunned by Futian's earlier attack. From what they felt, Baigu was not weaker than either of them. However, he suffered an instantaneous defeat when facing Futian. Would they be able to withstand Futian's next attacks? They would soon find out. Futian waved his hand, and this time 18 chess pieces rose into the air, separated into 2 sides, 9 pieces on each side. The scene prompted many outside the chessboard to look surprised. Was he going to fight the other 2 at the same time? As he said earlier, he was going to fight the other 3 powerful cultivators all by himself. 18 chess pieces spun and flew out. They transformed into sword wills, just like the sword will attack used against Baigu earlier. There was not an inch of difference. As long as it was strong enough, one skill was enough to break through tens of thousands of spells. There was no need for Futian to make any changes. Rumble. A frightening thunder roared across the sky. Lu Qing roared. His finger pointed forward toward the sky, and a thunder battle-axe slashed downward to clash against the sword silhouette that had just converged. In another direction, the Blood Empress' beautiful and alluring body moved as she danced. Crimson roses emerged and created an ocean of blood that devoured everything, including the sword flying towards her. The swords pierced through the two attacks almost at the same time. The crowd could only see the blades of light pass through the battle-axe and the crimson roses before turning back into a straight ray of light that left an incredibly bright and beautiful divine light in its track. The blade of light passed, and the chess pieces turned into dust one by one. Only the 18 chess pieces which had transformed into the blades remained. Lu Qing and the Blood Empress' face distorted. The reason was not that they felt wronged or ridiculed, but that they had suffered a crushing defeat. They were all incredibly arrogant people. Earlier, the appearance of a mysteriously powerful cultivator made them skip several battles to avoid him. This had already created some thoughts on their minds. Now they stepped up and entered this battle, but they still faced such a crushing defeat. It affected their self-confidence significantly. Were the paths that they cultivated so weak? As they thought of this, the light in Lu Qing and the Blood Empress' eyes dimmed. As for those watching the battle, some gasped while others were in shock. Too strong. Earlier, some cultivators actually thought that the winner of this battle would be one of the three, Baigu Lu Qing or the Blood Empress. They would never have expected someone so strong would appear and completely crush the three of them. It was just like what one person predicted earlier. The victor of the battle was already decided. It was not one of the three participants that they favored. Rather, it was the white-haired Ren Huang. Shang Guanchuya was also speechless. It looked like she still underestimated Yi Futian's strength. His great path was not on the same level as others. Perhaps the mysterious cultivator was the only one who was on a similar level. Yi Futian saw that the Blood Empress and Lu Qing were still staring at him. It was as if they had not yet recovered from that unexpected defeat. So he said, "Don't take it to heart. If it were anyone else, the result would have been the same." Hearing Yi Futian's words, the expressions on the face of many onlookers changed. This was, however, none could say anything in response. He did, after all, instantly defeat 3 amazingly talented and powerful cultivators. No matter what he said, he was in the right, and no one could rebut him. Yi Futian had the right to be proud and arrogant. If someone were to say something like this to the Blood Empress or Lu Qing on a normal day, the two would probably have gone berserk. However, at that moment they felt nothing. They only glanced at Yi Futian in silence. They hoped that what he said was the case. It was that the white-haired Ren Huang was too strong, and not their great path being too weak. "I am humbled. I look forward to your future performance," said Lu Qing. After that he exited the chessboard. The Blood Empress stared at Yi Futian with a profound look with her charming eyes. Then she also left. She would see whether Yi Futian would also be just as powerful in the subsequent battle. The battle ended, and Yi Futian obtained a complete victory. There was not even a tinge of suspense. The scarier thing was that he did not lose a single chess piece. He walked towards the stone platform on the side. If he could maintain his 36 chess pieces in the upcoming 9-way battle, he would be even stronger than the mysterious cultivator from earlier. Now, that was something one would look forward to seeing. "How do you guys know he would win?" Someone asked the guy who predicted that Yi Futian had already secured victory. In the battle at the cliff face earlier, he defeated all the cultivators from Penglai Continent's Jun clan. Did you not see that he has already incapacitated the young master of the Jun clan, Jun Chuyen? He took that great path opportunity and the cliff face collapsed. How could someone like this not win? The person spoke with slanted eyes. He spoke as if everything was in his grasp, as if the one who won was him. Regardless, The people around him were stunned after hearing his words. Was he that strong? He took the great path opportunity, and the cliff face collapsed because of him. Many people looked at Yi Futian, who sat on the platform. Yi Futian sat there quietly cultivating. He did not look at the people underneath him. The reason why he showed such overwhelming strength was because he wanted to garner the attention of the Eastern Deity Island. This was to respond to unforeseen events about to take place in the Eastern Deity Island. In front of the Eastern Deity Gate, the mysterious cultivator opened his eyes. He glanced at Yi Futian and said, "You're not too shabby." Yi Futian raised his head and looked over after hearing that. He calmly locked eyes with the young man. This young man was the most talented person with the strongest potential that he had seen since coming to Eastern Deity Island. Of course, there was still some gap between the two of them. "You're not too shabby yourself." Yi Futian replied with a smile. The young man's pupils shrunk slightly. Then he smiled and nodded in response. Chapter 1930, the end. Later, the other battles continued. However, just like the previous round, where many people avoided the mysterious and powerful cultivator, many who truly wanted to enter the Eastern Deity Island chose to avoid Yi Futian. Yi Futian was too strong. Among the 36 chess pieces, the mysterious and powerful cultivator from the previous round lost one piece in his battles. However, Yi Futian kept all 36 of his chess pieces. If they had encountered him, they would clearly fail to win. As such, they had no choice but to continue waiting. That way, their chances would be higher. Of course, there were still some strong individuals who chose not to wait and stepped on the chessboard to battle. Yi Futian did not pay attention to the battlefield. The appearance of the mysterious and powerful cultivator in the Pengli continent was already a rare event. It was highly unlikely for another person who could threaten him to appear. After some time, all 9 victors had been decided. All 9 cultivators above the chessboard traded glances with one another. Then the other 8 focused their gazes on Yi Futian. It was as if it was undeniable that Yi Futian would become the protagonist of the upcoming battle. "Let's have the fighters enter the chessboard then," announced the Eastern Deity Island's deity. Then, in an instant, the silhouettes of the 9 cultivators drifted down toward the chessboard. After they landed on the chessboard, chess pieces instantly surrounded them. 8 pairs of eyes remained glued to a single location. In that location, a white outfit fluttered in the air as the white-haired Renhuang's body slowly descended. As he landed, 36 chess pieces appeared and emitted bright and beautiful lights. Vong! The moment Yi Futian landed on the chessboard, the other 8 cultivators actually initiated their attacks at the same time. There was no hesitation. It was as if they had already come to some agreement, and it was to target Yi Futian. This made many onlookers show a surprised expression. It looked like the other cultivators had already communicated via voice transmission earlier. All 8 cultivators attacking one person at the same time, and as soon as the opponent landed, was shameful behavior. After all, they were all Renhuangs. However, it was understandable. Faced against Yi Futian's overwhelming strength, if they did not employ extreme and unusual measures, they would have no chance of winning. Attacks of the Great Path, transformed from chess pieces, came at Yi Futian from 8 directions. High-pitched and frightening sounds came from multiple directions around Yi Futian. However, at the same time, Yi Futian's 36 chess pieces began to spin and hovered around Yi Futian's body before transforming into multiple blades of the intimidating sword wills. The 36 chess pieces turned into 36 sword wills. The 36 sword wills generated an endless amount of sword silhouettes. As they circled and flew around Yi Futian's body, a sword screen was created. With Yi Futian's body as the center, the sword screen surrounded him and emitted a frightening, tearing noise. Intense sounds of crashing and clashing ensued. When the attacks of the Great Path transformed from chess pieces arrived and hit the sword screen, they were instantly torn apart and disintegrated into nothingness. The attacking chess pieces were crushed into bits and pieces instead. The scene made many feel despair. The huge gap in their powers of the great path made the might of their path contained in the chess pieces far weaker than Yi Futian's, which meant that it was impossible for them to defeat Yi Futian. Their chess pieces would initiate the attack. However, they were still obliterated by their opponent's defense. How were they supposed to fight? The difference in quality was something that could never be fixed by an increase in quantity. It was just like having many low-plane renhuangs fight against a high-plane renhuang. The conclusion of the battle would never be in doubt. As such, this battle also had no suspense. Seeing their chess pieces crushed to dust, the cultivators recalled their chess pieces. Yi Futian waved his hand, and his 36 chess pieces drew multiple beautiful curves, creating multiple blades of light that flew across the sky and crushed all the remaining Great Path chess pieces of the other cultivators. When Yi Futian destroyed all the chess pieces of the other participants, the chess pieces around him remained the same, all 36 pieces of them. He did not lose a single one. Not a single loss. Even stronger than the mysterious cultivator from before. Earlier, everyone had thought that the mysterious cultivator's result of losing only one chess piece would be a record for this session of Eastern Deity Island's opening. No one would have thought it possible that that record would be broken so quickly. Yi Futian easily surpassed him and defeated all of his opponents with a perfect performance. Two amazingly exceptional people to pop up at the same time. It truly expanded the horizons of many people. The people of Eastern Deity Island would probably rejoice at this. Shangguanque watched as Yi Futian walked toward the high platform beside the Eastern Deity Gate. She wondered if Yi Futian would be the brightest individual for Eastern Deity Island's opening this time. In that case, the Eastern Deity Island would most certainly try to court him. If Yi Futian could borrow Eastern Deity Island's strength, he would no longer have to be afraid of the Jun clan. While Eastern Deity Island had avoided secular world affairs and cultivation in recent years, they had actually continued to accumulate and build their strength. Now, their actual strength was a mystery. No one knew just how strong they were. However, based on Shangguanque's guess, it was definitely not weaker than some of those major factions on the Penglai continent. Even though the Eastern Deity Island suffered a major disaster in the past, its background was something that should not be ignored. Even after many years had passed, inherited Great Path opportunities and medicinal pills within the Eastern Deity Island's territory were things that countless practitioners coveted, as evidenced by every opening of the Eastern Deity Island once every decade. With such a strong background, Shangguanque inferred that Eastern Deity Island's actual strength at the moment might actually surpass some of the more common major factions in the Penglai continent. However, just how strong? That was harder to predict. Even the titans of the Penglai continent could not determine it. As such, if the Eastern Deity Island was willing to help Yi Futian, the threat of the Jun clan would no longer be that huge. With that thought, Shangguanque raised her eyebrows and looked at Yi Futian high up above. Did he display such overwhelming strength because this was his objective in the first place? After all, everyone knew that once they left Eastern Deity Island, the cultivators of the Jun clan would most definitely target Yi Futian. First, he pulled her into the fray and locked her Shangguan clan in. After that, he set up the Eastern Deity Island. It looked like Yi Futian had already planned for everything since a long time ago. After glancing at Jun Qian behind her, Shangguanque decided in her mind that, no matter what, regardless of whether she could befriend Yi Futian, at the very least, she would not become Yi Futian's enemy. Otherwise, even if they could suppress Yi Futian for a while, if an opportunity was found by Yi Futian, they could be eradicated like Jun Qian and the other cultivators from the Jun clan. Also, she wanted to get a chance to step across the Eastern Deity Gate. After seeing Yi Futian and witnessing his strength, Shangguanchuya felt as if all her previous assets and strengths that she was proud of were not even worth mentioning. She needed to become a lot stronger. The divine prefecture was too big. There were many hidden dragons and crouching tigers. While Penglai continent was still a relatively large continent, at the very least it was situated in a central area among thousands of continents. Compared to the entire divine prefecture, it was still too small. She wanted to see things that were even further away. Yi Futian reached the high platform beside the eastern deity gate. He sat down silently. On his side was the mysterious cultivator. "Jiang Jiuming," said the youngster to Yi Futian. It seemed like that was his name. Ever since stepping on Eastern Deity Island, he had never revealed his name once. This was the first time. Perhaps it was because he recognized Yi Futian's strength. He did not expect someone to do better than him, to arrive with all 36 chess pieces still intact. A perfect performance. Of course, he did not pay too much attention to the difference of one chess piece. After all, he was not all that serious back then. Otherwise, he would have been able to replicate Yi Futian's result and not lose a single chess piece. "Yi Liunian," replied Yi Futian. Before he gained the strength to face the most powerful people, he did not plan on using his real name. As such, he kept using the name of Yi Liunian. While the divine prefecture was large, the factions standing at the peak could still be in touch, and as a result, hear about events occurring in the original realm. So he still needed to be careful. Jiang Jiuming did not say anything else after saying his name. He kept his eyes closed as he continued to cultivate. It was as if he did not care about what would happen outside in the world. Yi Futian also sat there in silence. He cultivated quietly. Time ticked away slowly. Battles on the chessboard continued. However, no one as powerful as Yi Futian or Jiang Jiuming, who could directly crush the other opponents, appeared. Competition and schemes between participants continued to take place, and alliances and betrayals also kept occurring. Apart from raw strength, one's luck and intelligence were also tested. After all, one would most definitely lose when targeted by a group and was also surrounded, unless there was an absolute strength advantage. Earlier, an honest-looking Ren Huang displayed great intelligence and planning. He took part in the battle with a very narrow victory. He only had 9 chess pieces left when he entered the second round 9-way battle. The other participants did not seem to even notice his existence. However, at the last moment, this person actually showed an incredibly powerful strength that was not any weaker than the other fighters. In the end, with just 1 chess piece remaining, he managed to defeat his opponent after an intense battle. This forced everyone to become even more cautious. They no longer dared to simply focus on the strong players. They also had to be wary of those who may seem weak. Shangguanchuya ultimately made it through using her strength and a little bit of luck and arrived on the high platform. As time passed, more and more cultivators took part in the battles. By then, the high platform had 7 people. However, the number of people outside the chessboard did not go down. Instead, the crowd got larger. Many cultivators from the illusory sky domain had gathered there. Eastern Deity Island was not going to keep waiting. When it was a certain time, they would directly shut down the chessboard. Otherwise, some people would continue to stay on the sidelines forever until the number of strong people had significantly reduced. However, in such a situation, the event itself would lose its meaning. Several people gazed at the people sitting on the platforms high above. These people won the right to access the island center and receive one of Eastern Deity Island's divine Pill of the Great Path. Finally, after 2 more won their rounds, an Eastern Deity Island deity announced that the chessboard matrix matches would end. Those who had failed to join had missed their chances. Up until that point, 9 practitioners gained the right to access Eastern Deity Island's central area. Every single one of them was an exceptional character. Of course, the 2 people who shone the brightest were Jiang Jiuming and Yi Futian, both of whom left a strong impression on everyone. Chapter 1931. Condor Sama's position is threatened. In front of the Eastern Deity Gate, a group of people stood, aside from Yi Futian and the other 8 candidates. All the members they brought to Eastern Deity Island were also present. The cultivators who were qualified to enter the core island of Eastern Deity Island could bring along one other person with them. Of course, the others merely accompanied them and would not receive benefits. However, Eastern Deity Island allowed them to tag along so that the candidates would feel comfortable. Everyone, please enter. There will be people to welcome you on the island. A goddess of Eastern Deity Island instructed the crowd. The Eastern Deity Gate before them glowed with ethereal light. The crowd nodded their heads. One by one, they stepped forward and entered the Eastern Deity Gate. "Let us head in," Yi Futian said. Their group advanced. They naturally brought along Jun Qian and immediately stepped through the gate. After stepping through the Eastern Deity Gate, they entered into an ethereal place. When they emerged, they felt a refreshing sensation that made them feel very comfortable. Fragrances swept over them, and beautiful scenery filled their fields of vision. This place was like Shangri-La. Birds sang, and flowers filled the air with their fragrances. The air of goddesses swept over them. A group of goddesses dressed in white was waiting there. When they saw the cultivators emerging, the goddesses came forward and bowed slightly. Yi Futian saw a beautiful woman approach him. She gently said, "Congratulations, Pavilion Master Yi." It was Bai Mu, the goddess who had invited him to Eastern Deity Island. The members of Eastern Deity Island naturally had their own means to come here. They did not need to pass through the Eastern Deity Gate. "Goddess, you are too kind." Yi Futian smiled slightly as he bowed back at her. The other goddesses who came forward were also those who invited the other 8 candidates here. However, Jiang Juming had not actually been invited. He had come on his own accord. Right then, an extremely beautiful woman with an otherworldly temperament appeared. Even among the various goddesses, she still stood out from the crowd. She was breathtaking. She walked over to Jiang Juming and bowed slightly as she said, "We did not expect that young Master Jiang would come. Forgive our lapse in hospitality. Island Lord asked me to come and welcome you." Her words caused the surrounding people to reveal strange looks. Island Lord had personally sent someone to welcome Jiang Juming. That meant that Jiang Juming's identity was extraordinary. Yi Futian also revealed a pondering look. Even though Jun Qian was a member of a top force of the Penglai continent, Eastern Deity Island was not that concerned about whether he was alive or dead. Yi Futian was controlling Jun Qian, and the members of Eastern Deity Island did not question it. They seemed to leave Yi Futian to his own devices. However, their attitude towards Jiang Juming was so different. From this, one could tell how huge the difference between the two of them was. This meant that Jiang Juming's identity was not something that Jun Qian, a young master of a force of the Penglai continent, could compare with. What did this mean? It seemed clear that Jiang Juming came from a force even more powerful than a top force of the Penglai continent. Even the Island Lord of Eastern Deity Island had sent her greetings. "Island Lord is too kind. I came without being invited this time, so I should be asking her forgiveness instead." Jiang Juming replied with a faint smile. He had the air of a handsome young man that made people feel comfortable around him. Eastern Deity Island has a rule that whoever has obtained an Eastern Deity token may enter the island. Young Master Jiang does not need to be so apologetic. Eastern Deity Island is honored to have you here, the woman continued politely. When Jun Qian, who was being controlled, overheard the conversation between them, he felt his heart turn cold. This was the place that he had always wanted to enter. It was just that he had never imagined that he would do so in such a fashion. However, what was even more humiliating was that when he arrived here, the members of Eastern Deity Island did not question the situation he was in. Yet they were so polite to another cultivator. "Goddess Bai, for the sake of Jun Clan, Let me leave Eastern Deity Island, Jun, Chuyen pleaded. His voice sounded exceptionally frail and weak. He seemed to be begging the members of Eastern Deity Island to let him go. Jun Chuyen was also invited here by Bai Mu. He hated Bai Mu. If Bai Mu had not stopped him back, then, when they were outside Eastern Deity Island, he would have known Yi Futian's level of ability. In the Penglai deity region, no matter what he did, he couldn't end up in such a predicament. On the continent, Yi Futian would have died miserably. Yet, because of Bai Mu, he had given Yi Futian some leeway and had not forcefully made a move. Thus, he had ended up in his current miserable state. However, even though his hatred for her burned intensely inside of him, he still spoke in a pleading tone. He did not dare to reveal any of his hatred. He only wished that Eastern Deity Island would take into consideration that he was from the Jun clan. After all, this was Eastern Deity Island. They had the power to help him. Bai Mu looked at Jun Chuyen. She seemed somewhat troubled. She indeed invited Jun Chuyen, and his status was indeed extraordinary. He was a member of a top force of the Penglai continent. In a different situation, she would have certainly helped him. However, Jun Chuyen had actively sought out Yi Futian, resulting in the outcome today. Now, Yi Futian was a person whom the island lord had personally mentioned. She could not be concerned about Jun Chuyen's fate then. She looked at the woman who had walked out just now. The other party's beautiful eyes had landed on Jun Chuyen. "Are you Goddess Huang?" Jun Chuyen asked gently as he looked at the woman. This Goddess Huang was rumored to be a disciple whom the Eastern Deity Island Lord especially favored. Her status was above all the others. Even on Eastern Deity Island, her position was extremely high. Goddess Huang glanced at Jun Chuyen and said, "Young Master Jun should also know the rules of Eastern Deity Island. Since you entered Eastern Deity Island, you agreed that your life and death are up to fate. Our Eastern Deity Island will not get involved. I apologize for being unable to do anything." Jun Chuyen's face was as pale as ash. He felt a sense of despair. Even here, the members of Eastern Deity Island would not interfere. These be asterisk cheese. Would they offend the Jun clan just because Yi Futian was more outstanding than he was? Regardless, the Jun clan was still a huge entity on the Penglai continent. Yi Futian had not said anything all this while. Even if Jun Chuyen begged, Yi Futian would let him do as he pleased. At the same time, Yi Futian was also observing the cultivators of Eastern Deity Island. When he saw the reaction of Goddess Huang, Yi Futian speculated that with Eastern Deity Island's current ability, they might not need to be concerned about the Jun clan. Maybe the declining Eastern Deity Island was far more powerful than what people imagined. "Everyone, please enter the island," Goddess Huang said as she led the crowd forward. She accompanied Jiang Jiuming and chatted casually with him. The others had their own goddesses, who invited them here. Bai Mu stood beside Yi Futian and gently said, "Pavilion Master Yi, your achievements on Eastern Deity Island have been amazing." "Goddess, you speak too highly of me," Yi Futian replied with a smile. Everything that occurred on Eastern Deity Island probably could not escape their sight. After all, this was originally the other party's territory. At that moment, a silhouette flew over to where they were from afar. This silhouette was wearing a fiery red robe that was exceptionally eye-catching. Her temperament was also outstanding. The formless flames that emanated from her body were especially powerful. "Zi Feng!" Goddess Huang exclaimed with a smile as she saw the person who was approaching. The silhouette who was approaching them was actually the phoenix whom Yi Futian had encountered under the Wudong. Zi Feng's gaze was instead focused on Yi Futian. She stepped forward and actually stood next to Yi Futian. This caused him to reveal a strange look. "Is she the progeny of Lord Phoenix?" Jiang Jiuming asked. Goddess Huang nodded slightly and answered, "Zi Feng is the daughter of Lord Phoenix." Jiang Jiuming glanced over at Zi Feng with a serious look in his eyes. When Zifeng noticed his gaze, she similarly swept a glance at him. Her eyes seemed to contain a frightening divine fire. It actually caused Jiang Juming to feel a sharp pain in his eyes. He secretly felt that it was incredible. Back when Lord Phoenix was cultivating the divine fire of Wudong, it was a flame of the great path of the two extremes of life and death. Its might was terrifying. This Zifeng had continued inheriting this divine fire of the great path. Her cultivation was absolutely terrifying, and her potential was extremely high. The seniors of my clan have great admiration for Lord Phoenix, Jiang Jiuming said softly. He then looked at Zifeng. If the opportunity arises in the future, Goddess Zifeng can come visit my Jiang clan. Zifeng looked at Jiang Jiuming, but did not respond. She did not know who Jiang Jiuming was. Zifeng, young Master Jiang, is from the ancient royal family Jiang clan. If you have the chance in the future, you can visit their clan, Goddess Huang explained. This astonished the surrounding people. The surname Jiang was actually from that ancient royal family that had existed for countless eons. He was from there. Shangguan Chuya was slightly surprised. She had previously speculated Jiang Jiuming's identity. Now that she had confirmation, her heart wavered. The ancient royal family Jiang clan's ability was no weaker than that of Eastern Deity Island back in the day. They had giant-level existences. In the present day, the ancient royal family Jiang clan would be more powerful than Eastern Deity Island. Cultivators from thousands of continents had come here to train from experience. They wanted to obtain fateful encounters of the great path. Yet, for the ancient royal family, they did not need to do so. They lacked nothing. Even extremely precious pills and elixirs would not be so precious to the ancient royal family. Yi Futian naturally understood when he saw the slight changes in the look in Shangguan Chuya's eyes. So, Jiang Jiuming was from the ancient royal family. The situation should be the same as that of the forces with giant figures Yi Futian had encountered previously in the original realm. Jiang Jiuming might be the first cultivator from such a force that he had encountered ever since he arrived in the divine prefecture. Island Lord has already agreed to let me follow you to train after you leave Eastern Deity Island, Zifeng explained to Yi Futian softly as she stood next to him. This caused Shangguan Chuya to stop in her tracks for a moment. Her gaze was frozen. Coming to Eastern Deity Island to train this time was truly exciting. First, Jun Chuyan's cultivation had been crippled. Later, Shangguan Chuya encountered a cultivator of the ancient royal family Jiang clan. Now, the daughter of Lord Phoenix, the sacred phoenix of Wudong Island, wanted to follow Yi Futian out to train. What was going on? She was the divine bird of Wudong Island, an existence that even an 8th-tier cultivator could not handle. For countless years, numerous cultivators had sought her out or coveted the divine fire of Wudong, but no one had ever succeeded. Yet now, the divine bird had proactively claimed that the island lord had given her agreement. Zifeng would follow Yi Futian to train in the outside world. This was practically unbelievable. Shangguan Chuya's beautiful eyes looked at Yi Futian. No one could tell what emotion was in that gaze. However, at that moment, behind them, Condor Sama's feathers were all standing straight up. Condor Sama's position was threatened. Little Condor naturally could tell that this phoenix was incredible, much more so than he was. Now, this brat actually wanted to follow Master to train in the outside world. Wasn't she trying to fight for Master's favor with Condor Sama? The crucial point was that this brat was female and was beautiful. It was too much of a challenge for Condor Sama. All right, Yi Futian replied as he nodded his head. He naturally would not reject a sacred phoenix from following him. This sacred phoenix had unlimited potential and could cultivate to become a top-tier demonic existence. There were many demonic beasts in the world, yet there were a rare few that could cultivate to become a top-tier demonic beast. By cultivating the divine fire of Wudong, sacred phoenix who had a flawless great path, would have a chance. Eastern Deity Island Lord also agreed to let her pursue her own cultivation. That way, Yi Futian could establish his relationship with Eastern Deity Island. After he left Eastern Deity Island, the pressure from the Jun clan of the Penglai continent would naturally be solved. What about the divine fire of Wudong? Yi Futian asked as he smiled at Zifeng. Zifeng revealed a strange look. The divine fire of Wudong was in the Wudong. She could only rely on its power to cultivate. It was difficult to take it with her. Can I try and see whether we can take it with you? Yi Futian said to Zifeng. Zifeng's beautiful eyes revealed a strange look as she looked at him. She could take the divine fire with her. Then, before this, when he played the guqin and approached her, why did she feel as though she had been conned? That is if you need it. If you don't need it, then forget about it, Yi Futian continued with a smile. His gaze was gentle and made others feel very comfortable. Zifeng looked him in the eye. He did not seem like a trickster. She had already made arrangements with elder sister Island Lord. She naturally could not change her mind. However, could he truly bring the divine fire of Wudong along with them? In front of them, Jiang Juming turned his head back and glanced at Zifeng and Yi Futian. He never imagined that the offspring of Lord Phoenix would actually follow Yi Futian willingly. As expected, this person was extremely outstanding. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to emerge victorious in the game of chess and enter through the Eastern Deity Gate. The group continued advancing. Bai Mu, who was beside Yi Futian, said to him, Island Lord has ordered us to prepare a banquet and to also allow you to select pills. Many thanks, Yi Futian replied as he nodded his head. The group continued forward and passed by many places. The core island of Eastern Deity Island was like a painting. It was a sight to behold. Walking around here made people feel comfortable, like they were encapsulated in its poetic beauty. Finally, they came before an ancient palace. A banquet was already laid out. Many goddesses were standing in various locations, seeming there to welcome them. Such a scale made Yi Futian and the others feel flattered. Eastern Deity Island's standing was extraordinary. They bestowed cultivators with fateful encounters of the Great Path and also gifted them pills. They also treated them so well that there was nothing for them to nitpick about. Everyone, please be seated. Make yourselves comfortable, Goddess Huang announced with a smile. The group immediately found their seats. Goddess Huang brought Jiang Juming to the head seat. After all, the status of the ancient royal family Jiang clan needed to be respected. Yi Futian did not mind. His group simply found a spot to sit in the center of the crowd. Bai Mu was also taking care of them, occasionally chatting with them. There were many seats in front of the banquet, seemingly prepared for the other cultivators of Eastern Deity Island. Aside from that, at the very front, there was a master seat that was reserved for the master of this banquet. Island Lord will come in person momentarily, Bai Mu explained softly when she saw Yi Futian glancing over in that direction. Yi Futian nodded. He had never imagined that Eastern Deity Island would be so grand. Voices could be heard coming from nearby. The crowd turned their gazes in the direction of the voices. They saw a group of silhouettes who were talking casually to each other appear. These people had an outstanding temperament, and their cultivation was all at the Renhuang Plain. Some had dignified appearances, while others had elegant airs to them. Previously, every person the crowd had seen was a woman. This group of silhouettes that appeared was all men. It is Emperor Pingyuan, Sheng Guanqu said at that moment as she narrowed her gaze slightly. She was focused on one person among them. Her beautiful eyes revealed a strange look. Two other Penglai continent cultivators also made sounds. They also seemed to call out someone's name. They had clearly recognized someone. Yi Futian looked at Sheng Guanqu. As she looked over there, she explained, "He is a renowned Renhuang on Penglai continent." He has been famous for a long time. 10 years ago, he entered Eastern Deity Island to cultivate. After coming back, he rarely appeared in public. I never thought that he had entered Eastern Deity Island again. It seems that the rumors were actually true. What rumors? Yi Futian asked. Many powerful Renhuangs who come to Eastern Deity Island to train will be invited to stay here to cultivate, becoming a member of the island. My clansmen once mentioned this before. I have heard of a few of these people. Today, I managed to see some of them with my own eyes. It still comes as a surprise, Shangguan Choya explained. There are actually so many cultivators here. There seem to be many famous figures from long ago among them. Yi Futian did not feel too surprised by this. Eastern Deity Island had invited cultivators from thousands of continents to come here to train. They provided many benefits to the cultivators. They naturally had their own agenda for doing so. It was impossible for them to do so purely just to aid the people of the world in their cultivation. Eastern Deity Island should be planning to bolster their forces. This might be related to the fall of Eastern Deity Island's supreme deity, Donglai, back then. With so many prominent figures coming to Eastern Deity Island each time, how could Eastern Deity Island miss this opportunity? They would naturally extend invitations to Yi Futian and the rest. They would receive similar treatment as well. On the other hand, the cultivators who came to Eastern Deity Island similarly wanted to rely on the resources of the island. Either that or Eastern Deity Island proposed enough favorable conditions to make the offer irresistible. If so, it was not strange for the cultivators to join Eastern Deity Island. The cultivators who arrived chatted and laughed as they looked over at the people sitting here. Many of them revealed friendly smiles. From the appearances of the cultivators, they seemed to be living very fulfilled lives. "Do you know who I am?" Emperor Pingyuan asked as he looked at Shangguan Chuya. Prior to this, Shangguan Chuya had not spoken through transmitted thoughts. She had been talking to them out loud. With Emperor Pingyuan's level of cultivation, he naturally overheard her. Shangguan Chuya replied, nodding her head. "I am Shangguan Chuya from Shangguan clan. Pleased to meet you, senior." "So, you are the little girl from the Shangguan clan. You have reached such a high plane to be able to come here." "Not bad," Emperor Pingyuan commented. His cultivation was powerful. He was now an 8th-tier existence. Shangguan Chuya was indeed a junior in his eyes. "Senior, have you been cultivating on Eastern Deity Island all this while?" Shangguan Chuya asked. "Most of the time. I will occasionally go outside," Emperor Pingyuan replied. "Eastern Deity Island has many special training grounds, as well as countless pills and spirit herbs suitable for cultivating. Little girl, you should also join Eastern Deity Island. It will certainly be greatly beneficial to your cultivation." Shangguan Chuya smiled, but did not give a reply. Emperor Pingyuan had praised Eastern Deity Island so highly. From the looks of it, these people were indeed sincere. Eastern Deity Island must have aided them in their cultivation with sufficient sincerity in order for these cultivators to actively invite other Renhuangs to join. At that moment, there were cries of astonishment. Many goddesses bowed slightly in one direction and called out, "Island Lord!" The crowd turned to look in that direction. They saw an empress-like silhouette walk over towards them. Her appearance was otherworldly. It made others feel enchanted at a glance. At the same time, those who gazed upon her felt a sense of distance between them, as though she was untouchable. She was the Eastern Deity Island Lord. Shangguan Chuya thought to herself. This was also her first time seeing the Island Lord. Prior to this, she had heard about her. Almost no one from the Penglai continent had seen her before. Island Lord's beauty was peerless. She walked up to the master seat and looked at the crowd. "Greeting, Island Lord." Right now, even the powerful cultivators who just arrived also bowed slightly as they greeted the Island Lord. They seemed to show this female Island Lord great respect. Everyone, you are all too kind, Island Lord replied as she bowed back at the crowd with a smile. Her gaze shifted over to Yi Futian's side. She said, "This time, Eastern Deity Island is open and once again has welcomed prominent figures from all over. This is a grand occasion for the island. Hence, we have invited you all here today for a few drinks. I hope you all won't mind the short notice." "Island Lord is too kind," someone said. Eastern Deity Island Lord had such a high status. She would definitely not be inferior when compared to the heads of the top forces of the Penglai continent. For her to personally appear to sit with them was already a great honor. "Everyone, you do not need to be so formal. Please sit," Island Lord said as she extended her hand when she saw many people getting up. She also sat on her master seat. She looked at the crowd and said, "Eastern Deity Island has a rule that those who can make it here will be gifted with pills. Naturally, today will be no exception. I am sure that you all have been waiting for this moment for a long while." As she said this, she looked behind her. 9 silhouettes stepped forward. In each of their hands, they held a porcelain bottle. Inside, the bottles contained extremely precious pills of the Great Path. There are 9 pills here. Each pill is a superb grade pill. The 9 people who have made it here today can each choose 1 pill. "Please choose," the female Island Lord continued. The gazes of the crowd were all on the pills in the hands of the 9 goddesses. However, Jiang Juming still had his head lowered as he sat there quietly. He did not look at the pills. Although these pills were precious for cultivating, for him, these were not that important. The reason why he had come here was not for these pills, but for the Eastern Deity Island's elixir. The female Island Lord looked at the crowd in the banquet below and ordered the goddesses, "Introduce these pills to our guests." "Understood," the 9 goddesses answered as they nodded their heads. The first person looked at the pill she held in her hands and explained, "This is the refined thunder mastering pellet. After refining it into one's body, it can immediately improve one's physical constitution, even if they are at the Renhuang plane. It can improve one's sensory control over the great path of thunder. It can also refine one's body into a body of thunder. The pellet is refined from cloudwood." "Cloudwood," Yi Futian stated as he looked at the purple pill. It was extremely eye-catching. There was frightening energy contained within it that could be felt even though it was sealed away within the pill. Before this, Beigong Ao had broken through to the next plane after obtaining cloudwood. His abilities had greatly improved, and he had defeated many 8th-tier existences. Now, this pill was refined from cloudwood. It was a superb grade lightning attribute pill. "I will take it," Yi Futian exclaimed. This caused the crowd to be stunned. The female Island Lord looked at Yi Futian and asked, "Have you decided so quickly? Don't you want to take a look at the other pills first?" "There is no need to do so. Since I have decided, may I make my pick first?" Yi Futian replied with a smile. The female Island Lord nodded her head and answered, "Of course you can. Since Renhuang Yi has laid claim to this pill first, it will go to Renhuang Yi." "Many thanks, Island Lord." Yi Futian thanked her as he nodded his head. The goddess immediately handed over the pill to Yi Futian. After receiving the pill, Yi Futian turned around and passed it to Beigong Shuang. He said, "This pill is more suitable for your use. After we are done here, refine it and cultivate." The people at the banquet were stunned when they saw this. Some looked at Yi Futian with strange looks. Yi Futian had given a top-grade pill to someone else just like that. Pills were very precious. The higher the grade of a pill was, the rarer they would be. Very few people could refine them in the first place. Many cultivators were absorbed in their cultivation. Few people would spend large amounts of time on other matters. After all, the priority in the world of cultivation was one's cultivation. The strength of one's ability was more important than anything else. However, Yi Futian had given a top-grade pill to someone else immediately after receiving it. From the looks of it, he had rushed to choose to give it to her. He didn't even bother to listen to the introduction of the other pills. This could only mean that Yi Futian was not concerned about this pill at all. The female island lord also glanced at Yi Futian with a smile. Before this, she had seen Yi Futian's performance. He was indeed perfect and extremely outstanding. It was normal for such an extraordinary person not to consider such a pill precious. This fellow was somewhat interesting. Beigong Ao and Beigong Shuang were also stunned. Beigong Shuang looked at Yi Futian with a strange look. Before this fellow had not allowed her to approach him. Now he had given her such a precious pill. She truly could not understand him. "Pavilion Master, we cannot accept any more gifts from you," Beigong Ao said. Yi Futian had already allowed Beigong Ao a fateful encounter. Now he had given his daughter a precious pill. His debt of gratitude towards Yi Futian was growing larger and larger. "Take it. Didn't you mention before that you initially wanted her to inherit the Cloudwood? You broke through to the next plane after obtaining the Cloudwood. It was a great achievement. Now that this pill is suitable for her, why do you refuse?" Yi Futian asked casually. He did not seem to mind at all. Beigong Ao had no counter to him. He then nodded his head seriously and said, "Many thanks, Pavilion Master." Beigong Ao was intelligent and good at making decisions. He prioritized benefits. However, right now he was moved. The demeanor of some people could make one change. Now he knew what others meant when they said a man would die for his friends. Previously, he was just a 7th-tier upper-level Renhuang. Be it the Cloudwood or the pill, both were beyond his level. If it weren't for Yi Futian, these objects would be unattainable. On the other side, Emperor Helion revealed a faint look of disappointment. However, he quickly covered it up. He had known Yi Futian first. At that time, Beigong Ao was still against them. Although they would later come together, Emperor Helion was still closer to Yi Futian. Yet, after entering Eastern Deity Island, they coincidentally came across the Cloudwood, and Beigong Ao received a fateful encounter with the Great Path. He was more of a help to Yi Futian than Emperor Helion was. Emperor Helion knew that Yi Futian was not playing favorites, and that these events had all been coincidences. If they encountered an item that could aid Emperor Helion's cultivation, Yi Futian would also help him obtain it. However, Emperor Helion could not help but admire Beigong Ao as he became better. Yi Futian also did not say anything. He was indeed not picking favorites. Everything was just luck. They just had to bow to fate. If Yi Futian had the chance, he would naturally also help Emperor Helion. Once one reached their plane, some things did not need to be further explained. After that, the goddesses continued introducing the other pills one by one. They were all very precious pills of the Great Path. Yi Futian listened attentively. Among them, a few pills made his heart itch slightly. However, it was just an urge. The pills could not result in any material changes to his cultivation. With the life spirit of the world tree, his sensory ability of the Great Path was already extremely powerful. The effects of the pills would most likely be limited. It was just as Yi Futian had raved about before. He had a divine body of the heavenly path. Even though it was an arrogant form of speech in reality, this could be considered his talent in cultivation. The other cultivators chose their pills one after another. Very quickly, the pills were chosen until only one was left. Only one person had yet to choose. This person was surprisingly Jiang Jiuming. As a descendant of the ancient royal family, these pills did not tempt him. He did not mind. Hence, he did not contend with the others. "Young Master Jiang," Goddess Huang said, "there is only one pill left." "No problem. I will take this pill then." "It is quite all right," Jiang Jiuming replied with a smile as he received the pill. He appeared very casual about it. The members of Eastern Deity Island could tell that Jiang Jiuming was not too concerned about it. These pills did not draw his attention. However, the members of Eastern Deity Island naturally knew his identity, so they would not think much of it. The 9 goddesses stepped down. The island lord looked at the crowd and said, "Please enjoy the banquet. Make yourselves comfortable." "Many thanks, island lord." The crowd thanked her as they nodded their heads. They began to enjoy the banquet. Once wine was down their throats, some people began to reveal drunken looks. They had strange expressions as they continued to enjoy their food. They discovered that the power of the great path in their bodies was fluctuating. They were all surprised. They looked at each other. They wanted to say something, yet no one did so first. "Ha ha!" An elder who cultivated on Eastern Deity Island laughed in another corner. He said, "You should be feeling it now. This banquet is prepared using the ingredients harvested off Eastern Deity Island. All of the dishes are beneficial for cultivation. Although the effects are not as strong as the pills, if taken over long periods of time, they are still very beneficial. Do you want to enjoy such delicacies every day in the future?" The crowd looked at each other. They were all moved. No wonder so many powerful cultivators were willing to stay on Eastern Deity Island to cultivate. The temptation was indeed strong. If you do not have a spiritual partner, you will also have the chance to train with the goddesses of Eastern Deity Island. "It all depends on your level," another cultivator jokingly said. He pointed towards a couple across from him and said, "Look at these 2. They are a model couple." The crowd looked over at the couple. They were sitting together. The man was handsome and looked extraordinary, while the woman had beauty beyond comparison. They both had an otherworldly air to them. They were both Renhuangs who had become spiritual partners training together. The goddesses of Eastern Deity Island are not so easy to curry favor from. Whether or not these cultivators have the ability to do so has yet to be determined, another person said with a laugh. The island lord had yet to speak, and these fellows had praised Eastern Deity Island so highly. However, the draw of Eastern Deity Island for cultivators was indeed powerful. "Young Master Yi, do you have a spiritual partner?" Bai Mu asked softly beside Yi Futian. She looked at Yi Futian with her beautiful eyes. Her voice was gentle. "I have," Yi Futian replied as he smiled and nodded his head. Bai Mu glanced at Xia Qingyuan, who was beside him. She seemed to be sitting the closest to Yi Futian. There was more to their relationship than met the eye. She might be his spiritual partner. For someone to be young Master Ye's spiritual partner, the person must certainly be extremely outstanding, Bai Mu said as she looked at Xia Qingyuan and smiled. However, Xia Qingyuan sat quietly there and did not respond. She did not even look at Bai Mu. "Has Goddess always trained on Eastern Deity Island?" Yi Futian asked, not continuing to discuss the topic of spiritual partners. "Yes," Bai Mu answered, nodding her head. "Many years ago, I was found by my master and brought to Eastern Deity Island to train. If it weren't for my master, I would probably have a different life now." Training on Eastern Deity Island could transform one's cultivation physique and talents, forming them into a powerful cultivator. In reality, most of the goddesses of Eastern Deity Island came from non-prominent families. Otherwise, they would not have been brought to Eastern Deity Island. After coming here, their cultivation could be said to have skyrocketed. Hence, they were all grateful towards Eastern Deity Island. Eastern Deity Island also did not force them to do anything. Even on the matter of their spiritual partners, they could choose of their own free will. Yi Futian nodded his head. Eastern Deity Island had innate conditions, which indeed were very attractive to cultivators. From the looks of it now, the ability that Eastern Deity Island accumulated over these past few years was far more powerful than what the outside world imagined it to be. Are you all interested in joining Eastern Deity Island to cultivate? If you are willing to join us, You can freely comprehend any of the great path's fateful encounters on the island in the future. We will also provide sufficient pills to aid you all in cultivating higher planes." At that moment, the master of the banquet, the island lord, finally spoke. She extended her invitation to the cultivators here. The crowd was somewhat quiet. Such a matter was not easily decided in a short amount of time. If they were to receive these benefits and train on Eastern Deity Island, they would be considered members of the island. Eastern Deity Island must be planning for something in the future for them to do so. "I will not be joining Eastern Deity Island to train," Jiang Juming said with a smile. "That is not the reason why I came here." "Young Master Jiang, why have you come to Eastern Deity Island?" the island lord inquired. Jiang Juming looked at the island lord. He smiled and replied, "I am here for the item that Senior Supreme Deity Donglai was seeking back in the day." When Jiang Juming said this, many gazes immediately looked towards him. The item that Senior Supreme Deity Donglai was seeking for back in the day. Yi Futian revealed a curious look. He looked at Beigong Ao and the others beside him. He saw that Beigong Ao was also shaking his head. Clearly, Beigong Ao also did not know about it. Did the legendary elixir actually exist? A thought surfaced in Shangguan Churia's mind. There had indeed been such a rumor circulating within the Penglai continent. It was rumored that Eastern Deity Island had an elixir and that Supreme Deity Donglai had not truly perished back then. Instead, he had kept sustaining his life with the nourishment of the elixir. However, most people did not believe such rumors. Countless years had passed. It was impossible for Supreme Deity Donglai to still be alive. Island Lord had her gaze similarly locked on Jiang Juming. Those beautiful eyes suddenly contained a formless pressure that landed on Jiang Juming. These past few years, many people with agendas had made their way to Eastern Deity Island. Jiang clan was an ancient royal family. It was not strange for Jiang Juming to know about this. It was just that ever since so many people had failed back then, it had been a long time since anyone had made such a request. She never imagined that Jiang Juming would come here for this. Could it be that he thought that he was special? "Your level of attainment is still too low. If Renhuang Jiang had come, it might be possible," the female island lord said with a smile. Her tone was somewhat unfriendly. Jiang Juming had actually come here, seeking the elixir. "How will I know if I don't try?" Jiang Juming asked, not heeding the attitude of the island lord. He continued saying, "Even if there is no chance for me, I can at least broaden my horizons. I will have at least seen it before." "Are you sure you want to see it?" the island lord continued asking. Jiang Juming nodded his head and replied, "Before coming here, I heard of how miraculous the elixir was. Hence, I wanted to see it. I used this opportunity to come to Eastern Deity Island for this reason. I hope Island Lord may grant my wish." Island Lord lifted a wine glass and sipped it with her red lips. She then put it down and looked towards Jiang Juming. She immediately got up and came forward. Her long dress trailed behind her. She appeared graceful and dignified, as though she was a peerless empress. "All right, since the ancient royal family, Jiang clan, wants to see it, I will grant you your wish," the island lord proclaimed loudly. "Follow me to the restricted area of Eastern Deity Island." "Yes," many goddesses replied as they stood up and followed island lord. Many cultivators looked at each other. Most people also knew about this matter. However, no one had mentioned it before. This was the first time they had heard someone mention it up front. Would the island lord also allow them to see it? What was the elixir actually like? On Yi Futian's side, their group was whispering amongst themselves. They were all discussing the elixir. Clearly, for many of them, the elixir of Eastern Deity Island was just the stuff of rumors. It was not real. However, it seemed that it truly existed. Island Lord was also leading them to take a look at it now. Most of the crowd followed the Island Lord. Very quickly, a group of people was traversing through the sky above Eastern Deity Island. After a short while, they arrived at a vast expanse of herb forest. Many cultivators were guarding this place. All sorts of precious and rare medicinal herbs and plants were grown here. They passed over this place. Futian glanced down at the ground below. He actually saw many precious plants that they had seen before on the island. This region was filled with extremely rich signs of life. As they advanced, they came before an ancient, towering mountain. A crack was opened on the side of this mountain. A frightening aura emanated from within. It was a rich life aura that made everyone feel very comfortable. The elixir is inside. If you want it, you can enter to retrieve it, the island lord declared. This caused the crowd to reveal strange expressions. Would Eastern Deity Island allow people to take the elixir so easily? Of course, this was impossible. That meant that the elixir was not so easily retrieved. However, why was it that a mere pill could not be taken away? Many people were filled with curiosity. Futian looked at Jiang Jiuming. He saw that the other party had a very serious expression. Since he had come for the elixir, he clearly knew more about it than others. He should be clear about everything regarding the elixir. From his expression, Futian understood that the elixir would not be easy to obtain. Island Lord did not say anything. She merely stood quietly to the side and watched them. Then, Jiang Jiuming led the Jiang clan cultivators forward. The rest of the crowd wanted to follow them, yet they were somewhat hesitant to do so. They were worried that the Island Lord would be dissatisfied, so they waited outside. The group of cultivators from the Jiang clan very quickly disappeared into the crack of the ancient mountain. Stepping into it, there, the frightening aura of the great path immediately cut off their wills. They were unable to sense what was inside. They could only see with their eyes, but they could not see clearly at all. Rumble. The sound of intense collisions came from inside. It was as though intense currents of the great path were present within there. Various sounds kept coming out from within. The rumbling continued without end. Beside Futian, Zifeng glanced ahead with a cold gaze. She had entered this place before. Even a cultivator of the ancient royal family would not be able to take away the elixir. As expected, not long after, the crowd saw silhouettes emerge from the crack. It was Jiang Jiuming and his group. They all appeared rather disheveled. Many of their clothes were tattered, and some were even injured. It was as though they had been through a huge battle. This caused Futian to reveal a strange expression. Wasn't the elixir hidden within? Why had they emerged in such a state? Could it be that the elixir could fight back? That was impossible. Or could it be that the elixir had a guardian beast protecting it? Jiang Jiuming revealed a look of disappointment. He saluted with his fists at the Island Lord and said, "Thank you very much for your generosity, Island Lord." "You are welcome," Island Lord replied casually. "If anyone here is interested, you can continue to give it a try. As long as you can retrieve the elixir, it is yours." These words were like a slap to the face. It was obvious that they would not be able to take the elixir away. This scene caused Futian to reveal a bizarre expression. From their conversation, it was clear that the elixir was indeed inside. Otherwise, the cultivators of the ancient royal family Jiang clan would not have spoken so politely. Although the elixir was in there, no one could take it away. It was not just Futian. Everyone else was also filled with curiosity. They wanted to know what exactly had happened inside. Island Lord obviously noticed the crowd's interest. She looked towards the crack and said, "If you want to know, you can go inside and take a look. However, be careful. Is the divine item which was refined by the supreme deity Donglai back in the day truly in there?" someone asked. "You will know if you go in and see for yourself. Since I allowed you to enter, I will not mind. If you want to, you may enter to take a look. If you can retrieve the elixir, that is fine as well," Island Lord continued. She seemed extremely confident that no one could take away the elixir from the Eastern Deity Island's restricted area. If that is the case, there is no harm in letting an old man like me go in and have a look around, an elder said as he walked into the crack. Very soon, the sound of an intense collision could be heard. Not long after, the elder also returned. He was similarly disheveled. His face revealed a bitter smile. Many people looked at him. He merely shook his head and commented, "The Creator is truly miraculous. You will understand when you see it yourself." Upon hearing his words, even more cultivators were curious. Silhouettes entered into the crack one by one, only to return disappointed. Of course, aside from being disappointed, they were also astonished. It was just that none of them revealed what they saw inside, letting the others venture inside to see for themselves. Seeing the returning figures, Shang Guanxie, who was beside Yi Futian, asked him, "Are you going in to take a look?" Yi Futian's talent was extraordinary. Before this, he had inherited the fateful encounter of the great path on the cliff face. If he entered the crack in the mountain, would the result be the same? "Do you want to go in?" Yi Futian asked her back. Shang Guanxue replied, nodding her head. "You can go first." "I'll wait and see," Yi Futian answered. Shang Guanxue did not hold back and actually walked right in. However, not long after, Shang Guanxue also emerged like everyone else. Her beautiful eyes contained a look of astonishment. "What is in there?" Yi Futian inquired. "Go take a look for yourself," Shang Guanxue replied, not telling Yi Futian what she saw. He also did not pursue the matter, waiting there quietly. As figures entered and emerged, no one managed to succeed. However, they had all been awed by something. When those who entered before saw the others emerge, just like they had, they breathed sighs of relief. Most likely, no one would be able to retrieve this elixir. It was just as the Island Lord had said. If the Jian clan's powerful existence were to come, only he may have a chance of retrieving the elixir. Finally, no one else entered into the crack. Island Lord asked out loud, "Does anyone else want to go in to take a look?" No one responded. Just then Yi Futian stepped out and said, "I also wish to broaden my horizons." "Suit yourself," Island Lord replied. Her expression remained the same. She did not think much about it. Yi Futian then stepped forward and entered into the crack in the ancient mountain. He directly passed through the mountain and entered a gigantic space. When Yi Futian arrived on this side, he instantly sensed an extremely intimate aura. When he saw the scene before him, his eyes revealed a look of astonishment. Before him there was a tree. It was a gigantic divine tree with countless branches and leaves. This tree seemed to nurture all forms of paths, emanating many different types of auras of the Great Path. It was as though the tree could accommodate all things within it. Inside the ancient tree, the most powerful aura of the Great Path was the aura of the Great Path of Life. This was the ancient tree's original aura. What astonished Yi Futian was that this gigantic ancient tree actually had a human shape. It was as though it was a humongous tree god. This human-shaped divine tree had a head, eyes, arms, body, as well as 2 legs. It completely resembled a human. Right then, a brilliant life aura was shining from the head of this human-shaped tree. There seemed to be an elixir there. Chapter 1935, Merging. Yi Futian revealed a bizarre expression. The elixir was nurturing life. This ancient tree was born from the elixir. Although it was just a tree, Yi Futian felt as though he was being watched. The ancient tree before him was even richer in spirit than the flowering tree he encountered before entering Eastern Deity Island. It was as though he was facing a person. The life aura contained within the ancient tree astonished him. Endless emerald green divine halos shone all around, sealing off this space. The swaying branches kept growing, blocking out the sun and the sky. It seemed to truly be a divine tree. It had a perfect way of life. Was this the power of the origin of the way of life? Yi Futian thought to himself. The sense of familiarity grew stronger. The life spirit of the world tree within him swayed and began to stir. This was another object that caused his life spirit to stir. It was certainly an extremely precious item. Yi Futian approached the tree. Yet in an instant the branches and leaves that blocked out the sun and the sky descended upon him. They became countless vines and tendrils that instantly flooded around him. Divine light surged over Yi Futian's figure. He tried to freeze the vines of the ancient tree, but he saw the emerald-green divine halos above the ancient tree shine. Its vitality was overwhelming, immediately breaking through the power of the divine light as it continued towards Yi Futian. Sword, will, lightning, and other powers of the great path burst forth from Yi Futian, attempting to block off the vines. However, they were all useless. The branches and leaves seemed to be unable to decay. Their vitality was overwhelming to the point of making them immortal. Be it destruction or death, they could not corrupt the branches and leaves. With a swooshing sound, Yi Futian's figure was completely tied up in an instant. He could not resist at all. When this power bound him, he did not have the ability to struggle at all. He frenziedly unleashed his aura of the great path, but he could not break free. At that moment, Yi Futian understood what the others had been through. Like him, they must have been unable to offer up any resistance. They had all been bullied by a tree. The branches of the ancient tree wrapped him within them. Yi Futian felt his body spinning. He then appeared before the divine tree. The head of the tree seemed to be staring at him. An object shone with brilliant divine light in its head. The power within the divine light was bestowing life to the divine tree. Swoosh! Yi Futian heard high-pitched squeaks. The branches of the divine tree seemed to become razor-sharp. They were aimed at Yi Futian, seemingly wanting to pierce through his body. Yi Futian knew that the situation was bad. The way of life in his body also burst forth at that instant. The divine halo of the world tree emanated from him. Currents of the great path enveloped the vast space. His figure suddenly became a frightening spiral that consumed the way of life of the tree. In just a split second, the surrounding way of life surged into his body. Inside his body, there was also a divine tree shining with a strange divine halo. It seemed ethereal, like a king among divine trees. It was staring back at the ancient tree outside. The ancient tree outside also sensed its presence. The two actually developed some form of resonance with each other. Swooshing sounds kept ringing in Yi Futian's ear as the branches frenziedly swept towards Yi Futian. The branches actually dove into Yi Futian's body, being drawn towards his aura, allowing themselves to be consumed by the aura. The elixir on the ancient tree released blinding divine light. From within the elixir that was merged with the divine tree, an illusory figure seemed to faintly appear. The figure's temperament was ethereal, as though he was a celestial being. Supreme Deity Donglai, Yi Futian revealed a strange look. Could it be that the absurd things that Shangguanchuya previously told him were true? Yi Futian saw the light released by the elixir grow brighter and brighter. Frightening divine halos completely lit up the space within this domain of the great path. The emerald green divine light was like the light of life. He could hear a crisp sound, as though the elixir was shattering. It merged directly into the divine tree and then continued to surge into Yi Futian's body, merging once again with the divine tree within him. Yi Futian greedily absorbed this power of the great path of life. He felt his life aura swell. It was still continuing to rise. His organs, meridians, and life force seemed to also grow stronger. He was full of life force. He could clearly sense that as his life force grew stronger, his blood, qi, and will were also strengthened. Life force was the source of human existence. As time passed slowly, both the divine tree as well as the elixir contained within it disappeared, consumed by Yi Futian. The exuberant life aura within him made him feel as though he was filled with endless power. His temperament also went through some changes. Yet he could not describe what had changed exactly. Just then, a will suddenly surfaced within his mind. This caused him to be momentarily stunned. The illusory figure had directly appeared in his mind in the form of will. He was still ethereal, as though he was a celestial being. "Are you Senior Supreme Deity Donglai?" Yi Futian asked as his will wavered. The other party replied, nodding his head. He continued, "Let down your will. I will let you know everything that you wish to know." "All right," Yi Futian answered. He was not on guard. The other party's will was weak and feeble. It was impossible for him to take anything from Yi Futian. Hence, Yi Futian was at ease to allow the other party's will to merge into his own. In an instant, countless images surfaced in his mind. They seemed to be images of Supreme Deity Donglai's legendary life. Of course, what was more precious was that Supreme Deity Donglai imparted everything he had learned into Yi Futian's will, including his vast knowledge in alchemy techniques. This made Yi Futian feel strange. He had just come in here to try his luck. He never imagined that he would not only consume the elixir, but also receive the lifelong teachings of Supreme Deity Donglai. This, from the looks of it, he was truly fortunate to stumble upon this. He did not know how the successor of Supreme Deity Donglai, the female island lord, would think of this. The elixir nurtured the life of the divine tree and nourished the remaining will of Supreme Deity Donglai. Supreme Deity Donglai had wanted to utilize the elixir and the divine tree to remain immortal. Yet his plans had all been wrecked by Yi Futian. "It is your good fortune to be able to come here. You can now be considered half a disciple of mine. I hope that you can take care of Eastern Deity Island." Supreme Deity Donglai directly imprinted this thought in Yi Futian's mind. Yi Futian nodded his head and answered solemnly, "Senior, rest assured. I will do whatever is within my power." The illusory figure nodded his head slightly. He then gradually turned blurrier until he completely disappeared, vanishing into thin air. At that moment, Supreme Deity Donglai was truly considered to have disappeared from the world. Yi Futian took a deep breath. He looked at the empty ancient mountain. All the power of the way of life here was no longer present. Right now, he still had another predicament to face. He did not know what the island lord would do to him. Yi Futian turned around and headed outside. The people outside were all idly chatting to one another. They appeared exceptionally casual, as though they did not take this event to be a big issue anymore. When they saw Yi Futian equally as disheveled as the rest, they only smiled, revealing understanding looks. Island Lord glanced over at Yi Futian with her beautiful eyes. She then looked at the crowd and said, "Let's go." As she said this, she turned around and walked away. The rest followed her and left the place. After the crowd returned to the island, they were invited to rest on Eastern Deity Island. They could move around freely and also contemplate on whether or not they wanted to stay to cultivate on Eastern Deity Island. A palace was arranged for Yi Futian's group to cultivate in. The place was elegant. Xia Qingyuan's beautiful eyes looked at Yi Futian. Yi Futian looked back at her and asked, "What are you looking at?" "You seem somewhat different," Xia Qingyuan replied. Yi Futian was stunned. She could tell. "What seems different about me?" Yi Futian inquired. Xia Qingyuan shook her head gently and said, "It's just a feeling." "Your senses are really sharp," Yi Futian said with a smile. Xia Qingyuan looked at him. Yi Futian then said, "The members of Eastern Deity Island should be coming to find me soon." When Xia Qingyuan heard Yi Futian say this, she immediately understood. He must have had a different experience compared to other people when he was in the ancient mountain. Just as they were chatting, a group of silhouettes traversed across the sky. They quickly arrived outside their palace. One of the silhouettes said, "By Mu wishes to see Pavilion Master Yi." "Goddess, please come in." Yi Futian turned his head and said out loud. Xia Qingyuan also looked over in that direction. The members of Eastern Deity Island actually came. Bai Mu and her group immediately came up to Yi Futian. She bowed slightly and said, "Island Lord invites Pavilion Master Yi to meet with her." "All right," Yi Futian replied, nodding his head. He could not just leave Eastern Deity Island like that. He wouldn't be able to either. "Many thanks, Pavilion Master Yi." Bai Mu thanked him as she nodded. She then turned and headed off. Yi Futian told Xia Qingyuan and the others, "Wait for me here." As he said this, he followed Bai Mu alone and came to the residence of the Island Lord. When Yi Futian arrived, there were only a few people present. Aside from the Island Lord, there were a few figures with very powerful auras. This alarmed Bai Mu and the other goddesses. What was going to happen? "Greetings, Island Lord," Yi Futian said as he bowed slightly. Island Lord acknowledged his greeting by nodding her head. She then said to Bai Mu and the other goddesses, "You may all step down." "Understood." Although Bai Mu and the rest were curious, they still stepped down and left the place. There were only a few members, and the Island Lord left in this place together with Yi Futian. A formless pressure landed on Yi Futian. This peerless Island Lord released a terrifying pressure of the great path that enveloped Yi Futian. "What happened to the divine tree as well as the elixir?" she interrogated in a cold tone. "I happened to obtain them by chance. They have already merged into my body," Yi Futian responded. The female Island Lord had waited until now to meet with him privately. She must not want other people to know about this. From the looks of it, he should be quite safe. The other party would not do anything to him. Chapter 1936. The Second Island Lord. The female Island Lord stared at Yi Futian. The coercion of the Great Path was still strong, had it been integrated by him. "What did you get?" she asked. "Elixir, the life force of the Great Path." As soon as Yi Futian's voice fell, a most sacred emerald green, divine brilliance gleamed. His body seemed to have been transformed into a divine tree with countless branches and leaves spread out, swaying in this space. The great path of life was extremely majestic and vibrant. Yi Futian's body was also filled with radiant green divine brilliance, with a most powerful vitality. "What else?" the other continued to ask him, her gaze fixed on him. Yi Futian looked into those deep eyes and responded, "And I have inherited everything from the supreme deity Donglai." As soon as his voice fell, an invisible pressure of the great path enveloped this area. Not just the female Island Lord, but the few cultivators next to her also emitted an extremely powerful aura. Supreme deity Donglai was the belief of Eastern Deity Island. Even though he had fallen for many years, the people on Eastern Deity Island knew that he hadn't completely disappeared. They had always hoped that he would continue to exist forever, so that one day he might wake up one way or another. But now it was inherited by Yi Futian. "He's gone." A terrible power of the great path surged over the woman, and it seemed rather cold. "He's gone," Yi Futian responded frankly. "Supreme deity Donglai proclaimed that I could be counted as half a disciple of his and asked me to look after Eastern Deity Island in the future." "You look after Eastern Deity Island," said the other while looking at Yi Futian. "I can't now," Yi Futian responded. "But does the Island Lord think it will not be possible even in the future?" The woman fell silent when she heard Yi Futian's words. She had been watching Yi Futian's performance. Even with Jiang Juming present, Yi Futian was still the one with the most outstanding performance in Eastern Deity Island. "So, the movement of the flowering tree was also because of you." She continued, and Yi Futian nodded, did not deny it. "Who are you?" There is no major clan with the last name Yi in the surrounding continents. The female island lord stared at Yi Futian. She was a little suspicious of Yi Futian's identity and wondered whether he was coming for the elixir, just like Jiang Jiuming. Pavilion Master of Dongyuan Pavilion, Yi Futian responded. Dongyuan Pavilion can't tolerate the likes of you, the other responded bluntly. Yi Futian gave a look at the people next to her, which caught her attention. Did he mean to have her dismiss her people before he would say more? You may go now, the island lord commanded. Several people glanced at Yi Futian coldly, then turned to leave. The island lord looked at Yi Futian and said, You can spill it now. Sure enough, just as she had thought, this man wasn't so simple. His past was extraordinary, or else he wouldn't request a private audience with her. An invisible power of the great path enveloped this area and sealed it. Yi Futian looked at the island lord. Since I have inherited everything from the supreme deity Donglai, naturally I am aware of its past. As he said, I am indeed half of a disciple to him. I can't cut off my relationship with the eastern deity island. Therefore, I can tell the island lord my secrets to demonstrate my sincerity, but I also hope that the island lord will keep my secrets for me. Of course. The other nodded. I come from the original realm, said Yi Futian. Impossible. The island lord was surprised. How could you possibly come from original realm with this kind of cultivation? Obviously, she had heard of the original realm. After all, Eastern Deity Island was once prosperous. Her father was a top figure. They had talked about it. Whether the island lord believes it or not, I did come from the original realm. It is a fact, Yi Futian continued, while the beautiful eyes of the woman in front of him fixed on him. Although she knew of the original realm, to the vast majority of the forces in Divine Prefecture, the original realm only existed as a myth. And the young man in front of her came from the original realm. Even if I believe you, is this any secret? The island lord said to Yi Futian. Back then, I was hunted by the top powers of the Divine Prefecture in the original realm, including powers such as the Holy Land of Taichu, Yi Futian continued, and the other revealed a look of surprise. She had heard of Holy Land of Taichu, even if it never had any exchanges with Eastern Deity Island. But as one of the top forces in Divine Prefecture, she knew of its existence. Would such forces hunt Yi Futian down? My real name is Yi Futian. Yi Lionian is just a pseudonym. In the original realm, due to some circumstances, I was targeted by the forces in the original realm and those of the lower worlds in the Divine Prefecture. So I fled to Divine Prefecture, Yi Futian said. How did you manage to escape with your realm? The other asked. Princess Donghuang didn't want to see me die, Yi Futian responded. Princess Donghuang. The female island lord was already starting to believe in Yi Futian's story, but the more she listened, the more she felt it was implausible. She felt it's almost like a dream. A man of Lower Renhuang realm came to Eastern Deity Island for trial and obtained the opportunity of the Great Path. However, the characters and forces that he mentioned were inaccessible to those on Eastern Deity Island. How could this not make her feel a little surreal? Look at it yourself. Yi Futian shot a thought from his brow chakra toward the center of her brow chakra. She did not refuse and saw scenes appearing before her eyes. The battle in the original realm was also displayed. After watching, the female island lord's aura fluctuated slightly, staring at the man in front of her. This was a veritable genius. In the original realm, he had come into contact with the top powers and was valued by Princess Donghuang. No wonder such an extremely talented person traversed and dominated all of Eastern Deity Island, inherited the opportunity of the Great Path, and seized the elixir. Am I sincere enough? Yi Futian asked while the other still looked at him. Why tell me so much? The other asked him. These were Yi Futian's secrets. There was no need to tell her all of them. I inherited the elixir and the inheritance of the supreme deity Donglai. I could be considered as half of his heir. If I don't convince the island lord of my talent, it may put me at a disadvantage. On the contrary, if the island lord sees all this, the conclusion may very well be the opposite. Yi Futian responded frankly. He learned everything that Eastern Deity Island had experienced through Supreme Deity Donglai. Eastern Deity Island was now in desperate need of power, the reason why it was using the opportunity of the Great Path to attract talented men from outside. However, no matter how they recruit, even if Eastern Deity Island's strength increased, there would still be an upper limit. As long as Eastern Deity Island failed to produce a major figure, the limitation would always be there. Therefore, this could be the man who will give hope to Eastern Deity Island. Having inherited everything from Supreme Deity Donglai, with the promise to look after Eastern Deity Island, he would not mind help coming from Eastern Deity Island. "You go back first," the island lord thought for a moment and said to Yi Futian. Her thoughts were mixed up, and she hadn't sorted them out yet. "Very well." Yi Futian nodded slightly and left. Long after he left, the island lord of Eastern Deity Island still stared at his faded figure in a daze. Yi Futian from the original realm. Yi Liunian, the pavilion master of Dongyuan Pavilion. She had been recruiting genius talents for Eastern Deity Island. Finally, on this day, a genius had come, one that even the daughter of the great emperor had appreciated. Yi Futian's talent was undoubted. This was someone who could make the flowering tree run wild, allowing the divine tree to blend into the divine body, someone that Zifeng was willing to follow in cultivation. No matter how she looked at it, Yi Futian was the best candidate for Eastern Deity Island. But was he reliable? Previously at the banquet, Yi Futian casually gave out the refined thunder mastering pellets to those around him. He had performed well on Eastern Deity Island before. His character was gentle and erudite, but ruthless toward the enemy. Perhaps this was destined to send Yi Futian to Eastern Deity Island. Island Lord. At this moment, a group of people landed next to Island Lord of Eastern Deity Island. Their eyes were full of doubts and questions. What did the white-haired man talk about with the Island Lord? From today onwards, Yi Liunian is the second Island Lord of Eastern Deity Island, and you will do all you can to provide full assistance to him. However, this matter is only known to you and cannot be publicized. His status is the same as mine, said the woman. Everyone around was a little surprised, their eyes on her. Was this to confirm the white-haired Ren Huang as the heir of Eastern Deity Island? Even if he had gotten the inheritance of Supreme Deity Donglai, should a decision be made so quickly? Island Lord, do we need to discuss this matter further? Someone asked. No, I have made up my mind, so it is decided. The Island Lord's tone was determined, and everyone was a little concerned, unaware of what the two had talked about. But they knew the Island Lord, an extremely outstanding leader whose action was always swift. Since she had already made the decision, they would not question her. They all nodded in response and left. Second Island Lord of Eastern Deity Island. Yi Futian didn't know any of this. After he returned, Zifeng asked him, "What did Sister Island Lord say to you?" "Nothing. Just concerned for me," Yi Futian smiled. "Concerned for you?" Zifeng's beautiful eyes glanced at him with a look of contempt. This Island Lord did care for anyone, much less a man. Yi Futian nodded. "Although you plan to follow me to cultivate, you may still be on Eastern Deity Island often." Zifeng didn't quite understand it, and Yi Futian didn't bother to explain further. In his opinion, such a choice was actually straightforward. As smart as the Island Lord of Eastern Deity Island, she would make the best judgment. When faced with a win-win option, no one would choose to lose. "When are we leaving?" Bei Gongshuang came over and asked Yi Futian. "Leave." Yi Futian looked at Bei Gongshuang and said, Eastern Deity Island's fine wines and delicacies are all great. Why leave? Wasn't it nice to stay a few more days and enjoy the feast? You are not leaving? Beigong Shuang looked confused, didn't quite understand. Yi Futian smiled and didn't say anything more. Of course, he wouldn't leave. From now on, this would be like his own backyard. Chapter 1937. Conferred. Eastern Deity Island. Those who planned to enter the core island gradually left. Several others chose to join Eastern Deity Island, preparing to stay there to cultivate. Yi Futian did not leave, staying on Eastern Deity Island to continue his cultivation. At Eastern Deity Island, delicacies were provided every day, with Goddess Baimu from Eastern Deity Island personally waiting on him daily. Many cultivators were a little unhappy with the situation, saying that Baimu was almost like Yi Futian's servant girl. They thought that Yi Futian must have agreed to join Eastern Deity Island to cultivate. But even if he had outstanding talents, there was no need to degrade Baimu like this. On Eastern Deity Island, Baimu's talent was one of the most outstanding. An empress who was so out of this world, now serving Yi Futian every day, made many felt quite odd. If the two were path companions, they would understand it. But Baimu didn't say anything, nor felt that she was being wronged. The order of the island, Lord, must have its own reasons. As for the matter regarding this second island Lord, it was not publicized by Eastern Deity Island, and only a few key people knew about it. Even the goddesses of Eastern Deity Island did not know anything. Of course, Yi Futian himself didn't know it either, but judging from the attitude of everyone, many things were becoming clear to him. On this day, in a hall on Eastern Deity Island, Baimu and a goddess Huang stood there, respectfully facing the peerless empress in front of him, the island lord of Eastern Deity Island. Baimu, how are you getting along with Pavilion Master Yi these past few days? The island lord asked. Very well. Baimu nodded slightly. Pavilion Master Yi is easygoing and easy to get along with. The island lord nodded slightly and glanced at that goddess Huang. Her name was Huang Yan, a direct disciple of the island lord herself. She was extremely talented and was regarded very highly. Seeing that her master now looked at her, Huang Yan said, Master, there has been some gossip on the island these past few days. It's true that Pavilion Master Yi is extremely talented. Although he has entered the Eastern Deity Island to cultivate, is it necessary to give him such grand treatments? The island lord glanced at her and said, Huang Yan, you can leave for the moment now. Huang Yan was stunned by this reply. With some puzzlement in her eyes, she nodded and replied, Yes, master. After that, she left, not knowing what she said that had displeased her master. Neither did Baimu. She was the only one left. Baimu, what do you think of Pavilion Master Yi? The island lord asked. His talent is unparalleled. Baimu responded. Even Jiang Juming from the ancient royal family is not necessarily more outstanding than him. Whether inside or outside of Eastern Deity Island, he had demonstrated unparalleled talent. The island lord nodded. Do you want to cultivate with him? Baimu was stunned. A strange look appeared in her beautiful eyes as she lowered her head slightly. Master, Pavilion Master, he already has a path companion. Not as path companion, just to follow him in cultivation. The island lord knew that Baimu had misunderstood her meaning and continued. Baimu looked up at her master in surprise. Did her master really want her to follow Yi Futian and serve him? Just how important was Yi Futian? Baimu will obey master's order, Baimu replied softly. It's not an order. I'm simply asking if you're willing. If you are not, I won't force you. What I need is someone who truly wanted to follow him in cultivation, and not just because I ordered it. He is here because you recommended him, so you know him the best. That's why I am asking for your opinion, the island lord continued. Baimu looked pensive when she heard her master's words. Judging from what her master said, she held Yi Futian in higher regard than she had previously thought. Bai Mu thought of how she had gotten to know Yi Futian. First, it was the battle between him and Jun Chuyan. Later, in Eastern Deity Island, when he disabled Jun Chuyan. At the time, she felt that Yi Futian was a little too impulsive and should not made such a move against Jun Chuyan. Things could be very dangerous to him in the future when he's in the outside world. However, now she realized that she might have overthought the matter. In Eastern Deity Island, Yi Futian was able to have an effect on her master to the point of assigning her to follow him. If the Jun family ever wanted to harm Yi Futian, it would be impossible for Eastern Deity Island not to get involved. I am willing. Bai Mu nodded and bowed. Perhaps following Yi Futian in cultivation was also a fated encounter. Let's see what it might bring. The island lord nodded slightly and said, "In that case, I will tell you the truth. I have made Yi Futian the second island lord of Eastern Deity Island. The future of Eastern Deity Island may be tied to him. Do you understand?" Bai Mu's beautiful eyes showed some surprise as she raised her head to look at her master. Elixir was obtained by him, and he had also gotten the inheritance of my father, the island lord continued. Her every word made Bai Mu's heart tremble. Indeed, she had underestimated him. No wonder the master wanted her to follow him around. At this time, the island lord took out a sacred ancient decree, which was filled with a powerful aura of the Great Path. The ancient decree flew toward Bai Mu and hovered in front of her. When Bai Mu laid eyes on the decree, her eyes betrayed her emotions, clearly recognizing it. Seeing it is like seeing me. Take it. Whenever you need it, you may use it. In addition, I will confer you as the goddess of Eastern Deity Island. The voice of the island lord caused an uneasiness inside Bai Mu. The bestowing of the ancient decree and conferring her as the goddess of Eastern Deity Island, all these just so that she would follow Yi Futian in cultivation. Most people on Eastern Deity Island don't know what happened today. It is only for your own knowledge, so do not disclose it to the others. Yes, master. Bai Mu nodded. It seemed that master chose her this time and entrusted her with an important task. Go, said the island lord. Bai Mu bowed slightly, then turned to leave. There was a great disturbance in her heart that was difficult to calm down for a long while. The island lord of Eastern Deity Island watched the other leave and sat there quietly. Yi Futian had inherited everything from her father and obtained the elixir. Apart from not being the actual descendant of her father by blood, he was more of an heir in every way, so she bestowed him the title as the second island lord. She was not hungry for power. Only strength could bring power. Otherwise, it was as fleeting as the clouds. If one day Yi Futian could reach a certain height, she wouldn't mind Yi Futian inheriting Eastern Deity Island. Although Zi Feng was following him, she didn't think it was enough. Yi Futian was not from Eastern Deity Island and would not have a sense of belonging regarding Eastern Deity Island. She needed to strengthen that feeling for him consistently. Since she had already approved of Yi Futian, she needed to do everything to bind him. Therefore, she decided to send Bai Mu to take care of him. She thought of choosing Huang Yan, but Huang Yan was a proud one. She probably would never serve Yi Futian willingly, so she decided to give this task to Bai Mu. As for this business about the goddess, Huang Yan had to stand down. If there was no Yi Futian, the official position for the goddess should have gone to Huang Yan. Her eyes focused outside and said clearly, "Today, Disciple Bai Mu is officially designated as the goddess of Eastern Deity Island, ranking first among all the disciples, and her orders are to be obeyed by all." This voice came out and spread throughout Eastern Deity Island. In an instant, it resounded above the entire island. Bai Mu, who had just left, stopped in her tracks, but she did not look back. At this moment, she felt no joy or excitement. On the contrary, all this meant more responsibilities, and she still had a long way to go. She was not quite deserving of the position of goddess at present, and now the master had bestowed such position to her. She had to work on making herself worthy. Huang Yan was in another place. She looked back at the ancient temple from which she had just came out, her beautiful eyes fixated there, with confusion and doubts in her eyes. Conferring the title to Bai Mu as the goddess of Eastern Deity Island. But why? Was it because of what happened in the ancient temple before? Because of what she said? She was a little puzzled and couldn't understand. She was not jealous, only that she could not understand why Master had made such a decision. In all aspects, she was more outstanding than Bai Mu. It was not just her, but everyone on Eastern Deity Island was looking in the direction of the voice, and their hearts were slightly disturbed. Bai Mu had been conferred as the goddess. Then what about Huang Yan? Why did the island lord choose to confer the title to Bai Mu at this time? By order of the island lord, congratulations to the goddess. At this moment, another voice resounded throughout Eastern Deity Island. It was a powerful figure in Eastern Deity Island. By order of the island lord, congratulations to the goddess. After that, there were other voices that were heard in response to the island lord of Eastern Deity Island. Soon, these voices flooded the island, resonating with the world, as if it was the will of the great path that must be accepted by those who heard it. In the palace where Yi Futian was, he raised his head slightly as the voices fell, and their sound still lingered. Did this matter have anything to do with him? Emperor Yi. At this time, Shengguan walked over this way and said to him, Bai Mu has been conferred as the goddess. Wasn't Bai Mu the one who invited you to Eastern Deity? Yi Futian nodded. I didn't expect goddess Bai Mu to have such luck, Shengguan marveled. Just as she was speaking, a figure in the distance came in this direction. Shengguan was taken aback when she saw who it was. Just as she was speaking of Bai Mu, here she came. Bai Mu's appearance surprised her. Bai Mu had just been conferred as the goddess. Even though there was no official ceremony, shouldn't she be with the island lord at a time like this? No matter what, this was the last place she should be at this time. Pavilion Master Yi. Bai Mu landed and nodded at Yi Futian with a smile. Congratulations to the goddess. Yi Futian smiled. Congratulations to the goddess. Shengguan did the same. Thank you, Bai Mu responded with a smile. Goddess has just been conferred. How is it that you are already here? Shengguan asked with some doubt, but Yi Futian didn't. Instinctively, he felt that this matter might have something to do with him. On this trip to Eastern Deity Island, Pavilion Master Yi demonstrated unparalleled talent. Master conferred the title of goddess on me so I could follow Pavilion Master Yi in cultivation. For many years, I have been cultivating in Eastern Deity Island, and it's time that I cultivate outside of the island. I wonder if I will have the opportunity to cultivate with Pavilion Master Yi in the outside world? Bai Mu spoke with a very soft voice, and her tone was very polite. Hearing her words, Yi Futian was assured of his speculation. It seemed that the island lord had made her decision so that a goddess would follow him in cultivation. Indeed, Bai Mu was conferred as the goddess of Eastern Deity Island because of him. On the side, Shengguan looked shocked. In such a circumstance, how could she fail to understand that for Bai Mu, who had just been named as the goddess of Eastern Deity Island, to follow Yi Futian out in the world to cultivate, implied that a goddess was to be Yi Futian's path companion? Obviously, her understanding was a little off. Chapter 1938. Attainment of the Divine Flame. Yi Futian's understanding was different from that of Shengguan. For the island lord of Eastern Deity Island to confer the title of goddess, just to let that goddess follow him in cultivation, was all but acknowledged his status. However, for goddess to follow him might also be a way to keep tabs on him. However, he had a good impression of Bai Mu. They had picked the right person, so he had no reason to refuse her. He nodded and said, If the goddess doesn't object, I would have no reason to decline. Then it's settled. From now on, I will cultivate in this palace. If Pavilion Master Yi has any instructions, just let me know, Bai Mu said. Yi Futian nodded and began to understand the intention of the island lord. She wanted to use Bai Mu to connect him to Eastern Deity Island. Thank you, goddess. Yi Futian smiled and nodded once he understood the intention, while Shengguan Chuya beside him blinked and wondered if that was all. He was not humble at all, shameless to the extreme. Shengguan Chuya still thought that Eastern Deity Island was using Bai Mu to win Yi Futian over. She didn't know that Yi Futian had already inherited from the supreme deity Donglai, swallowed the elixir of Eastern Deity Island, and was now the second island lord of Eastern Deity Island. Pavilion Master, you need not address me as goddess anymore. Just call me by my name, Bai Mu said. Very well, Yi Futian nodded. Bai Mu, Eastern Deity Island, should have a place for alchemy, right? Bai Mu nodded. Eastern Deity Island was created by Supreme Deity Donglai, who was a master-level alchemist. Eastern Deity Island was steeped in alchemy, and many of its people were experts in the art of alchemy. Are you good at it? Yi Futian asked. Bai Mu shook her head. I am not gifted in alchemy. Alchemy requires a strong comprehension of the great path. Any good alchemist could induce movements from the flowering tree. So a powerful alchemist must have a strong talent for cultivation. Yi Futian asked, and Bai Mu nodded. This was also the reason why a powerful alchemist was extremely rare. For a person with outstanding talent, it was enough to improve his strength through cultivation. There was no need to be distracted by alchemy. If so, I should have great potential for it. When you have time, you can take me to observe the alchemy in action here. Maybe I have a hidden talent in alchemy, Yi Futian said with a smile. Bai Mu knew the inside story and understood the reason behind Yi Futian's request to observe. Having inherited everything from Supreme Deity Donglai, Yi Futian now had a real chance to become a top master alchemist, provided that he was willing to spend time and energy on it. When will Eastern Deity Island be closed? Yi Futian asked. It will be closed in 3 days. By then, all the cultivators will leave Eastern Deity Island, Bai Mu said, as Yi Futian nodded in acknowledgement. Once Eastern Deity Island close, the news would be spread to the outside, and all of the Penglai continent would know what happened to Jun Chuyen. Of course, this did not rule out the possibility that the other party already knew of it, and this possibility was very high. After all, there were indeed such magical treasures in the world of cultivation. He and Xia Qingyuan owned a Zimu Yuanyang mirror, and it was highly probable that the news had already leaked out. But Jun Chuyen was in his hands, so the cultivators from the Jun family should not dare to provoke him. However, now was the time to consider the next step. Before that, they must first collect the divine fire of Wudong. Zifeng, shall we go to Wudong Island now? Yi Futian said to the phoenix that was not far away. Obviously, the two had reached an agreement to let Yi Futian take ownership of the divine fire of Wudong. Yes, Zifeng nodded, and the two walked away together. Shengguan Chuya, Bai Mu, and the others looked at them in amazement. What were they going to do on Wudong Island? Wait for the little condor. A voice came from behind. Condor Sama spread his wings to catch up. If he didn't, he would be left behind. Before long, they appeared on Wudong Island together. Although Zifeng was not there, the Wudong divine tree was still on the island. No one had been able to take away the Wudong divine flame. This was a divine fire, and it was a divine fire of the great path conceived by the phoenix. It was possible to leverage its power to cultivate, but impossible to refine it for one's own possession. At least there was no one strong enough yet in Eastern Deity Island to do so. However, Yi Futian claimed he had a way. Leave Wudong Island immediately. Zifeng swooped down. Her red dress was brilliant, and a sudden burst of overwhelming pressure bloomed from her. An illusion of the divine phoenix appeared on her body, sheltering the sky and the sun. The divine flame enveloped the entire Wudong Island, so that all the Wudong trees on the island swayed, as traces of divine flames diffused into the atmosphere. In just an instant, the temperature of Wudong Island suddenly rose. With the Wudong divine tree as the center, wisps of elusive flames lingered. The cultivators on the island glanced at Zifeng and knew that this was probably the master of Wudong Island, and they retreated toward the void. Yi Futian and the little condor swooped down and landed next to the Wudong divine tree. Yi Futian walked under the Wudong tree and sat down in a cross-legged pose. Zifeng was suspended above the Wudong divine tree, quietly watching Yi Futian, wondering how he could take away the divine fire of Wudong from the tree. At this moment, she faintly perceived traces of invisible air currents that came from Yi Futian, covering the Wudong divine tree. At this moment, the power of the flaming great path above the divine tree was constantly flowing toward him. Caution flashed across Zifeng's beautiful eyes, and she became a little more serious. At this moment, she was faintly aware that an independent area of the great path had appeared in this space, and the divine tree was shrouded within. In this area, there seemed to be invisible, ancient tree branches and leaves spreading, turning into the currents of the great path, infiltrated into the Wudong divine tree, so that Yi Futian's body and the Wudong divine tree became one, continuing to swallow and absorb the light of the divine flame. The terrible divine brilliance was shining, and an indescribably blazing aura permeated the atmosphere. Divine Wudong tree turned into the color of the flame, as if a golden divine fire was burning had rendered Yi Futian's entire body extremely radiant. Divine flame! Little Condor retreated into the void. He couldn't possibly withstand the power of this divine fire. But even the power of the divine fire was still being absorbed by Yi Futian little by little, which caused the surprised look on Zifeng's face. Unless he could resonate with divine flame, anyone else who came in contact with the divine flame, such as herself, would be incinerated, body and soul. This was also why the Wudong divine flame was still here, though there was no one guarding it, because no one was able to take it away. But why was Yi Futian not hurt by it? Yi Futian's body was lit up with the divine brilliance of the flame, sparkled without ceasing. His entire body was radiant. The divine fire flowed about his body, also under great coercion. But even so, he didn't stop what he was doing. The strength of the shadow power that he encountered in the Shadow Realm Center was far more terrifying than this Wudong divine flame. Yet it was absorbed and swallowed by him. Today, it would be the same with this Wudong divine flame. It was precisely because of the experience he had in the Shadow Realm that he could be this confident. After a long while, the divine glory on the divine Wudong tree gradually dimmed, and the divine light inside Yi Futian's body became even brighter. It was as if his entire body was bathed in the divine fire. He sat there cross-legged in cultivation, nor did he move. At the same time, the flame aura on the entire Wudong Island became weakened, and the power of the great path gradually dissipated on this island. It had been swallowed. Zifeng stared at Yi Futian below. Although she had been watching, she still did not understand how Yi Futian had done it. She could only feel that Yi Futian was an expert at a mysterious power, and that this power was strong enough to tolerate the divine fire of Wudong. After some time had passed, the brilliance of the divine flame flowed over Yi Futian's body. He stood up and exhaled a long breath, which actually turned into a frightful hot current. Lifting his head, Yi Futian looked at Zifeng and said with a smile, "It's done. Where is the divine flame?" Zifeng looked at Yi Futian, her eyes wide. Didn't he say that he would help her to take it? Where was the divine flame? Could it be pocketed by this guy? Don't worry. Yi Futian saw Zifeng's expression and said with a smile, Let's go back." As he finished speaking, he left in a flash, leaving behind an empty Wudong Island. After they left, many came to the side, and someone asked, "Who is that man?" Yi Liunian. He had already destroyed many opportunities of the Great Path, and they were all monopolized by him. Later, he breached the chessboard matrix and entered the core island. Now it seems that he may have been invited to cultivate on Eastern Deity Island and once again monopolize the opportunity on Wudong Island. "How heartless," someone said. It seemed that Yi Futian was already quite famous on Eastern Deity Island. Yi Liunian, the pavilion master of Dongyuan Pavilion, I have heard about him. He disabled Jun Chuyan of his cultivation, slaughtered hundreds of cultivators from the Jun family of Penglai continent. Even cultivators of the 8th realm couldn't escape fast enough. He is a ruthless man who knows what will happen if he goes into the outside world, someone next to him added. It seemed that everyone knew all that had happened on Eastern Deity Island in the past few days. After Yi Futian returned to Core Island, he continued to enjoy life, served daily with fine wine and delicacies, with more than one beauty by his side. Not only him, but even those who came with him, such as Emperor Helion and Beigong Ao, were all enjoying the most luxurious lifestyle. He even asked Bai Mu to get him some magical pellets on account of cultivation and shared them with those who were the closest to him. Sometimes he would even go and cultivate in alchemy. Shangguan Chia watched all this, and her thoughts were tangled. Even though Yi Futian's talent was outstanding, and now he had entered Eastern Deity Island to cultivate, was there really a need for Eastern Deity Island to treat him so well? Moreover, the life that this guy led in Eastern Deity Island was practically like that of a king, perfect beyond words. Time seemed to go by very quickly. Finally, on this day, the journey to Eastern Deity Island was over. Eastern Deity Island invited several other geniuses who were on the island to stay and continue to cultivate there. At the same time, Eastern Deity Island opened up, and those cultivators who came for trials left successively. Some were happy and some were sad. But when the gates of Eastern Deity Island were opened, the whole of Penglai continent was shaken. A battle occurred on Eastern Deity Island, which affected several top forces in Penglai continent. Among them, many cultivators of the Jun family were slaughtered, and the great loss they suffered included their young master, Jun Chuyan, who lost his cultivation. This news caused a great sensation in an instant, so much so that even a mighty army descended on Penglai Deity region. Chapter 1939. What a good person. Eastern Deity Island, Alchemy Area. Yi Futian sat cross-legged in front of an alchemy cauldron. His full head of long silver hair glimmered under the glow of the flames. With a bright sheen on his hair, he was like a fallen deity. The alchemy cauldron in front of him floated in midair. Flames of the way enveloped the cauldron and entered it, setting the inside on fire as well. From within the cauldron came waves of fragrance from elixirs. Threads of flames of the way seeped into the alchemy cauldron, causing continuous transformations inside the cauldron. Both his hands were busy forming seals. In the cauldron, an ethereal silhouette seemed to appear and control everything that was happening inside. To refine elixirs, one had to send his spiritual energy into the cauldron to carefully control every step in the refining process. Thus, anyone with a low level of cultivation would not be able to refine powerful elixirs. After some time, the alchemy cauldron emanated a bright divine light of the great path. An exquisite pill was forming within, and a loud rumble resonated out from the alchemy cauldron. It's more or less ready. Yi Futian's white hair suddenly fluttered. He slapped his palm on the cauldron, and a beam of light shot out. The cauldron lid opened, and an elixir in the form of a pill flew out. When Yi Futian saw the pill, he hesitated a moment, and his face revealed a grim expression. Although the pill, levitating in the air, emanated radiance of the Great Path and exuded an extremely strong aura of the Great Path, its physical appearance was weird and ugly. It looked just like an irregular and deformed stone, and not at all like an elixir. "Blunder!" Yi Futian heard several people nearby whisper as they turned their gaze towards him. What an embarrassment! While this was his first time officially practicing alchemy, he had tried quite a few times before, and yet the elixir that he refined was still this ugly. Seeing him, the alchemy masters of the Eastern Deity Island were rendered speechless. How could this be the prodigy alchemist that the Island Lord found for them? Perhaps the Island Lord wanted them to guide Yi Futian with the hopes that he would one day become a powerful alchemy master. "My young friend, don't lose heart. You have already done well to be able to refine an elixir successfully on your first try. It isn't important what color it is," a Renhuang said with a smile. "Yes, its color is not crucial, and neither is its shape," another person said. Yi Futian nearly couldn't stay there any longer. What else was important then? Ahem, I've suddenly remembered that I still have something on. "I'll leave first," Yi Futian said aloud, and then scurried away, with Bai Mu following behind him. After they left, the others started giggling. It seems like the one chosen by the Island Lord still has a long way to go. "Alchemy will not be that simple," an old man said as he stroked his beard. It seemed that they were all in good spirits after seeing Yi Futian in such a state. This was to be expected. The Island Lord had Bai Mu bring Yi Futian over and allowed him to try his hand at refining elixirs with any materials he wanted to use. Such special treatment had them speechless with shock. It was his first time refining elixirs, and he also used the best ingredients. What was the outcome? Look at the elixir he refined. With this color, can it even be consumed? Everyone walked forward, and instantly they all laughed. "Who dares to try it? How about you?" "Oh, no, thank you. You can have it instead," the people at the sides refused. They walked up to the front and drew the elixir pill out from the cauldron. Instantly, an intense wave of elixir fragrance washed over them. Although the elixir looked strange, its aura was certainly not weak. This contrast puzzled them greatly. After carefully examining the aura of the Great Path contained within the pill, a few people's expressions changed. "It seems all right. I'll give it a try," someone said aloud. "It's such an ugly elixir. Let me take one for the team instead," another person from the side also said. The people behind let out a puzzled expression. What was going on? Didn't they say they didn't dare take the elixir just moments ago? "Let me try," another person said. However, while they were talking, the person holding on to the elixir swallowed it in one gulp. Everyone else was stunned when they saw this. How shameless! After swallowing the pill, a majestic aura of life seeped out from the person's body, since he was not well versed in the great path of life. So whatever that was happening must be due to the effect of the elixir. A glorious life force shrouded his body, boosting his vitality unceasingly. It was as though a change was occurring throughout his entire body, and his aura became stronger. At this moment, his white hair turned black, and the wrinkles on his face faded a little. His skin became smoother, and it was as though he was becoming younger. Everyone had a shocked expression on their faces, especially those who saw the miraculous changes occurring in the person. They were all astonished. A short while later, the middle-level Renhuang seemed to have been reborn. He looked like he became younger by a few decades, and his aura seemed to emanate strongly. "Ha ha ha!" The old man laughed aloud, seeming to be full of energy. His voice also seemed full of strength, and said aloud, "The Island Lord has great foresight indeed. Our young friend Yi is an alchemy prodigy." Everyone was staring with their mouth agape. Just who was it who asked if anyone dared to consume the elixir just moments ago? What a cunning old man! They were greatly frustrated with themselves, bitter that they acted too slowly. "What grade is it?" someone asked. It is a perfect grade elixir, level 5 pill of the Great Path, the old man replied aloud. The people who heard him nearly wanted to vomit blood. A perfect grade, level 5 pill of the Great Path had the efficacy of a normal level 7 elixir. No wonder it could restore him to youth. The hue is unimportant, and neither is the shape. In alchemy, the most important thing is the level of elixir produced. The old man chuckled. Our young friendy is indeed a prodigy. He isn't bounded by rigid rules and takes the road not taken by others, forming his own style. He spent all his effort on maximizing the level of the elixir and disregarded the opinions of others. It is so rare to see someone of such strong will. This old man admires him indeed. Hearing the old man bragging, every one of them stared with their mouths agape. This was way too. What are you all looking at? As alchemists, you all have the title but don't have the ability to back it up. You only focus on the elixir's physical appearance and pay little attention to the fundamentals of the elixir itself. You even look down on the elixir refined by Renhuangi. Only this old man appreciated his work and thus consumed it. However, seeing this discrepancy in ability, I must also reflect properly. In terms of his competence in the way of alchemy, he is eligible to be this old man's mentor. I shall go visit him now. As he finished, he strode with large steps, and like a meteor, he sped out of the area and went to look for Yi Futian. The crowd who remained behind looked at his shrinking silhouette with mouths agape. How shameless can this old man be? Someone pointed at his shrinking back and scolded angrily. How can such a shameless person exist in the world? The rest of the people were also infuriated. This was ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. He was too shameless. After cursing their hearts out, someone asked, "So, are we going?" "I have something else on, so I'll take my leave first," someone said. "I also have something else, so I'll leave you all on your own," another person said. The person who was cursing the most aggressively became the one to run the fastest. The person who posed the question just now was a little stunned. In the blink of an eye, everyone had fled. Shameless! He shouted angrily and then followed behind everyone else as he strode away. Everyone who claimed to have something else to do headed in the same direction. Thus, on this day, the pavilion in which Yi Futian was living was especially bustling, causing many people to stare with their mouths agape. The alchemy masters who were normally arrogant were all looking for Renhuangi, and their attitudes could even be said to be one of reverence. The Bai Mu, who was in the pavilion, saw the arrival of the alchemy masters and was also speechless. What in the world happened? "We are all here to pay a visit to our young friend Yi," someone said. "Does he have some spare time now?" "Pavilion master, you was just about to go out for a walk," Bai Mu replied. "Is there anything you need from Pavilion Master Yi?" She was still confused. What was this scenario? Nothing of great importance, actually. It's just about refining elixirs. We would like to discuss things with him a little more, someone said. Bai Mu let out a puzzled expression. Did they want to discuss things about alchemy with Yi Futian? Little did they know that Yi Futian was just a low-level Renhuang when he managed to refine a perfect grade, mid-level pill of the Great Path. He had already surpassed the vast majority of them, which was an impressive feat. Yi Futian had just started learning alchemy. In the future, wouldn't it be easy for him to refine high-level elixirs? It would be effortless for him. Even though they were alchemy masters, they were also practitioners. Therefore, elixirs were extremely important to them as well. Just now, the old man gained a lot of benefits after taking the pill of the Great Path made by Yi Futian. "Preparing for your visit had me quite nervous," a voice called out from somewhere. Yi Futian stepped through the air and arrived next to them. "My young friend, Yi, please. You managed to refine such a miraculous elixir so casually, and it had us all humbled. Thus, we have come to invite you to discuss more about the way of alchemy. We also have some questions that we hope you can provide some guidance on." Bai Mu, who was listening in, was so surprised that her eyes widened and she was rendered speechless. These stuck-up alchemy masters were going to seek guidance from Yi Futian. Yi Futian had just begun to learn alchemy. She was under the impression that alchemy was very difficult. Could it be that Yi Futian refined an extremely powerful elixir just now? I would like to exchange more ideas with you seniors. However, I'm afraid I won't have many more chances in the future. Yi Futian sighed. Now that the Eastern Deity Island has opened, I might have to leave. While I was training on the Eastern Deity Island, I was continuously pursued by people who wanted me dead and had no choice but to offend the Jun family virtuosos. The Jun family of the Penglai continent probably hates my guys now, but for some personal reasons, I have no choice but to face them. Once I leave, I don't think I can return. Buffed, a Penglai continent is no big deal. My young friend Yi, wait a little while, and I'll get some people to help and accompany you. Exactly, my young friend Yi, don't worry. We will accompany you. I'll go find the island lord now. Leave these matters to us. Voices offering help sounded out, and Yi Futian was almost moved to tears. Such a bunch of wonderful people. Having understood that he suffered injustice, they were willing to help him out. Bai Mu stood there, feeling quite perplexed indeed. Chapter 1940. Departure from the Island. Many virtuosos hailing from various continents gathered after the Eastern Deity Island trial ended in the Penglai Deity region. Many virtuosos did not leave straight away. All the practitioners gained something from this journey, and several people obtained huge benefits. Of course, none of them could compare to Yi Futian. After all, Yi Futian obtained the source of a relic of the Great Path. Furthermore, this was only one of the few relics of the Great Path that Yi Futian had taken for himself. He did not even touch the vast majority of relics. Nonetheless, everyone had their own chance meetings and benefits gained. After they departed from the Eastern Deity Island, the Penglai Deity region became even busier and trades became even more common. Apart from this, many people were exchanging stories and discussing the Eastern Deity Island's gossip and what happened there. For example, some rumors said that among the people who entered the Eastern Deity Island, one of them was a mysterious virtuoso from the ancient royal family, the Jiang clan. To most of the practitioners who went to the Eastern Deity Island, the ancient royal family was an unrelatable entity. Thus, many people were quite surprised that the Eastern Deity Island had actually managed to attract the ancient royal family's virtuosos. However, the person that attracted the most attention this time was not the virtuosos from the ancient royal family, the Jiang clan. Rather, that person was a Ren Huang who was apparently the pavilion master of the Dongyuan Pavilion, Yiliunian. This person performed outstandingly well in the Eastern Deity Island. He managed to obtain relics of the Great Path consecutively and killed many Renhuangs, and his methods were callous and cold. What really made people afraid of him was that he had slain nearly all the virtuosos from the Jun family, one of the top-tier factions in the Penglai continent. Moreover, he completely crippled Jun Qiuyan's cultivation. This event had already made its way around the Penglai deity region, and the practitioners of the Penglai continent had also dispatched virtuosos to this place. In this Penglai deity region, virtuosos of the Jun family could be found everywhere. As long as the Dongyuan Pavilion Master came out, the only fate that awaited him was death. However, it was said that the Dongyuan Pavilion Master had been regarded as an important figure by the Eastern Deity Island and had entered the island to cultivate. At the same time, there was another rumor that was spreading through the Penglai deity region. The rumor said that when the Eastern Deity Island initially opened, a mysterious virtuoso caused the flowering tree to blossom to its full glory. However, no one knew who this person was. Some people thought it was a phenomenon caused by the tree itself, while others believed that someone was intentionally hiding his identity. Many people guessed that the practitioner who caused such an extraordinary reaction in the tree was none other than the Dongyuan Pavilion Master, Yiliunian. This person's performance in the Eastern Deity Island was far too outstanding. He managed to obtain opportunities of the Great Path, and he entered the Eastern Deity Island with a record low loss of 0 helpers. No one could compare to him. It was also said that after that he returned to Wudong Island and took away the divine fire of Wudong. However, this was merely a rumor, and many people did not know how true it was. No matter the factual accuracies of these rumors, it was undisputed that the person who caught the most attention during this journey in the Eastern Deity Island was the Dongyuan Pavilion Master, the one who could escape the incessant murderous pursuit of Jun Chuyen only due to Bai Mu's assistance. In the Penglai Deity region, many silhouettes flashed by. Some were walking on the ground, while in the skies above, others were walking in midair. At that moment, another overpowering aura washed over from the space above. All the virtuosos raised their heads and saw a group of darkly clothed virtuosos traversing in the air above them. This caused quite a flurry among the crowd. That group was an entire army of Renhuangs. "Are they Jun family virtuosos?" someone asked. "Nope." In the crowd, someone had a quizzical expression in their eyes. He continued in a low voice, "They are Yun family virtuosos. The Yun family of the Penglai continent." The people surrounding were silently shocked. In the Penglai continent, the Yun clan and the Jun family were factions of the same level. What were they going to do, bringing in such a large army? Before everyone recovered from their shock, another strong aura descended upon them. Raising their heads, they saw, once again, a large army rush past them. This caused many people to be stunned. What was going on? Are they also Yun clan virtuosos? I've seen one of them in the Eastern Deity Island. At that time, that person was with Shangguan clan's Shangguanche, guarding her, someone said. This caused another shock among the crowd. The virtuosos of the Shangguan clan had also arrived. In the Eastern Deity Island, even though the Jun family and the Shangguan clan did not clash face to face, there were certainly conflicts between them, and in particular, that happened when Jun Chuyen's cultivation was crippled. Everyone could vaguely feel that a huge storm was brewing. It seemed that 3 of the top-tier factions in the Penglai continent had already gathered in the Penglai Deity region. At the entrance to the Eastern Deity Island, a column of silhouettes walked out. The person taking the lead was a lady who had an extraordinary air about her and stunning features. When she stepped out, she looked at the crowd surrounding her and sent out her divine consciousness. Right after that, a row of virtuosos appeared and flashed toward her. Very quickly, they stopped next to Shangguanche. One of them said, "My lady." Shangguanche nodded her head slightly and said, "Have you all arrived?" "Yes, all of us have arrived," the other person replied. Shangguanche took a step out and said, "Let's go." As she finished, the row of people strode away from where they were. Before she came out of the island, she had already notified her clan and had her clan's virtuosos come over as reinforcements. Due to what happened on the Eastern Deity Island, she was worried that something might happen, so she had already started making arrangements some time ago. A short while later, they arrived at a tavern in the Penglai Deity region. It was rather quiet around here, and the atmosphere had a refined feel to it. There were no unwanted noises around. The entire tavern had been rented by someone. A middle-aged man sat there quietly, drinking alcohol. It was when Shangguanche arrived that he put down his cup of wine and shouted, "Che!" "Father," Shangguanche replied. The middle-aged man turned out to be Shangguanche's father. This meant that he was the Shangguan clan's current leader, Shangguan Hong. "How did your cultivation at the Eastern Deity Island go?" Shangguan Hong asked Shangguanche as he looked at her. He felt that his daughter's aura had a slight change and thought she probably achieved significant progress. I obtained quite several opportunities." Shangguanche nodded. "Of course, in this journey, the most important thing was that I made an acquaintance with someone." "The Dongyuan Pavilion Master?" Shangguan Hong asked. "Yes, the Dongyuan Pavilion Master Yi Liunyun. Shangguan Chuya nodded. Previously, I've sent Father some news. This Yi Liunyun has astounding potential. We might even not be able to find someone who can rival him in the entire Penglai continent. Shangguan Hong nodded his head slightly. I have also heard quite a few rumors about him. On the Eastern Deity Island, did you observe their attitude? Shangguan Chuya replied. The Eastern Deity Island will definitely support him. Are you certain? Shangguan Hong asked. To what extent are they willing to do it? I'm certain, Shangguan Chuya replied very seriously. If I guessed correctly, the Eastern Deity Island will definitely guarantee his safety even at the cost of declaring war. Before she exited the island, Yi Futian had spoken a little to her. Even if they didn't talk in the Eastern Deity Island, she could observe the situation and clearly tell how the people of the Eastern Deity Island treated Yi Futian. This Yi Futian was enjoying an emperor's treatment on the Eastern Deity Island. The feeling that it gave people was that Yi Futian was the Eastern Deity Island's young lord. I understand now. Shangguan Hong nodded his head, his eyes glinting sharply. He had already more or less decided in his heart. This was a huge opportunity for him. At that moment, an overpowering aura washed over the tavern from the outside. The Shangguan clan virtuosos immediately went out to stop the hostile guests. From afar, a row of silhouettes descended majestically. They levitated in midair, staring at the tavern. Shangguan Hong, a cold voice sounded. Shangguan Hong stood up and took a few steps forward. He looked up at the silhouette in the sky. Jun Xiaoyao. Shangguan Hong looked toward the person who arrived. The leader of the Jun family had also arrived. Jun Chuyan was this Jun Xiaoyao's son. Behind him, the Renhuangs were exuding a terrifying aura. Jun Xiaoyao's sights settled on Shangguan Chuya. His eyes carried a murderous intent. He said, I heard that on the Eastern Deity Island, Shangguan Chuya was going to lead the people of the Shangguan clan to deal with my Jun family, causing the countless deaths and severe injuries suffered by Jun family's virtuosos. Shangguan Hong, is the Shangguan clan going to give me an explanation? Brother Xiaoyao, I'm afraid you are mistaken, Shangguan Hong calmly replied. I've just asked my last Chuya just now. She said that she had not even acted once since the beginning, and the people of my Shangguan clan also did not partake in it. I believe they would not lie to me. Shangguan Hong, I do not wish to debate with you over this matter any longer, Jun Xiaoyao coldly replied. Answer my question directly. How are you going to settle this? I don't understand what you mean, Shangguan Hong replied blandly, as though he was completely indifferent to Jun Xiaoyao. Just as he finished speaking, Jun Xiaoyao's body exuded an incomparably intimidating might of the Great Path. In their surroundings, it seemed like storms of the Great Path were brewing. Many people felt it pierce into their bones, and in the distance, many felt waves of coldness wash over them. As they were speaking, practitioners were continuously walking out of Eastern Deity Island. Finally, at the entrance to the Eastern Deity Island, a white-haired silhouette walked out. The moment he appeared, countless people set their sights on him, as though everyone was staring at him. The silhouette that walked out of the Eastern Deity Island was Yi Futian. He stood there quietly and felt countless gazes. He was a little surprised. He did not expect himself to be this popular. There were also many divine consciousnesses sweeping toward him from afar. Yi Futian turned his head behind and looked at the crippled Jun Chuyan and said, Your family has come to welcome you back. Jun Chuyan's aura had already deteriorated to an extremely weak state. He was almost half dead. His eyes carried a poisonous hatred, but there was also a glint of hope in them. Now that Yi Futian had finally left the Eastern Deity Island, he was going to witness, for himself, how Yi Futian died. From a great distance away came strong auras. Yi Futian looked in that direction, and in a moment he saw that Renhuangs appeared everywhere. They were standing in different places. The area had already completely been sealed by them. It was obvious that they had waited for a long time. Yi Futian naturally knew who they were. He could sense the level of cultivation from the divine consciousness that swept over him. Among them were several high-level Renhuang virtuosos. Furthermore, there were still virtuosos coming over swiftly from a great distance away. While they were physically still a long way from here, their divine consciousness had already descended. Their strong auras of the great path shrouded the entire sky, pressurizing the area around the Eastern Deity Island entrance to the maximum. Yi Futian looked into a great distance into the skies and saw silhouettes walking over. Only he was standing there alone. He too felt a faint pressure, but he was not bothered by it. He still stood there quietly, his white robes fluttering in the air. If the top-tier faction of the Penglai continent, the Jun family, was willing to let it go, he too could let things be. After all, it was only Jun Chuyan who enraged him. However, this was not likely to happen. Chapter 1941. Surrounded. Save me! Jun Chuyan screamed as he saw the silhouettes who arrived. However, his voice was rather hoarse, so there was no way his plea for help could have traveled such a great distance. However, they certainly heard him. Their divine consciousness shrouded the entire area, so, of course, they would be able to hear his voice. The silhouettes emitted a fearsome aura of the great path. Many among them had a murderous intent in their eyes. The Jun family members were outraged when they heard the news of Jun Chuyan being crippled. Furthermore, the practitioners from the Jun family who entered the Eastern Deity Island were nearly annihilated. Now, the very fact that Yi Futian was walking out of the Eastern Deity Island with the crippled Jun Chuyan in tow was a form of humiliation to the Jun family. However, Yi Futian turned his gaze towards the majestic army of silhouettes and said, "While I was in the Eastern Deity Island, Jun Chuyan led many virtuosos in an attempt to kill me. I have thus crippled his cultivation as punishment. I am willing to spare his life if you all are willing to let this matter end right here." As he finished speaking, he pushed Jun Chuyan's body away from him. A Renhuang stepped out and caught Jun Chuyan, who was being pushed outwards by an invisible force. Then, with a Renhuang supporting him, they returned to the crowd of Jun family virtuosos. The people from a distance who were onlooking had some thoughts in their minds. It seemed like the Dongyuan pavilion master wanted to make peace, but how could the other party agree? Since he had released Jun Chuyan, the Jun family no longer had anything to be worried about and could deal with him straight on. However, he probably did not have any other choice but to do what he did. A top-tier faction of the Penglai continent had led an army over here, ready to fight him. There were thus countless virtuosos in the Penglai deity region. Apart from the raw strength of the family, they were also greatly influential. They had influence and power even in the Penglai deity region. Destroy his cultivation, but don't let him die yet. When Jun Chuyan returned to his family, his eyes suddenly had a terrifying look, and they carried an incomparably strong hatred. Yi Futian had utterly ruined his life. To have one's cultivation stripped was worse than death. He also wanted Yi Futian to experience this personally. Thus, he wanted Yi Futian to live while being crippled and take his time to torture him. Yi Futian glanced at Jun Chuyan with a bland expression. It seemed that Jun Chuyan did not even have a tinge of gratitude in him. "Are you going to follow us? Do you want us to force you?" An elderly man asked aloud as he walked out from the crowd. He was an elder of the Jun family and was at the pinnacle of the 8th level of cultivation. The level 8 virtuoso who abandoned Jun Chuyan behind on the Eastern Deity Island and fled alone stood beside him. Hearing the other party speak, Yi Futian smiled a little. It was exactly like how he predicted. This matter could not be resolved peacefully. The Jun family would not give up and would deal with him at all costs. "Since that's the case, do what you want then," Yi Futian said aloud. He was willing to let it go, not because he was afraid of the Jun family virtuosos, but because he did not want to waste time on this matter. However, since they weren't willing to let it go, then he could only fight. Ren Huangs stepped out one after another, their bodies emitting fearsome auras of the great path. The level 8 virtuoso who was on the Eastern Deity Island cautioned them, "Be careful. This person is powerful. He has the combat power of a high-level Ren Huang." The Jun family virtuosos had heard of this before. This ridiculously powerful low-level Ren Huang, in fact, had the combat power of a high-level Ren Huang. He single-handedly dubbed straight into an enemy of over 100 Jun family Ren Huangs. He nearly annihilated the Jun family virtuosos who had entered the Eastern Deity Island. Only a few remained alive. With a battle record like that, of course, no one would dare be careless. They were rather wary and did not get too close to Yi Futian. A storm of the great path gathered, and then from afar, they unleashed it toward Yi Futian. The terrifying attack, spell, descended from the heavens. Wisps of will of the sword appeared around Yi Futian's body, and they morphed into a sword screen, sealing the entire area. The attacks that descended on him were shattered directly. Once they even got close to this sword realm, they were instantly pulverized. His eyes were as sharp as swords, and sweeping his glance across the majestic-looking group of virtuosos, he spoke aloud. "So the Jun family is set on going up against me?" "Yes." From a distance away, a strong and sure voice echoed out. In the skies above, a silhouette traveled over. He emitted a powerful aura brimming with power that exerted immense pressure on the great path space that Yi Futian was in. That was Jun Chuyan's father, Jun Xiaoyao. He came from where Shangguan Chuya and the rest were at. The virtuosos of the Shangguan family followed, closely behind. Shangguan Hong and Shangguan Chuya were both there. They stood at another place and said, "According to what I know, the dispute between both parties had always been started by Jun Chuyan, beginning from the Penglai Deity Lake in the Penglai Deity region. Many people could bear witness to it. Now he is only getting his just desserts. Brother Xiaoyao need not pursue this matter anymore." Many people let out a shocked expression. That was the leader of the Shangguan clan, Shangguan Hong. His words directly represented the will of the Shangguan clan. Did this mean that they wanted to participate in this too? Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were as cold as ice, and he turned them to look at Shangguan Hong. Last time he had not even sought revenge on the Shangguan family. How dare they interfere with this too? "Brother Shangguan, you really want chaos to descend on this world, eh?" Another voice echoed out. From another direction came another grand army of virtuosos. This time, they were virtuosos from the Yun clan. Many people felt a tremor in their hearts. Before this, many people had noticed that armies from the 3 top-tier factions of the Penglai continent had arrived at the Penglai deity region. Now that Yi Futian had walked out of the Eastern Deity Island, as expected, the virtuosos from each faction appeared simultaneously. The Shangguan clan had always been subtly at odds with the Jun family. On the other hand, the Yun clan seemed to have allied with the Jun family. Looking at the vast number of people that each faction had brought along, each of them must have considered things very carefully beforehand. Then does this matter also involve the Yun clan? Shangguan Hong asked. If he guessed correctly, everyone wanted to make use of the opportunity of this dispute to further their own agenda. Apart from slaying Yi Futian, it seemed that the Jun family also wanted to join hands with the Yun clan to deal with the Shangguan clan. Then again, he also had a very similar plan. He wanted to make use of the possibility that the Eastern Deity Island would be involved and deal with the Jun family. The situation at that moment was like an arrow that had already been strung. There was no going back. All that was left unknown was whether Shangguan Chuya's information was accurate and how much Yi Futian was worth to the Eastern Deity Island. Yi Liunian was extremely wanton in the Eastern Deity Island. He massacred without a second thought. He has the blood of countless practitioners on his hands. As a faction of the Penglai continent, The Jun family also suffered the loss of many renhuangs, and even her nephew Jun Chuyen had his cultivation crippled. Given this circumstance, you dare say this matter has nothing to do with the Yun clan? Said Yun Mu, the leader of the Yun clan. Beside him, Yunji glanced at Yi Futian. He did not dare to provoke him on the Eastern Deity Island. However, now that he had exited the Eastern Deity Island, no matter how talented he was bound to die this time. There were rumors about how Yi Futian had joined the Eastern Deity Island and was in their favor. However, it was just that. The two top-tier factions had dispatched large armies to slay Yi Futian. Even if Yi Futian is in the Eastern Deity Island's favor, how much were they willing to give up for him? The Eastern Deity Island had hidden for countless years. It was not possible that they would declare war on the two top-tier factions of the Penglai continent for the sake of one Yi Futian. Using this opportunity, the Jun family and Yun clan would kill Yi Futian first, and then annihilate the Shangguan clan. On the Eastern Deity Island, Shangguan Choya was very brazen. Do you mean that the Yun clan also wants to kill me? Yi Futian asked Yun Mu after hearing what he had said. Yun Mu glanced at Yi Futian and replied, "That will depend on brother Xiaoyao's decision." "I understand now." Yi Futian nodded. "No matter if I was at the Penglai deity region or on the Eastern Deity Island, I never once provoked anyone. Jun Chuyen thought too highly of himself and wanted me to follow him. When I rejected his offer, he was displeased with me, being the arrogant man that he is. On the Eastern Deity Island, I had also encountered a few people who provoked me, for example, the Jun family virtuosos. After that, they all died." Yi Futian's words made all the virtuosos hesitate a moment. After that, they all died. What did that mean? With the Jun family and Yun clan instigating this conflict, Yi Futian was hinting hearing Yi Futian's words. Shangguan Hong could not help but let out a short laugh. This man was interesting, and it sounded like he was very serious. Jun Xiaoyao still stared at Yi Futian's side without ordering anyone to take action. It seemed like he was waiting to see the Eastern Deity Island's attitude on this matter. The Eastern Deity Island was located on the Penglai continent. While they had been isolated from the rest of the world for countless years, but they had never completely severed their connection. Every 10 years they would open themselves up, and from within he could sense an extreme power emanating from the Eastern Deity Island. It was just that he was unsure if they would stand up against the top-tier factions of the Penglai continent for the sake of just one man, albeit a prodigy. Jun Xiaoyao stepped forward and announced, "Today, whoever tries to stop the Jun family from killing Yi Lianyan would be declaring war on us. Kill him." As he ordered, an incomparably dominating might of the Great Path exploded out from the renhuangs. An elderly man stepped forward in midair and stopped above Yi Futian. He raised his palm and pressed it down. Instantly, the glow of a divine blade pierced through the heaven and earth. From the skies above, it shot down straight towards Yi Futian. Another divine sword appeared in the air. A fearsome will of the sword was infused into the divine sword. Countless wisps of will of the sword swirled around the divine sword, and it shot towards the air. The two blades of light collided together, causing a destructive sword glow to explode out into the horizon from the heavens above. When the battle broke out, silhouettes shot out from the entrance to the Eastern Deity Island. The goddesses had an ethereal air about them, and the aura of the Great Path from them permeated the entire space. A part of majestic renhuangs appeared simultaneously, causing the surrounding virtuosos to hesitate a moment in a short while. At this moment, Bai Mu walked out of the group. She looked at the Jun family and Yun clan. Beside her, there were a few people who were exuding an extremely fearsome aura, but she was nonetheless the leader. After all, Bai Mu already had the status of a goddess and could thus represent the will of the Eastern Deity Island. Does the Eastern Deity Island wish to interfere with the matters of the Penglai continent? Jun Xiaoyao looked in Bai Mu's direction and said coldly, Standing high in the skies, his divine halo permeated the space. The might of a level 9 Ren Huang exploded outwards, and the heavens and earth appeared to tremble in fear. Under this immense pressure, everyone felt Jun Xiaoyao's strength and determination. Even if the virtuosos of the Eastern Deity Island appeared, he still emitted his might of the great path. His adamant attitude was obvious. This time, it was not just about the grudge between Yi Futian and Jun Qiuyan. It also determined if the Jun family would become prosper or wither. It was a battle for the future of his clan, and it was the same for the Shangguan clan. Pavilion Master Yi is a valuable guest of the Eastern Deity Island. Anyone who dares to touch him dies, Bai Mu coldly said. The virtuosos behind her spread out. At the same time, from a distance away in the surrounding regions, came virtuosos from all directions, one after another. Stepping through the air, they descended in this area. They emanated a terrifying aura and surrounded everyone. Chapter 1942. The Beginning of War. Seeing the scene unfold before him, Shangguan Hong was more certain. It seemed like Qiuye did not read the situation wrongly. The Eastern Deity Island was willing to declare war for Yi Futian. Flame Emperor. Some people turned to look at an elderly man who was wearing robes with flame motifs. He had long hair and beard, an extraordinary aura, and an ethereal air about him. Around him, a terrifyingly hot air flowed. He was one of the very powerful level 8 figures in the Penglai continent, and was well versed in the path of the flame, and so his flame of the path was extremely fearsome. He had come from a great distance away, and appeared in the group high in the skies surrounding everyone else. He had come to aid the Eastern Deity Island. Again, a couple of people looked towards another direction. Among the Renhuangs who came to render aid, a number were renowned figures in the Penglai continent, and some were even familiar with the various factions. They all actually had ties with the Eastern Deity Island. For so many years, the Eastern Island had never been concerned about what was happening in the outside world, and neither had it participated in any conflict in the Penglai continent. With so many years that have passed by, the Penglai continent had already forgotten about the existence of the Eastern Deity Island. At this moment, behind Bai Mu, an elderly man with a high level of cultivation spoke aloud. He was an alchemy master in the Eastern Deity Island. Beside him were several practitioners. For so many years, while they had not concerned themselves with the events of the outer world, it did not mean that they had completely isolated themselves. Many people from the Penglai continent had come to the Eastern Deity Island to seek elixirs. Having received favors from the Eastern Deity Island with a single call for aid, these people would naturally come over to help. The Eastern Deity Island of the past were the absolute rulers of the Penglai continent, and its influence even extended far beyond the Penglai continent. However, even though the various factions of the Penglai continent knew that Yi Futian had already joined the Eastern Deity Island, they still dared to try to capture him, and even requested that the Eastern Deity Island stay out of this matter. Obviously, they had almost forgotten just how high the status of the Eastern Deity Island was on the Penglai continent in the past. Hearing his words, Jun Xiaoyao's and Yun Mu's expressions changed slightly. Of course they knew just how powerful the Eastern Deity Island was in the past. However, humans had the tendency to forget, and with the passage of countless years, the fact that the Eastern Deity Island was still the ultimate ruler of the Penglai continent was gradually being forgotten. They did understand that the Eastern Deity Island was certainly not weak, and could even likely be stronger than any of them. However, the two powerful factions were joining hands to capture only one person, so the Eastern Deity Island should not even have bothered to interfere to such an extent. Perhaps in the past they might not have. This time, however, they had obviously guessed wrongly. The entire strength of the Eastern Deity Island had emerged, and not only that, they had already gathered virtuosos from all places beforehand. Now, in this vast region, the pressure that they exuded was so terrifying that practitioners who had a low level of cultivation did not even dare get close to them, and retreated quickly to a safe distance from this battlefield. This time, the eastern deity island had re-emerged in the Penglai continent. Every 10 years, the eastern deity island will gift opportunities of the Great Path, and naturally every practitioner on the Penglai continent is respectable. We do not mean to provoke anyone, but this person has slayed many Renhuangs from my June family, and there are quite a few people who are invited, and the June family must give them a satisfactory explanation and conclusion. We do not have any intention of targeting the eastern deity island. This time our only target is him. There is no reason for you to involve the eastern deity island. Jun Xiaoyao's tone seemed to be less overbearing than before. It was obvious that he did not want to clash with the eastern deity island head-on. Furthermore, there was still the Shangguan clan at the side, looking out for chances to strike. If things really progressed to an all-out war, even if they could emerge victorious, it would only be a Pyrrhic victory. There would be no winners. Just now the goddess had already explained very clearly that the eastern deity island has its own rules. They entered the eastern deity island to kill Pavilion Mastery. Do you expect him to let himself be killed without retaliating at all? The elderly man said coldly. If the eastern deity island were the eastern deity island of the past, would you have the guts to come and ask for Yi Futian's life? In other words, they did not treat the current eastern deity island seriously. They thought that no matter what, the eastern deity island would not dare to declare war. Of course, anyone should follow the eastern deity island's rules on the island. However, we have waited till he has left the eastern deity island before acting. I'm sure we did not affect the eastern deity island, right? Jun Xiaoyao replied. Why would the eastern deity island interfere with the grudge between the Jun family and Yi Futian? Let's not waste more time talking uselessly. Act now, the elderly man said. As he finished speaking, a breath-stopping pressure permeated the vast space. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes turned cold as he looked at the practitioners of the eastern deity island. He did not expect the eastern deity island to act without hesitation at all. In fact, the scene before his eyes suggested that they had been preparing for this battle for quite some time already. All for the sake of Yi Futian. However, the situation now was irreversible. Even if they were willing to let it go now, the other party might not be willing anymore. Outside this region remained the virtuosos from the various continents. They all wanted to witness the battle before them. They did not expect that they could spectate such a massive battle even after leaving the eastern deity island. This battle would completely determine the future hierarchy of the Penglai continent. No one would have initially thought that because of one Yi Futian, or rather the one small incident of conflict that occurred in the Penglai deity lake caused by Jun Qian's provocation of Yi Futian, could eventually lead to the change in the social structure of the Penglai continent. Even Jun Qian himself did not foresee this day. Even though his cultivation had been crippled, he could still sense the terrifying might of the great path circulating heaven and earth. He felt a tremble in his heart on sight of the majestic Renhuang armies. This time, the Jun family were not the only ones with a Renhuang army. Their opponent also had a huge army of Renhuangs. Due to his personal matters, not only was his cultivation crippled, but he was also forced to wage war with the eastern deity island. Jun Xiaoyao stepped out in midair, and an incomparably strong might of the great path descended upon the space. In the heavens above, a golden divine light radiated out into the vast space. A humongous, magnificent, ancient palace formed from the divine light. The ancient palace had 9 floors, and it seemed to be built from pure gold. Its sheer might pressurized heaven and earth. It was his divine wheel of the great path. Jun Xiaoyao waved his palm, and an aurora appeared through the vast heavens. The 9-floored ancient palace pressed down menacingly, and a terrifying rumble resounded throughout. Many great paths were shattered straight away. Several halos of the ancient palace also formed from the divine light and hammered straight down, attacking in the direction of Yi Futian. Wherever it passed, destruction followed. From the eastern deity island side, an elderly man stepped out, and with one step he crossed the vast empty space. coming to a stop below the ancient palace. He faced Jun Xiaoyao, and between heaven and earth a divine matrix appeared, radiating outwards into the boundless space and creating a barrier. The ancient palace plummeted downwards with a thunderous rumble and collided onto the matrix, but it was unable to destroy the barrier. In another direction, Yun Mu of the Yun clan also stepped out. He emanated the overpowering aura of a level 9 practitioner, pressurizing the entire area. Seeing him act, Shang Guanhong crossed the distance with a step and faced Yun Mu straight on. The two of them each controlled a top-tier faction, and disputes had existed between them since a long time ago. Now that things had progressed to this stage, they both had no choice but to wage war. It was a fight for their fates. The one who lost would be fated to stay defeated forever. The other virtuosos also started unleashing their attacks. Looking towards the battlefield, Futian also walked into it. Since the war had already begun, then he could only annihilate the Jun family and the Yun clan. Chapter 1943. The Divine Tree Appears. Futian's body levitated midair. With his white hair and dressed in white, his eyes were as bright as stars as they swept through the battlefield. Boom! A loud sound resounded, and Futian saw an implement shooting towards him in an attack. It was a golden will that cut straight through the space. It emitted a sharp, piercing sound, and even the fabric of space itself seemed to be torn apart under its immense speed. However, Futian's silhouette was like a beam of light, and from where he stood he vanished. The implement cut straight through his afterimage and tore the mirage into pieces. In the skies above Futian looked at the person who attacked him. His opponent was a high-level Renhuang virtuoso. The Jun family knew that his combat abilities were extremely high. Unless they were high-level Renhuangs, they dare not fight him face to face. The person who attacked was at the pinnacle of the 7th level of cultivation. It was only because of his cultivation level and the fact that he also had the support of an implement that he dared to attack Futian. He wanted to see for himself just how strong Futian was. He heard that Futian killed many Renhuangs from his Jun family. He was very curious to find out how true the rumors were, that Futian was so powerful that a level 7 virtuoso could not even retaliate. Raising his head, he saw Futian floating in the skies above. In front of him, a sacred divine sword glowed brightly and whistled while it floated in the air. Above him, there was vaguely an ethereal form of a Buddha. This Buddha halo emanated an endless glow of the great path of the Buddha. The voice of the Buddha permeated the space and morphed into endless ancient scripts, radiating out in an instant. The voice of the great path resounded throughout the heavens and echoed in the eardrums of many people who then suffered attacks on their spiritual soul. The level 7 Renhuang, who tried to attack Futian, felt a Buddha enter his mind. The Vajra demon sling rhythm sounded out through his mind, overwhelming him. His spiritual soul trembled violently, as though it was about to leave his body. Even his vision became a little blurry. At that moment, he felt an extremely fearsome and murderous sword will. His heart could not help but beat violently. With a roar, his implement flew back to his body and revolved around him, guarding him by tearing apart the space in front of him. When the divine sword descended in its attack, it was like a stream of swords descending from the 9 heavens. Destruction followed wherever it passed. With a thunderous sound, Futian's opponent's implement cracked, and the power of the great path was split in half. The level 7 virtuoso retreated hastily, but the divine sword was faster. With a flash of the sword glow like lightning, the person was pierced straight down from his head. In his eyes was an intense fear. He wanted to experience Futian's strength, and he had. In an instant, he was killed. Several people were paying attention to the battle over here. Even the practitioners from various continents, watching from afar, were focused on this duel. Apart from the fights between the most powerful figures, Everyone was most interested in Yi Futian's strength. After all the conflicts leading to this battle stemmed from him, so naturally they were curious to find out just how strong this person in the rumors was. They had witnessed his strength. A level 7 virtuoso was killed by him with just a thought. He did not even have a chance to retaliate. Vajra, demon-slaying rhythm. Many older practitioners of the Penglai continent whispered under their breaths when they saw the power of the Buddha that Yi Futian used. Among them, some had heard about the powers of the Buddha and had also previously entered the Eastern Deity Island to cultivate in front of the Buddha cliff face. However, no one had truly managed to fully learn the techniques. They had all only managed to comprehend snippets of the technique. Even then, it was enough to strengthen their way of sonic wave. No one expected that one day a low-level Renhuang practitioner would inherit and fully comprehend this particular technique. Even more surprisingly, he had managed to incorporate it into his combat techniques in such a short time. Its power was extremely strong. The rhythm of the Buddha caused his opponent to lose focus for a moment, and that resulted in him being slayed in one strike. However, at that moment, an even more terrifying pressure shrouded Yi Futian. In the air above him, several high-level Renhuangs appeared in different locations. They were all level 7 high-level Renhuangs. They seemed to have discussed the strategy before the battle even started. The moment the battle started, they headed straight for Yi Futian with other virtuosos clearing the way for them. Behind Yi Futian, Beigong Ao and the virtuosos from the Eastern Deity Island swiftly flew over, but the huge Renhuang army appeared before them, preventing from going to Yi Futian's aid. Although just from the size of their armies, the Jun family was not as strong as the Eastern Deity Island, but their armies were far more concentrated. Their strength was focused around Yi Futian. Killing Yi Futian was their goal, but waging war against the Eastern Deity Island was not their intention. However, given the current circumstance, they could only get rid of Yi Futian first. Perhaps once Yi Futian died, the Eastern Deity Island would give up and no longer be stubborn about waging war against them. Terrifying palaces of the Great Path floated above Yi Futian's head. They were similar to the divine wheel of Jun Xiaoyao, leader of the Jun family. It was obvious that they were all members of the Jun family. Since they had the same spirit, the divine wheel that they forged would also be very alike. A breath-stopping pressure pressed down from the heavens, causing the air in the entire area to become impossibly heavy. It was as though one could not even stand steadily. Yi Futian felt a limitless power pressing against him. The divine palaces hammered down. Aurori of the Great Path stretched across the skies. These aurori contained enough power to dominate and shatter any great path, and it was like they could flatten any and everything. Yi Futian's divine sword swept across the air. His will of the sword raged, whipping up a violent storm around him. However, the terrifying blades of light were continuously pulverized. A fearsome rumble reverberated throughout the skies, and the divine palaces descended, as though they were going to seal the heavens. In the face of this power, the Yi Futian below seemed to be especially minuscule and powerless. Is the Eastern Deity Island actually not going to help him? The virtuosos, onlooking from afar, spoke aloud. Even though the Jun family had a lot of virtuosos blocking the people from the Eastern Deity Island in their attempt to hunt Yi Futian down, the Eastern Deity Island certainly had the ability to render aid. However, they did not do this. Rather, they stayed outside the encirclement, holding their opponents back. Was this because they had confidence in Yi Futian? The people attacking Yi Futian were all core members of the Jun family and were all level 7 high-level Renhuangs. When they unleashed their well-honed skills simultaneously, their powers resonated with each other, and the entire space would completely fall under their control. The region would morph into a great path domain, and everything within it would be utterly dominated and shattered. The endless divine palaces were about to hammer down on Yi Futian and smash him into smithereens, when all of a sudden Yi Futian's body radiated an incomparably glorious green divine glow. In that instant, a divine tree appeared with his body at its center. Countless trees and branches sprouted and spread outwards, continuously winding towards the divine palaces that were closing in on him. Many people let out a strange expression. Was this also his spirit? The ancient tree was growing at a rate that was too terrifying, and it expanded out at a fearsome speed, eventually morphing into a divine tree that was tens of thousands of feet tall. Its incomparably thick trunk was even larger than a divine palace. The vines and branches that twirled towards the divine palaces were similarly extremely sturdy, emanating an unrivaled, green divine glow. However, this was not what made the divine tree amazing. Normally, ancient trees were very weak and could be easily destroyed. This divine tree, however, seemed to have an unrivaled life force. The divine attacks of the great path that rained down on the divine tree actually failed to destroy it. Even if some of the branches were damaged, they grew out again in an instant. Thus, a majestic view was formed in the region, a heaven-reaching ancient tree that was continuously growing, and its vines, branches, and leaves that tangled around the divine palaces. It seemed like that divine tree had carved out a space for itself. The powers of the divine palaces were subtly being weakened. The destructive powers of the great path seemed to have been completely restrained in that moment. The virtuosos who were observing the battle were all shocked. Was this Yi Futian's divine wheel of the great path? Was the sword not what he was well versed in? Many people know him as the white-haired sword emperor, since he had a sword-type divine wheel of the great path. The practitioners who had been to the core island of the eastern deity island let out a strange expression. The feeling that they had was very familiar. It was like they had experienced it before. In the forbidden grounds of the core island of the eastern deity island, they had also seen a divine tree. That tree had tortured them very horribly. Now then, what did this divine tree mean? They did not know that Yi Futian intentionally let them see this divine tree. His natal spirit was the world tree, which was also an ancient tree. Moreover, the world tree very likely was closely related to very huge secrets. Previously, his foster father did not allow him to reveal it in front of others. Now that he was in the divine prefectures, he had to be even more careful about it. Fortunately, he had gained a relic of the great path on the eastern deity island that could work as his cover very nicely. He obtained the divine tree from the forbidden grounds. Could it be that the people who had entered the forbidden grounds had a sudden epiphany? They recalled that there was a divine elixir. Did Yi Futian manage to obtain the elixir? After coming out that day, Yi Futian was also similarly quite beaten. However, upon more careful recall, he seemed to be a little different from the rest at that time. His aura had changed a little. However, they all did not put it to heart. After all, they had all been quite unsuccessful and was utterly beaten up. So of course they believed that there was no way Yi Futian succeeded. However, seeing the scene unfold before their eyes, as well as the eastern deity island's persistence in protecting Yi Futian, they vaguely started to feel that they might have been mistaken after all. Yi Futian might have already obtained the divine elixir, so his value to the eastern deity island would be extraordinary. The leaves and branches of the ancient tree wrapped around the divine palaces of the great path, and even reached up into the heavens. The Renhuangs wanted to flee, but felt a chilly intent wash over them from the divine tree. The entire space of the great path seemed to be frozen. Many people subtly felt that their blood circulations had become a lot slower, and they could not emanate their powers of the great path as smoothly. More terrifyingly at that moment, the voice of the Buddha resounded straight into their minds, violently shaking their spiritual souls. Layer upon layer of attacks of the great path hammered on them, leaving the high-level Renhuang virtuosos no chance to fend for themselves. Owain, the vines of the divine tree wrapped around their body and channeled powers of Een that infiltrated their bodies. They felt their strength leaving them drastically, Their aura of the Great Path exploded to its maximum in their attempt to escape. However, at that moment, divine fire of the Great Path suddenly came alive. The interplay of yin and yang between the extremely cold will and horrifyingly burning hot air that flowed into their bodies simultaneously caused some groan. In an instant, the level 7 renhuangs in the air let out blood-curdling screams of pain. Their bodies were infiltrated by the flames of the Great Path, and they gradually faded away. Chapter 1944, Killing with Abandon. In the distance, many strong practitioners looked at the scene in front of them with shock. Although the cultivators of all continents had not come into contact with top figures, having reached the Renhuang cultivation realm, they had seen many geniuses before. However, they had never seen such a domineering lower Renhuang. The people who attacked him were all level 7 high-level Renhuangs, and they were also the core members of the Jun family, the top faction of the Penglai continent. Several strong people surrounded them, and they attacked at the same time with the resonance of their great ways, but they were directly countered and killed. None of them escaped. When was a lower Renhuang ever able to have such extraordinary combat strength? They only felt that they had not seen enough of the world. What is that ability of his? There were cultivators from all continents discussing, shocked by the combat strength Futian had displayed. In an instantaneous attack, he exhibited at least 3 Dao abilities. Some people were speechless. Moreover, each of the Dao's abilities was terrifying. "There's more than," the person next to him whispered, and the people agreed. Swordsmanship, way of sonic wave, path of the flame, power of Yin, and that divine tree. Each ability was terrifying. Moreover, his divine wheel of the Great Path must have been perfect. No one doubted that. Otherwise, it would be impossible to have this kind of combat strength. Ignoring them for now, even those who had seen Futian attack before on Eastern Deity Island were deeply awed as well. Although Futian could already kill level 7 mighty figures when he was at Eastern Deity Island, he could do it much more easily now. Or rather, he could do it more directly and domineeringly, crushing and killing them with his most domineering stance. This gave people a feeling that level 7s were like ants and could be destroyed with a snap of the fingers. However, in reality, level 7s were already high-level Renhuangs and stood in the upper echelons of Renhuangs. If the whole divine prefecture is the base, they would definitely be considered to be at the upper echelons of the divine prefecture. But at this moment, they were so fragile. But who was considered strong would also depend on who they were compared with. Seeing the fall of those strong people, the Renhuangs of the Jun family also had gloomy faces. Was he that strong? How great would the potential of this power that made waves of chill run down their spines be? No wonder the Eastern Deity Island would try to protect him, not hesitating to go to war. Jun Cheyenne was brought to the farthest direction at the back. Those who were killed were his clan members, blood relatives. But because of this incident, they all died in Futian's hands. He felt extremely complicated emotions. There was hate, endless hatred, and everything was because of Futian. But also, there was a sense of strong regret. If he was not so self-righteous at first in the Penglai Deity Lake and did not provoke Futian, or no longer pursued that matter afterward, then all this would not have happened. Seeing the situation in front of him, it was clear that he brought his whole family into a storm that could have destroyed his whole family. Moreover, they were already destined to be unable to escape from the situation. They could only continue moving forward. In the cultivation world, when one was vulnerable, no one will forgive them for their mistakes and show mercy. They would only cut the weeds and dig up the roots to eliminate future problems. "Kill him!" Jun Xiaoyao, who was in battle, roared. Although he was being held back, he could still see Futian's side of the battle. It was enough to just split out on a wisp of consciousness. Seeing Futian's strength, not only did he not want to retreat, he developed a greater determination. Futian must be killed to allow the Eastern Deity Island to exit this battle. If not, the Eastern Deity Island would go to war at any cost for this genius. Even as a level 9, after witnessing Yi Futian's battle with his own eyes, Jun Xiaoyao had to admit that this was probably the most outstanding lower in Huang he had ever seen, bar none. Must you block me? He looked at the old man in front of him. The matrix covered the sky and held him in this space. There was no way for him to kill Yi Futian, so he could only order other strong people to do so. Jun Xiaoyao, this time you went the wrong way, the old man responded. It was true that the Jun family was the top faction of the Penglai continent, but they still should not choose to start a war outside the Eastern Deity Island. Although he could understand the attitude of the Jun family, after all, in the Eastern Deity Island, many strong cultivators of the Jun family were killed. Jun Qiuyan, the son of Jun Xiaoyao, was crippled, so the other side felt that it was imperative to kill Yi Futian. But the timing was not right. Jun Xiaoyao should not have come so directly. Unless he expected that the Eastern Deity Island would not fight, his presence would be forcing the Eastern Deity Island's hand. That way he would make it so that they themselves had no path of retreat. Now the Eastern Deity Island had chosen to go to war. The Jun family could not retreat even if they wanted to. What is right or wrong? Jun Xiaoyao said in a loud voice. His voice shook the void, and as power of the great path of attack descended, countless sacred halls descended from the firmament, trying to suppress and shatter the space. Strong cultivators of the Jun family were killed in the Eastern Deity Island. Could the Jun family choose to avoid and not fight because of the Eastern Deity Island? Even if the two sides clashed within the rules of the Eastern Deity Island, slaughter was slaughter. They naturally wanted revenge. The cultivation world was built like this. There was no right or wrong, only a difference in perspectives. Because of one's thought, the situation in the Penglai continent is going to change. Why suffer? The old man responded. The huge, boundless spell matrix erupted with a beam of light that shot towards the heavens, colliding with the descending palace. On the other side, the battle between Shang Guanhong and Yun Mu was also extremely intense. Both of them were level 9s. The sky and the earth broke apart when they fought. Meanwhile, cultivators from the Shangguan clan and Yun clan clashed and fought violently. The boundless heaven and earth on the periphery of the Eastern Deity Island turned into a terrifying battlefield. After the order of Jun Xiaoyao, more strong cultivators went in the direction of Yi Futian, swarming to kill Yi Futian. Some of them attacked with their Dao abilities through the air, but there were many strong cultivators around to help Yi Futian intercept. There was no lack of mighty cultivators from the Eastern Deity Island. After all, this was their home turf. Bai Mu looked at the battlefield, thinking of her master's order. A cold light flashed in her eyes, and she opened her mouth. Today, the Jun family and the Yun clan want to kill the esteemed guest of our Eastern Deity Island, breaking the rules of the Eastern Deity Island. Now that the war has started, you all don't need to care about sentiment anymore. Kill all who resist. Out of all the invited Renhuangs, many were not putting in all their effort and hiding their strength. They all held back somewhat. After all, they did not know how this matter would end up. And without the protection of the Eastern Deity Island, if the Jun family wanted to deal with them in the future, it would be a huge hidden danger. However, Bai Mu's words seemed to have made it very clear. In the future, the Jun family would probably cease to exist. When they thought of this, they also made a decision, and the great will might on their bodies became even more terrifying. They no longer held back and began to kill with abandon. In one direction, several Renhuangs were heading towards Yi Futian's direction to kill him, but they were blocked by a line of people who released flames of the way at the same time. In an instant, the void of heaven and earth turned into a field of flame, burning mountains and cooking the sea. The horrifying divine beams of flame shot towards the heavens as their opponents seemed to have been directly buried in the sea of flame. Those strong cultivators also released strong power of the Great Way, but different flames of the way were distributed in different directions, turning into multiple flames of the way. Those strong cultivators made their seals at the same time, and then a furnace tripod of the Great Way appeared in that space, filled with flames of the Way, and the flames of the Way refined all existence. In another direction, the same group of strong people who went towards Yi Futian was stopped. A group of goddesses of the Eastern deity island faced them. They released similar auras, and strong and extreme life force was released from their bodies. Several queens released ancient trees of the Great Way. Those were their divine wheels. They rolled towards the crowd, instantly flooding the space. I'm afraid the June family won't be able to kill him. The bystanders would always be the most clear-minded. The strong cultivators of various continents were all watching the battle in the distance and could see the entire battle situation clearly. The Eastern Deity Island's side was at ease, as this was their home turf after all. From an onlooker's point of view, the Eastern Deity Island had the absolute initiative. They could almost be considered to have been firmly in control of the battle. If they did not allow a group of people to go towards Yi Futian previously, those strong cultivators might not have been able to reach him anyway. From the current situation, one could see that after Yi Futian killed that group of strong cultivators, he stood alone in the center of the battlefield. Except for some ripples of wind from Dao abilities that rolled towards him, no renhuangs or attack could come to his side. They were all cut off. This created a rather strange situation. Yi Futian stood there and no one could fight. Standing in the center of the battlefield, he seemed to have nothing to do. Yi Futian himself was also depressed. The Eastern Deity Island arranged properly and defended his side, so well it was impenetrable. But this made him idle in the middle of the storm. He had nothing to do as he watched the battle play out around him. Behind him, Baigong Ao and Emperor Helion were here as well. They were protecting him to his left and right. But in reality, they knew that with Yi Futian's abilities, he no longer needed their protection. Baigong Ao could possibly still be stronger than him, but Emperor Helion was definitely no match for Yi Futian. The previous battle could already show this clearly. Yi Futian's gaze swept to one of the battlefields, then his body moved. Although the Eastern Deity Island was protecting him, he could not stand here to watch the battle. With his strength today, not many people from the opposing side could directly threaten his life. As long as the strongest people were held back, there was no threat to him. His body turned into a ray of light. In one direction, the mighty cultivators of both sides were clashing when they suddenly felt a powerful sword will descend. The expressions of the strong fighters of the June family all changed. When they turned their heads, they saw a blade of light flash past. After that, blood spurted out as multiple people were killed consecutively. However, Yi Futian's body did not stop. That gorgeous blade of light shot through the void. It appeared on another battlefield in an instant. Another splendid divine blade of light descended. Sounds of slashing could be heard continuously as blood splattered in the void. Several more renhuangs were directly killed as the blade of light was too fast. In the distance, those who watched the battle only saw a divine blade of light weaving through the battlefield, and wherever that light passed, blood would appear, accompanied by the fall of renhuang realm powerhouses. This made their hearts quite unsettled. The renhuangs were like ants and were being slaughtered with impunity. In just a few moments, they did not know how many were killed by Yi Futian. If this continued, the renhuangs of the June family would be decimated.